score every single time. I'm on top of the scoreboard. Got nothing to lose, so you know I'm down to die for it. About to take flight, call me Luke, cause I skywalk. I don't play around, I get to it, skip the dialogue. Low management, what is that? No days off. In my own lane, cast away, all I know is ball. We are not the same, not at all, you need to knock it off, yeah. MVP, that's the go call, yeah. Every time I do it, I make them applaud, yeah. I'm an underdog, I rip it apart, yeah. I go for the kill when it's time for war.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime you go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime you go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime you go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime you go to war.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
From the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work in the play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
What you gon' do? Who you gon' be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gon' be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
my dreams, selling when I'm moving upstream. So they wanna get in my jeans. I don't wanna give him my ring. Can have been blowing up, growing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, but the thing's right. No, they're looking at the ring like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do, what is street life? Try to tell them come and follow my flow, but they rather follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control. RMG, get the name. Down with the gang. You may not heard me, just saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes. Lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game, that's a lab like I'm sprinting pro, I keep this all on the wrist, I ain't got no other option, what other shot can I miss, rings round me like I'm boxing, we all wins, which our ETA, kiss gold, oh that's PDA, watch them fall, boy, watch them cave, with the dubs, that's an empty space, how they handle the kid, that's a question, wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson, ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah.
is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch you range us far, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's a king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. Spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chill. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gon' be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions. Do it so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop by that talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunning, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Funky fresh. Best.
came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mind it. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm touching the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Putting in work, ain't no giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina. Put a new vision, no camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful for the fire we bring in this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard to keep going strong. You already on. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. That right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. That right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. That right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Yeah. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. Why? But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground. And out of the gates, I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit. Cause I am mythic, I was made for this shit. They feeling the rumble when I make you quake. Out on the earth, up from the bottom, onto the top, making it shake, yeah. I'm taking the crown, that's why I came. Cause I came to reign, know the name. Nothing can stop me. I can't be contained. I was born ready. I'm legendary. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
It is game day in EMEA, and this means the finest Valorant is coming online to deliver you some wonderful action, some great plays. My name is Zescht. I'm going to guide you through this, but I'm not alone. That's the great part about it. To my right-hand side, I first of all got Kaquka. Glad to have you once more here. It's going to be a great day, isn't it?
Oh, it's always my pleasure. Yesterday, I think we got a lot of exciting games. We saw new surprises, and that video, I've been seeing it for 6 weeks, still gives me chills.
It gives you the best kind of feeling about it, right? When we're talking about today, Ryan, what is your kind of expectations, your feeling about those two best of threes we have ahead?
Ooh, I was looking at like the permutations to see, okay, if this team wins, what happens? And there's loads of like four-way ties between teams. It's actually ridiculous how close it's getting. A lot of it's going to come down to tomorrow, I think, as well. But today really sets the pace for all four of these teams.
Right, this is going to be the great part, right? We're having a lot of games that are coming up, and if you missed something about it, we surely got a recap ready for you to take a look at that, because it has been a festival, a beautiful kind of expectation, a beautiful kind of game that we had, both, to be very frank, especially if I would like to start. It was, for me, the first one, easy peasy, right? That was Mac having a wonderful time over there.
Yeah, exactly. It was beautiful to see the fact that they were able to perform in the way they did, knowing that we were waiting for them for weeks to actually see if they were going to play, if they were going to bring something new, how they were going to feel after that, you know, time for a pause.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's also like a good look at what they can bring new to the table for the most part. Like, especially with Nats playing on the asteroid, something that we're going to talk about quite a lot when it comes to something very different, right? The fact that they clear up Na'Vi 2-0 yesterday, a bit more scrappy on Breeze, right? It wasn't the best look for them there on their map pick, but the stuff that we saw from this team, it's been about 3 weeks, a month since we've seen this mech team play. It's good to see them back and also bringing new stuff to the table.
I mean, they were, you know, Redgar was like, yeah, you know, we got something new there. And I was like, yeah, I'm very ready for that Tombis clip. But at the same time, it felt so much like all of the new stuff that was brought in was a total game changer to them. And let's talk about game changers, Ryan. Let's talk about set pieces, because one of those teams that we got to talk about that are so talented in that sense, that would be Fnatic for me. They have been delivering and evolving from week to week to week. And as far as I understood, you got that evolvement set up for us.
Yeah, so Fnatic, one thing that we failed to mention at the start, 5-0 out of their groups in Group B. And in the server, terrific set plays. And even outside of the server, it's been good. But yesterday, I'm going to be pedantic, point out some things that I didn't like from Fnatic. We'll start with the celebrations. For one, we'll start this. This was when they beat Ascend. You could tell Boaster's very excited, jumping up on the table. But I wanted to highlight here, other than shouting, "Let's go" from Durka, doesn't really take part in the celebrations here. In fact, he doesn't really know what to do. He's watching Boaster to the side of him. Look at that face. He just doesn't know how to react at this point. At least we're seeing him in the server, unlike Brave and Magnum that aren't showing these perspectives. Similar sort of stuff in the week before. Boaster again celebrating. We can speed this up because he loves to take his while. He's waiting for the kind of moments. Even here as well. Another result, Dirk wasn't even in the game in this one. But this is the real part that I want to be scrutinous about what is going on here. Real bad team play from my perspective. We do get to highlight some of the solid performances out of Boaster. We talk about Cast a lot on this, like kills, assists, all those kind of stuff. We really need to talk about Ast here when it comes to Boaster. Again, good run of form, good stuff. Flick of the day, I'd say as well. It's more of a thing over for North America, but it is here in EMEA with Boaster. But this is the part I disliked. We see Magnum actually getting out of his chair, moving over, and this is poor coordination, poor team play for me. It seems that they're going for some set strategy when it comes to their celebration, but as you're seeing, Magnum jumps in. God knows what he's about to do here, but Boaster, again, not coming, not really sure what they're doing. Mystic's a bit late to the party as well, moving on through. It's just, yeah, again, we sort of expect Fnatic, certainly if they make their way to Reykjavik, to have some solid set plays when it comes to their celebrations. Yesterday wasn't quite there, but very much like their games as well. Could be saving a couple of strategies when it comes to some of these celebrations. In the server, however, being fully serious, flawless, perfect, wasn't really what we expected from Fnatic at the start of the split.
I mean, I have to say two things about that video. First is that we saw Boaster, actually, I think yesterday is the day that he had like the worst face I've seen of him. We saw him in the camera, like he was sweating, he was tired. He knew that it was going to be a really hard day. I was also thinking, because you know that they get sponsors at the back of the jerseys.
Yeah, they're getting their money's worth.
Like, exactly. I'm like, yeah, the sponsor, it's never shown because we're playing from home. Well, let's give him the minute of glory.
I think it was L'Oreal as well.
Yeah. It was. I was looking perfect.
Negotiations coming up for Reykjavik if that keeps going that way.
Well, that's, those are the sponsorship obligations you sometimes need to fulfill. For me, it was a little bit worrying, Ryan, because you see right there, synergy absolutely missing for Fnatic, possibly Magnum being thrown out of that. I don't know, I could write the script for Drive to Survive. But, getting into more serious stuff, because there was a game ahead of that. Before you dance, you have to win a game. And talking about that game, Guild versus Fnatic, Kaquka started brilliantly for Guild. They were taking Haven, all chill, all dandy. But suddenly, it swapped massively, and Fnatic was in that driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that I'm surprised the way that Haven went, but to me, it was not that big of a surprise. I was mentioning yesterday that for Guild, it was a blind move to jump onto a map that Fnatic hadn't played in such a long time, but they were so good at it. You have to be 100% sure that you're not going to find Durkee in the shape that he was playing yesterday. 13-5, 3 13s-5, and I think all the confidence that Fnatic needed went through all those first 5 rounds.
He's just there like that, isn't he, in the game as well? Like, he literally, the form, he's playing it one-handed, that man. But I think that on the side of Guild, despite them losing their last 2 series against G2 and then to Fnatic before the break that we had, I still feel promising. Certainly safe on Raze is something I'm really excited to see. Going to be more of a thing, more teams moving over to the Raze over on maps like Split, over on maps like Bind. I think the Guild have a lot more to show, but it really is a case of who do they face in their first game? Like, they got the 3rd seed as well, losing to Fnatic there, so likely could be Liquid, it could be Navi, it could be anybody.
Yeah, anybody.
Other than I think, big, and maybe London United might struggle to get that high up. Sorry to remind you.
It's fine. Hey, it's okay.
I think, Guild now have to watch these games. They have a bit more time to prep, and I still feel that there is a strong chance that they can make Reykjavik. Just top 3 is all they need out of those 6 that are going playoffs.
I mean, we need to be realistic. Like, the year for Guild has started wonderfully. Like, the fact that they had to go through all the run, open qualifiers, close qualifiers, making it here, playing against the big guns. I'm still really happy for them. They're still in playoffs. I mean, it's not going to be a first spot, but I think it's still very promising from them.
Talking about promising, 2 weeks ago, we would have taken a look at those standings and be like, yep, Guild, easy peasy. This streak is not going to end. But this right here, this Group B is like, hold on, that's not okay. A lot of things are wrong with that, but that is set, that is done. Talking about Group A here, Kaquka, everything could be swapped around.
I mean, besides big...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Vincent.
I know.
I have to say it, but yeah, of course, we see 3 matches that are still left to play. The 2 that we're going to have today, the other one that we have tomorrow, surprisingly from Group B, seeing Ascend on 5th place. I think that nobody kind of expected that. And kind of happy to see how G2 recovered in such a way to made it to there. But as we were saying, in Group A, I think not anything, but I think there's too many doors open for all these teams to qualify, and we still don't even know who's set in stone to go to playoffs, who's going to be number 1, number 2. There's a lot of possibilities.
And just the changes as well with like FPX playing without Angel, for example. That's a big change up. Like Liquid, they're the only ones that are done with their games, like you've said before. But like Mech, we don't really know all that much. Like their map pool is still a bit ambiguous, I suppose, from champions on some of these. So there's still a lot to see. And I think Navi and London very much dark horses to upset the balance a little bit.
We're talking about those teams and we're talking about those. That brings us to the schedule. What do we got to offer today? Some fine matches, of course, and we're starting off with Mech versus Big, as this is our first best of 3 that we're about to witness. And further on, the CIS action never stops with this stream. Na'Vi versus FPX, the second matchup that we're about to see. But stepping into the first one, Kaquka, Big has one hell of a challenge up ahead with that one.
Yeah, exactly. Meg were looking amazingly yesterday. We cannot say the same for Big. They were always, getting those maps that are actually not closing out the series in any of the.
No, you know what? I'm done with that. I've had those guys talk enough. I've had those guys talk enough. It is my time now. Jetzt ist mal hier Schluss. Then we're talking about Big. That's the thing. I know you're asking yourself, why is this guy not talking about Big? Take a guess. Either way, what has happened last year with Big is a major change towards the end of the year. Caspit, Twiston, extremely young guns, fairly inexperienced in the sense that mainly having tier 2, tier 3 experience, and that could be something that we see why Big is faltering. And you're asking yourself, how is that the issue? Twiston is looking amazing, Casp is a great supporter. Sure, that might be the case, but a big issue is, and that we see time and time again, is the pressure. Score lines that are 12-9 and look like an invitation to take it serious. Clutches that should be 1v1s that seem so easy. All of those things sometimes don't work the way Big would like. And one of those reasons, talking to the players and also talking to their coach, Kundi, is it is pressure. It is time they need. You're coming in playing mostly German leagues against German teams that you know and that you can basically out-aim and out-brain. It is a different thing when you're talking to the best teams that EMEA has to offer. You're talking about the big boys. You're not talking about any kind of German kindergarten over there where you're trying to see how you can outsmart them and they're always playing the same thing. This is the big business, and this is where pressure comes in and might have hit Big too hard from time to time. The upside with all of that is, sure, this is the first series, this is the first season. They're the ones that now pick up a lot of experience from it and come back stronger. But you know what? I've been talking long enough for myself. This is the point in time where we can talk to Gob, the IGL of Big, that has the opportunity to explain all those things that I've just mentioned more in detail. It's time to talk with the IGL of Big. It is Gob B, and we have to go throughout your entire journey, because one thing that happened again and again, Gob, was it was a clutch, one round, an overtime that is missing from you getting a serious. What is it in your eyes that makes you lose those so winnable maps?
First of all, I think it is definitely experience. I think this is the most important part. And also like the fear of succeeding. It's like a little bit in the mental now, like in our minds, and that makes it not easier. We try to work on it. But unfortunately, in this season, it didn't work out, and hopefully it will work out better in the next season.
Well, usually I would do a 3-hour podcast at this point about that question, but we have to step away from that, because when we talk about all those games you've had, right, what would you say for you personally are the most important lessons, the most important takeaways that in the future games you'll have in the promotion and maybe season 2 that you will come into?
The one thing which is positive I can take away is at least that I felt like never be chanceless, and that's kind of a good thing, because, and also of course a bad thing, because I felt like against everyone we could have won easy, not like of course easy, but we could have won with not playing our A game, which is to be honest, a little bit surprising, because they're all tier 1 teams. And what I also can say is it makes me a little bit happy, and looking into the future, that even when we didn't play our best game, that we always showed that we can at least compete against tier 1. And this is what we will take away from this season, definitely, that we know that there are just small things we need to work on, and hopefully the experience we gained here will help us to succeed in the future.
I mean, there is still the opportunity to get that one victory on the standings right there. You're playing against Mac, and I'd like to know, what are your expectations with that game? Because I think a while ago you said, I'm really looking forward to playing against them. How do you feel about that game?
We play without pressure. We will also see how we perform without pressure. That means maybe also what we can learn from the games before, that pressure hit us harder than we thought. And we will see it today. We try our best. We will play a lot of deathmatch soon. And we are here to win. We try to at least get one W. Of course, I think it's the hardest opponent in the group. today, but as I said, we have nothing to lose, so we just try our best, have fun, and give some headshots.
I very much hope so. I wish you best of luck, viel Erfolg, and we'll see you on the server.
Thank you. See you.
The toughest opponent, Ryan, but at the same time, no pressure. That sounds somewhat really scary, and at the same time, the perfect thing for Big, isn't it?
A lot you can gain from it. It's a shame that we're sort of going into a meta where the controllers change it, right? Because now it might be just Big, just sort of prepping for the future, those kind of things. Like promotions is going to be a really scary tournament for them. I still think they have a chance to bounce back and make it into stage 2, but you have every single regional league winner in Spain, in France, in the UK and Nordic, in Turkey. They're all going to be feeling confident out their regions, wanting to go for stage 2 and make challenges. So not only for Big, for a supermassive place, it's going to be a tough tournament when it comes to confidence. So if they can go in and beat Mech, then they go into this going, well, we just beat one of the best teams in the world. We can beat these phonies that are going for regional leagues. We got this.
It's going to be tough, you know, going against the winners of Spain. But either way, I think that for Big, it means a lot. All the experience that they have gained in officials against the big boys, because they've been pushed again and again and again. We know that they have very young players. So I'm still really looking forward. I think they have very good chances. And they will use this opportunity to even test themselves a little bit more.
I think we've talked enough about Big at this point. Surely that was inevitable. But at the same time, we have to talk about Mech. They are the team that was looking flawless to a certain extent yesterday. And Kaquka, for me, it was that start that we wanted to see after such a long break from Redgar and the boys to be that successful.
Yeah, completely. And Redgar promises that they had something cooked. I'm still waiting to see if there's anything else in that pot, because that looked amazing. The face that we saw from them yesterday, especially on that first map on Ascent, I think that there were a lot of surprises. Good to see, you know, new compositions and just them getting out of their comfort zone, knowing that they have been waiting and the rest of the teams have been playing official after official. And, you know, of course you can bring in something different, very flashy. I'm still, you know, extremely worried about what happened on Breeze. That attack, let's just forget about it. Of course, in defense, it's literally something else. I think like they lose 1 out of 10 or 11 rounds. It's just crazy on that side. Still, not sure 100% of that map.
You might almost think they were being nitpicky about Breeze, because I agree, but we're expecting it to come up again today because it is the map that Mech like to pick on a frequent basis, right? So it is a little bit concerning that their choice of map, they tend to go down so hard, like 4-8 halves when they're attacking, but they pull it back on the defense, winning, I think, 90% of the rounds. So yeah, you're sort of being a bit pedantic overall, but this is the second place team in the world when it comes to champions. They should be sort of cleaning this up 2-0, but I do want to see what Big can offer. They haven't got those expectations, like you said. Can they come in and provide an upset? Team Liquid would like it, because if Mech lose, they get confirmed for playoffs.
That would be amazing for them. But at the same time, right, what we need to still mention is that there's a win condition that was back alive for Mech right here. The man is called Nats. He redefined the limits on how to play Sentinels, Ryan. But when we take a look at the first 2 weeks, not really present. That week right here, that match day, par excellence. Look at that.
Yeah, so on the left is the average like ACS, KDAs from the first 2 series, the first of which against Liquid, which they did win handedly, but also that loss against Fun plus Phoenix. On the right is their score against Na'Vi that would have had a better read on him for the most part. And the big thing overall is that Nat is moving away from that Sentinel role at least a little bit. He's playing the Viper on stuff like Breeze, which is a bit of a pseudo-Sentinel for the most part, but playing Sage on Icebox, and then playing Astra yesterday on Ascent. He's still playing the same while, he's still playing around smokes, being super ratty. And I have a prediction, knowing that we're going into like an Omen Brimstone meta and away from the Astra overall, we could see Nats on Omen if they make playoffs, which would be insane because it's that playstyle moved over to a whole different role where a lot of people are finding a lot of ratty plays, which Nats wrote the book on.
I think it would be a complete treat. I still want to say that we still have Chronicle. We know that we're going to get that Breamy. I'm still looking forward to what Nats has to offer, because this proves that maybe week 1 and 2, he was coming in a little bit cold. I think Ascent had the same on day 1, where they were like, you know, losing Ascent in such a fashion. So for him to perform the way that they did yesterday, as we said, playing on the Astra and doing it so beautifully, I think it says a lot of the play, but we already knew him.
That's amazing to watch, because that composition we witnessed yesterday was out of the ordinary, right? What we just saw, what the kind of swaps, the first time agent picks, that was insane, Kaquka, wasn't it?
Yeah, completely. Seeing Shadows on the Soba, seeing Redgar playing on that KO, you know, using all that utility to help Defo. I think that we're seeing it here in case that you guys missed it, but it was beautiful to see how they can provide something so new that, again, wasn't tested in officials, but knowing that you're going to play against Na'Vi, that you're going to ban Haven because you're Mech, you know that you're going to have to face face this map, so you better have something prepared. They proved that they have it.
It's also interesting when you look at the fact that, like, back when Mech played in Champions, they lost this map 3 times. Up against X10, up against, it would have been Crew, was one of them, where they're changing up stuff, like no duelist compositions. And for the most part, Nats is playing on the Cypher, which is very much going out of favor, especially with KO becoming more and more popular, just to suppress a Cypher sat on the A site, trying to be really sneaky. That utility goes down, you're a sitting duck. To the point where we even saw Nats playing in the defender spawn on defense, waiting to see what was going to happen, right? So him on the Astra, I think it makes a lot more sense. Not only could he set up his own utility to play around with the grabs and the smokes, but also plant a smoke onto another site. And we saw that. He's played on A, puts a smoke down on B for somebody like Chronicle to play around. It's that kind of smart play that has me really excited for the future. And this comp, minus the Astra with the Omen, there's a lot more for that in the future, and it's the most meta way of playing, especially with KO on this map.
The KO thing is the most interesting part, right? Because we see the IGL moving over to that role. Fnatic have done that as well on Ascent. We see how supportive a Boaster can be, and that is the fun part to me, Kaquka. When we're talking about teams, often the predictability aspect is something on a week-to-week basis where you're like sitting down 5 days, you have prac, and you also look at what you can do, that this is something that surprised everyone. And I think this is what the prowess of Mac can once more be shown throughout the next 2 days.
Yeah, completely. I want to ask production if I can go walk out there, because I would like to show a couple of things for you if they give me a green light. But
you know what? You can.
Oh,
it's your turn. Come on, do it. Show us what you got.
All right.
So I wanted to show a couple of things. Oh, I love to see the Fnatic is still here. I wanted to show a couple of things that we have seen from Mech yesterday, because of course we talk a lot about the composition and what they brought in new to the map, but there is something that you have to stay true to, and it's rotations over the map of Ascent. I think that lately we have seen teams developing this tendency of course you got to play a lot around information and guiding the other team to, you know, misinterpret that information. Something that Gambit is not going to be floating at. So starting off with this round is the second round. Navi has 1 pistol, okay? And we see on the map that Defo is already on the aggressive air on A lobby. The rest of the positionings, 2 on B, 2 on A. Even though you have that weak weaponry, Defo is going to be the one gathering that first information. He's not only going to get a kill, but he spots a lot of players. Now the instant response, and I'm gonna keep playing the clip, is that Chronicle is gonna keep pushing through mid. He knows that with all those players playing closer to A, knowing that they're kind of an anti-eco, knowing that it's the second round, he's going to be spotting the Killjoy that he knows is waiting on the other side of the map. If he's not Killjoy, it's other player, but most likely, I mean, we've seen this map before. And at the same time, Nas is already rotating onto A. A couple more kills are exchanged. Chronicle, as I said, waiting, and they group up onto 3. They know that Chronicle is going to be coming on for short, and of course, you need all that firepower. After Chronicle gets this kill, he doesn't only get the kill, he also gets the Bulldog to himself. The rest of the round is going to be played beautifully, and it's a win for Mech, even though they didn't have the weaponry or the upper hand position, just by a movement. And on that second round, because I don't want to make this super long, because I want to get into the games, just like you guys, no worries. This is the result for the second one. So let's take a look at the minimap again. You know that Navi has already literally just lost a round, but have they forced on the second one? Because they know that maybe your weaponry, since you picked up that Bulldog and that Spectre, maybe you don't want to fully upgrade, maybe you want to try and go for an operator. So they need to first make sure what are they up against. A little bit of utility is exchanged, and the key point falls on here. We see, okay, that Defo and Redgar, it's beautiful to see Redgar playing on the KO, sorry. We know that the 0 point, they know that the 0 point has this fall onto A. That means that Defo can go up extra aggressive without having that pressure of, I'm not going to be able to dash. They know that at least 1, let's say 2 players are going to be playing on the exit of A. So that means that Defo, he just wants to go in. He has Rega by his side, maybe a little bit of an aggressive pick, but he gets the kill. And now he knows that they're playing with weak weaponry. What is the response from Mech here? Are they going to go crazy, just go for the eco-frags? No. They're literally gonna go back to the easiest setup that they can have. 5 versus 4, 2 people defending on B, 1 keeping up on that I onto mid, and 2 people defending on A. I would like to show them around, show especially how Nats was playing around that utility on the next ones, knowing when JD had their ultimate and how strong Navi was playing around that. But moral of the story, you can prepare a lot of things for this map, but if you want your defense to be as strong as you expect it to be, you need to keep, close those fundamentals that make Ascent a defensive map.
Those little breakdowns are so fun to watch because they might have not been present for too long, but Mac is ready to fight. And the man who's ready to talk, that is Nats, as we had him in the interview, and I can give you a few insights. It is time to talk to Nats, the man who's usually the sentinel for Mac, and we have to talk about your performance a little bit, because let's go back a few weeks. It didn't look too good for you. You were not hitting the shots we usually know from you. And when we go back to yesterday, you were on fire. What has changed throughout this time period with you?
So actually, if we're going to talk about our first two games, I actually don't know what just happened. It's not about the role or something like this. I wasn't a bit confident like I was in Masters Berlin or something like this. On yesterday's match, I was feeling much comfortable than it was at the first two games, and I hope it's going to be continuing on the future matches as well.
I mean, you still have 2 games to go. One more thing about yesterday, though. When we're talking about Ascend, you have started to play Astra, an agent that most likely will be not that useful in the future patches. What made you guys do this major agent change on that map called Ascend?
So actually, as you saw on Icebox, we just tried to play some different agents. And Astra was comfortable for me, actually. I was pretty comfortable to play on that agent. Yeah, in future patches, I'm not sure that I'm going to play on it, because everybody knows what changed it. 4 orbs, that huge delay. And I guess it's only the last 2 games that I'm going to play on this agent.
I mean, we all know I'm going to miss Astra a lot. We have to talk about one more thing, though. Yesterday, you were playing against a CIS team. Na'Vi, of course, having a bit of a different play style than Big, for example. I would call them a little bit more slow. What do you personally believe is, that difference when you go from Big to Na'Vi in play style, and what are your expectations there?
All expectations the same, like to every opponent, that I hope will show our best game. And about the playstyle, yeah, BIG and Na'Vi has the different playstyles, but luckily for us, we have a huge experience. We played 2 LANs tournaments. We played against different regions. In Europe, it's anyway plus minus the same thing. So people trying to do the same picks, playing the same strats. And for us, it's a bit more comfortable to play against Europe teams. But anyway, I guess it's going to be good for us.
I mean, we're going to see if it's going to be good for us. I wish you best of luck in your game later, and we're going to see you on the server.
Thank you. See you, everybody on server.
Nats smiling, Nats performing. This is making my day every day. But at the same time, we have to talk about a few things here, right? The changes they have done, the break they have taken, and at the end, him saying, we have the experience advantage against Big. I don't really see an issue with that. And would you see that could be really the tumble of Big then?
I think that Nats mentioned it, the fact that they know exactly how to play against the European teams, that maybe there's not that many surprises on that side coming from them, because they've been playing, in this big league for quite a long time. So unless Big shows up something completely different, I think that Meg is really good at adapting to what's on the table.
It's interesting that you said, the last 2 days of playing the Astra as well. The fact that they've, sure, they might have prepped this right at the start of the split, and it's only, the last week that we actually see it in action, right? So maybe this is something that, Mecca preparing for the future. Maybe this is something that you can still rely on. It's not like Astra's completely garbo going into the next patch anyway. I think there's still going to be a lot of teams that can play her. I mean, yeah, Omen, Brimstone, but on a map like Ascent, you do have the choice of any of those 3. Even a bit of Viper some teams have played in the past. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of this stuff is Mech also preparing for the future, and it's just how much it seemed to suit Nats' playstyle that you kind of go, it makes a lot of sense. What other plays, maps like Split that we haven't seen since Champions, are we going to see those kind of adjustments from Mech on those maps too?
This brings us to the point where we can start talking about maps a little bit, because that is going to come up next. The veto we're going to see very soon. But if I would go in, the world of predictions, Ryan, what would we 100% not see? What would we been looking at right now when it comes to those 3 battlefields that we're witnessing?
Pop quiz, what the Mech like to ban always?
Haven.
Yeah, so that's going to be taken out. I think for Big...
It's Fracture.
Yeah, Fracture. Yeah. So those are the 2 main maps, I suppose, for the most part.
Unless something crazy happens.
The Mech pick Breeze. It's not really a map that Big are necessarily good at, but it hasn't looked convincing. They could have a few other different choices. For Big, they tend to pick up Bind, which again, Mech even looking a lot better on playing Ascend's old composition. They want to get as much practice on that as possible, especially in the teams like C9 in North America on the new patch, played it, and it seemed to be really good. So it is a case of not only is that a composition that Ascend have used to their advantage for the most part for the last couple of months, but it also gets even better with that Brimstone going into the next patch. I think Mech will want to get as much practice on the server with that as possible.
I mean, and if that Brimstone, it's Chronicle, then it's completely, you know, it's out of the question. I don't know if we're going to see that map. You know, I do expect Mech to peak that Breeze, just because if they picked it yesterday, they have better chances of getting it against Big, because Big are extremely weak on their defense. So if they want to practice that attack side, that please, we need to see if they can, this would be the perfect occasion.
The good part about it is that riddle is going to be solved as we're heading into map Veto, where we're going to see what's banned, what's picked, and it seems a lot like we have a slight little surprise here. Map number 1 is Split, something we usually don't see Mac play too often.
I mean, I like both the bans from Meg. I think that they make a lot of sense. For Split, I know that Big has played it thrice in this tournament, in this split, against FPX, London, and Team Liquid, but they've only won one of them. And I don't know how to feel about it. Maybe they have prepared something new. We saw them that actually, you know, a little bit of changes on the flashes, but I'm not feeling too comfortable. And on the side of Meg, this is the map where they lost champions.
Yeah, you know...
Yeah, but it gives you that feeling of, I want revenge, you know, and I need to win this map now.
The good part is, Agent Select instantly coming in, and Mac most likely are going to surprise us. What we expect from Big? Yeah, sure, I can imagine. But that's what's happening right here, Ryan. This Select that we're about to witness could change it all, because Big don't really know... Whoa! Hold on.
Okay, Mac. I like to see it.
No. Oh! All right, what?
As far as I know, this is the first team in the EMEA and North America to actually play Neon on this map. The fast rotations, it makes sense. Mech are going to be defending first. Again, a massive change up. Redgar over. Redgar on the KO and Shados on the Breach. Both those initiators is interesting. And the only Sentinel that they're running is Chronicle over on that chamber. Nats again on the Astra. So they moved away from that fight. But the thing that Nats wrote the book on when it came to playing this map, this is a very different setup for Mech. Big. This is their de facto. God B on the Breach. Up against Shados is going to be a good watch, and I think a lot of pressure does come onto Aslan, who's going to be playing on that jet. He has to get a lot of stuff done with the operator. Twiston trying to look around on the Cypher. Good luck with that composition.
I mean, do you remember yesterday when we were watching Fnatic versus Gale, and I said, you know, Bind, I don't think it's probably one of the best chances, because you don't know what you're going to be playing against. I do not think there's an universe where Big was, you know, waiting for this composition from Mech.
So it is time to see what actually is going to be played over there on Split. So this means Pansy, Tombis, bring us the action.
That sounds so weird.
Yeah, you may notice things are a little different here. It's a little, you know, we've changed things. Yeah, no, I guess it's same as normal, right?
The dark beard, the luscious locks.
Luscious locks, dark beard. Are you describing Mitch, or because?
No. That was Hypoc, obviously. Your good friend Michael.
Shout out to my boy Michael.
How would you describe him?
Absent. So far is how I describe it. Just not turning up, but it is going to be a good fun cast, I feel, because they've thrown you in the deep end, haven't they? Because, you know, you're the analytical one, right? You're going to sit here and look at this, go through all the stats, all the statistics. All right, I'm sorry. But Neon, we have to kind of talk about the elephant in the room when it comes to it. It's a bit weird. I guess unless you've watched just purely Liquid and you're like, but Soulcast plays this all the time, it's fine, right? What is going on with this comp, man? Talk to me. Give me some method to the madness,
especially
please.
Defo. Like, Defo's the thing that blows my... Because he was like the almost the purest Jet. Like, you'd see him go on the odd agent here and there. It does look like probably the fastest rotating comp you're ever going to have in your life, except maybe if they had an Omen and could just like TP across every once in a while. I'm terrified by what this could potentially do, especially with Chamber as well, like on the defensive side. And that's the problem. Like, you have Mech starting on the defense, so Big are literally in an uphill battle from the get-go against a comp that no one has played before. Like, come on, who's playing against this?
It did kind of bring a smile to my face, and we do have that first little contact with the middle, but a quick trade out comes in, swing comes out, and Chronicle, he's not backing away, he's just dinking up everyone, and well, Big thought they had a little bit of mid control, but instantaneously, Mech has taken it back, but a couple of picks either way, and that's the big one, that's the imperative one. The site now looking a little more available. You're going to see the commitment from Redgar because, he has to fill the void, but it's a 4v2.
Yeah, they've done incredibly well to turn this back. Of course, a couple of low players here and there, and actually Redgar is going to go pushing, but this is a long wraparound. However, I feel like eventually they're going to get that information. Shados is just going to start running his way back to A.
Yeah, and I'm eyes on Shados. When does he start heading that way? He is slowly creeping over because obviously there could be that mid presence, which was noted earlier on. So they're still working through the process of elimination. There is that player waiting, and it is Twiston. A little uncomfortable, and so are these. Oh, what? There it is. Okay, Redgar's got it, and now a 2v3, and Goppy is super low. And time can be bought. Shados, this is perfect for him. He can try and buy a little more time to allow for Redgar to hit that rotation as well. So now a 2v3, and systematically it's looking dicey, but no, Obnox can at least find Shados, and Redgar caught as he peeked out from the rafters. So, Big, off to a good start.
Yeah, I think a lot of that just came down to patience. I think it will have to, playing up against this mech team, because you're going to have Chronicle being cheeky with his teleports. Like we saw Mixor play this not too long ago, where you have the fast rotations between basically both heavens on either side of the map. But then you've also just got to try and count for whatever Defo is going to be doing. Now, I do think that, like, he is going to be hyper aggressive. He is going to be running around, but it's also those stuns. Like, that's been the one thing I have really enjoyed about Neon is just... The stuns actually do seem to do an awful lot, especially with those aggressive pushes. And when you combine that with a breach, well, it could get quite nasty.
You can already see the potential of the set piece, even just that small aggression out of, A. It looks like they've got some really nice ideas in mind. Nats, this is extra ratty. Extra ratty. Doesn't get it. Doesn't at least get the tag, but... sometimes there's kindness, but there's that aggression coming out on the other side of the map. So working through sewers, 3 little rats make their appearance, and Redgar does manage to at least find Aslan. So for now, 3v3, Spike making a swift move. The Chronicle's still here, and Chronicle's still delivering. That's going to find Twiston, and he even reads where Casper's going to be, but still, this is a 2v2. The investment from Big wasn't particularly substantial, but this has gone worrying, and actually Obnox now has to go back to the site. Didn't get the plant down. That's the problem. And dearie me, what on earth just happened to Big? They looked panicked.
That shouldn't have happened. Just with the way that they were able to wrap around through mid, but also just all of the utility denial. Like, this was way more scrappy than it should have been. I almost feel like it was because Big tried to battle them on different fronts. So they were worried about that flank. They were then pushing into the site. And because of that, they almost just got sectioned apart by a team that you're never going to give it individual duels to, or you never should. Like, they are probably the most stacked roster we have man for man, pound for pound. So I don't know. I feel like they get a little bit lost, and this punch is weird.
What?
They've got a hero rifle on the Sage.
Show me what it do. Show me what it do, and I'll be all aboard. So yeah, we've got to see Twiston having one of those pop-off games before, so maybe it could be Obnox's turn. Who knows? I'm not 100% on board with it, but will I ever doubt Gob? No. I've learned that lesson. We'll see. For now, Nats.
Even at 0-4?
Shut up. It's all a theory, okay? It's the theory, an IPL doesn't have to frag, just pure brain power, etc., etc. But still, down to 3. We are looking at what, at least Twiston's got the rifle now, because Obnox didn't get much out of it, and Nats is fine. Unpressured, unfazed, leaving it all in Twiston's hands. And not much really coming from this. Unless Twiston can find a bit more. Can at least deny Nats for now. Does have the spike to hand. But look at the other side. You've got 2 players sat on the rafters. And a whole lot of eyes on this cross. And Twiston, this would be a tall task for the man. Not going to happen. Defo's there. 3 stand, and they should be able to take 3 rifles across if Shados can get an upgrade. He does. So, yeah, not bad for Mech.
Yeah, the finance is still not bad for Big going into this one. That's why they sort of had that hero rifle going, but it's not going to be the prettiest of purchases. And obviously with those sort of rounds, like, this was basically the freest it's going to get for Mech after already stealing some of your weaponry away. So it's going to leave them in a pretty big hole if they lose this next round. And that's the main worry for me, is that Mech are probably one of the best teams at just spiraling, like just basically dominating you for a huge streak, and Big have to deny that and pretty damn quickly.
I mean, they're pretty much good at everything. You talk about like comeback potential. They can always seem, close a gap. Chronicle has pushed quite far. He's taken a whole lot of space, funneling Big straight up middle now. And I'm sure the 2 players sitting for Mech towards heaven, so Shados sitting up there and Defo will be on red alert. They've got to be well aware of this potential lean now after the extremities have been pushed pretty heftily. And Chronicle's not necessarily backing yet either. Obviously has the capability to get himself out of danger if maybe feels that Casper's going to win that trade. But as said already, Mech setting the pace, and Gob's going to join him. There it is. So actually losing out in the fight. Didn't get the chance to get away. and mid's already been taken over. So this could go well for Big.
Yeah, again, similarly to what we saw in the pistol round, just being patient, knowing that with the composition that's currently there, they have to be fairly patient. Now, the problem is they've still got plenty of other players to try and get through, and I don't know if I've seen the walls used in that fashion just to delay them, at least for a few seconds. But instead, Defo is now looking to try and push a little bit more aggressively, and has at least bought some time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, not bad utility usage actually from Defo. Very different to what I've seen kind of from like the Soulcast side of things. You're constantly aggressing across the map, be it on defense or attack. It doesn't really seem to matter. But already working the clock down to about 18 seconds. Big do need to make their move. Redgar, look at this match. Sharp as ever. 2 huge kills, make it 3. 13 seconds is just simply not enough to work with. Casper already going to be considered a noted. Can't even get past the first hurdle of Defo. But again, if you want to play that patient game, they can play it right back to you. Tempo and pace is something that Mech can really adjust with. And let's kind of talk through Big, because again, this purchase should be pretty low. Again, this is the kind of thing we're looking at is, how well do they fare against, let's say high-end tier 1. Now, obviously, Mech is probably the pinnacle, right? They're one of the archetypes of Valorant teams at the moment. But even beyond that, like the rest of the kind of EMEA high-end, it is about experience, right? Like Big aren't quite there yet. If we're looking at depth, looking at potential tempo changes, there's so many aspects that go into this.
Yeah, they can definitely compete. Like we've seen that throughout a lot of the matches. They can't close, and that's one of the main factors that separates them from being a tier 1 team. Is that every single time they've been in a winning position, even when they've had like maybe 6 attempts to close a match, they failed every single time. And we're gonna have to wait for that to come through before we can really start considering them as one of the better teams within the region. I will say though, in comparison to the last iteration of Big, a world of difference. Because that team sucked.
Damn, you don't sugarcoat your words, do you?
Do you disagree?
No, Tom, see, the thing is, I just don't say it. I just don't say it. Ambiguous wording. But no, you're not wrong in comparison.
A tear just went down Zescht's face.
Just one singular sad tear. But no, you're not necessarily wrong, and it is going to be quite interesting to see the growing and learning process of Big throughout their tenure in this. It's the reps you get. They haven't been blowout games either. Bear in mind they've been mostly sitting at kind of those 2-1 results. It's getting that depth of map pool in. Not always having to have a map that either you dislike or is exceedingly good for your opponents. Plenty of things can fall in place for Big, and you're right. The progress here in this roster alone, quite impressive. And as I said, the individuals, the man on the screen at the moment, thoroughly impressed me. Really got to enjoy watching him find, just one of those games where everything seemed to work, and I'd love to see more of that. But again, for now, this is more just kind of, garbage time as we are down to 9 seconds. Protocol with a close, and the scoreline looking at 4-1.
One of the other things that does worry me a little at times, though, with Big is that I'm still not convinced on some of the role switches. Like, for example, in this match where you've got Twiston moving away from Duelist. I just think that he should, like, especially on a map like this when he is a fantastic raise. I don't know why that's a swap. I also think Aslan is an incredible controller. So the main thing that I think they are missing, and it shows on other maps as well, is a solid Sentinel. And whether Casper's going to fit into that role in the future, I don't particularly know. But I think that Aslan as a controller and Twiston as a duelist is my must going forward, because I just think they look weaker on maps where that's not the case.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it really is a tantalizing prospect if they lean into that look. Now, jumping into this, though, we do have the full purchase coming out for Big. Alt-wise, it's getting there. They've got, what, 3 available right now? And Obnox and Godby not particularly far away either, so they've got a lot to work with this round, but it looks like a lean towards that A side with 2 players kind of holding the push out, so somewhat still trying to cover their bases, and they do actually win out in middle. This could at least allow Big to hit the brakes for a second, see if they could catch a rotation, pull someone out of place, but they wanted to aggress, wanted to try and progress further, and they just get backhanded by Defo. Redgar and Nat still holding the line, and I wish they paused for a second, see if they could pull a player out, as they did hit up that, I think it was Chronicle in mid who did get picked up, but again, try to make it count, and pound for pound, you said it earlier, you don't really get many chances to just diff the players against you when you're looking at Mech. These guys are sharp as hell. And now Casper, I mean, you've got an army in front of you here. Not going to happen. There it is. Nats, job done. 5-1. Scoreline's looking a little drastic. Do you think we get a timeout soon here from Big?
I kind of hope so. I think especially on the attack side, if you can even grind out like 4 or 5 rounds, you can still make it work going into the defensive side. It does worry me a little bit that we're probably going to see a very explosive attack just with the composition that's currently there for Mech. I will also say as well, though, that like the timing of Mech in some of the peaks and pushes that they go for is just better than anyone. Like Nats's timing to go through that smoke was basically, okay, my 2 teammates are fighting. They're going to be focused in that direction. I'll make a play through the smoke. And it does tell me a little bit that he's decided to start playing Astra, what, like the week before it's nerfed? Like, it's like he's trolling us. Like, I could do this all along. I just didn't want to.
I don't even want to think about the potential of Nats, right? Because it's just ridiculous, isn't it? You think about this guy as just like
well,
one of the
Ryan thinks
best.
He can play Omen. Ryan thinks he's going for an Omen next. So
he probably can play it, but do we
knows?
want to see it? That's what I wait and try and find out. Chronicle again, and you're so right when you talk about the kind of contact, the peak off the back. It's so hard to win individual fights because you don't really get to fight one of Mech. There's always a nice crossfire, nice trade. The spacing's perfect. No one really fights alone when you look at how they play. So for now, shut down, and the economy's going to be swelling almost to probably max money at one point.
And
for Mech. And you're right, the ults have come through. Now, Redgar's used his relatively recently, but you look at the rest, everyone else has it ready to go.
And a lot of these are also economy boosting ultimates. So it's as if it wasn't bad enough if Defo wants, he can kick into overdrive. I know you've been wanting to say that one for a while.
No, that was really good. Tom, I'll leave that to you. You take that. Both hands. That's all yours. Gear. There it is. Woo! Well done,
I want to say, if anybody says that non-ironically in a cast, I will never forgive you. Like, he's in high gear at the moment, pushing onto the site.
You know, some casters sat there with their notebook of all of this, absolutely sweating now. You said that.
It's Doug.
You leave Doug alone. All right, Douglas is a sweet man.
Doug.
Leave him be. We're going to have mid-contact.
But it's Doug.
Starting up already. Aslan could be in danger. Chronicles pop the ult, and you said it right. This is a great way to levy the funds even further in case they need an Redgar didn't get checked on. You can see them so tunnel vision. Shados now joins in. It's perfect. The way they play is perfect, and it's so hard to counter unless you can even operate at that level, in that level of high gear. So again, you're looking at Casper and Gobby to try to do something. Once again, you then have 3 players staring at you, and I really didn't expect this roster to look, or at least this agent composition to look so diligent on the defensive side. And it does. It looks phenomenal. But I don't know if it's just the players playing it sometimes, right? It's like, okay, imagine putting anyone else on this comp. Can they pull off the same thing? Because I feel like Liquid have dabbled with something, you know, in the realms of this kind of funkiness. Not quite to this extent, but would they be able to put it off as well? You know, I think they do very nicely. I think Liquid's a great team of, you know, trying to be innovators. But man, you watch these boys play, it looks like this is the best composition you should always be playing on split, on defense.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I think right now the problem is with Big is they're walking into every single trap that's being set. Like it's like in middle there. There was a bait play. You had Chronicle peek. Obviously, he's already out of there the second he's peeked. Then you have one waiting in the corner. I think that was actually, it was either Redgar or Shados. And then you also had the Rolling Thunder a few seconds later to counter their Rolling Thunder. So basically just completely nullifying anything that they used in that round. Like, considering we talk about, I'm going to say the large brain of Godby for obvious reasons, he looks like he's getting outplayed at the moment. And I don't necessarily think that's like his plan not being a good one. It's just that Mech's plan is better. Yeah,
it's just a little bit different, right? Like, I feel like the evolution of Mech is just 10 times the speed of other teams. Interesting to see this comp working out so well for them, though, because I mean, if I'm another team, right? Let's say I'm from another region. If I'm just another team from maybe the same group or deeper in the other group stage potentially, I'm watching this and I'm not happy. I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? Now we have to prepare for this, do we? But already we're going to see Big go for a little bit of a gear change. It looks like maybe a pace change coming out. Going to be looking over towards that A site. Chronicle seems more than aware of the possibility, and again, you don't fight alone in this. Defo right by his side. Investor utility, hits the adjustment round towards CT, and Shados is there as well, so the crossbar on Pillar is good, and Shados is just sharp as hell. Gobby's gone down, the mid-presence already gets read by Redgar. It's like watching dominoes fall. It is every single piece of this is in the right place.
Yeah, they're at least going to know now that they're surrounded. I guess that's the one good thing. Neural theft! They're everywhere. And they managed to get a trade, but again, it's left twisting in an impossible scenario. Redgar waiting down the bottom of mid, even headshots him through the box as well. So, yeah, 8-1, and it's getting to the point now where I'm starting to think, like, do we just roll on map 2? But the problem with that is it's the map that we favor Mech on even more.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there is very limited silver lining, and I think this is also though speaking to the talent that you see in EMEA as a whole, right? You kind of look at this is the group stage of teams that should be relatively close, right? Like obviously there's a difference, but you can see the vastness of top to bottom, essentially. If you look at the accolades of Mech, let's say, because their results haven't been, you know, the tip top. If you want to look at that, you look at maybe Fnatic, who've had that clean run thus far. So again, it is surprising how different this can look. But again, we look at what's in front of us, and what we see is a broken economy, 1 round. And that...
Oh, he's not just done that. Yeah, that's a keyboard out the window right there. Just run through a smoke, headshot, teleport away, and the rest of the players like, what happened? You're like, I don't know.
I'm actually not sure. We'll watch the VOD later. Yeah, it's...
Oh, they're being baited in so hard. It's every single one. It's like, oh, he's there. And then you're already dead.
This is actually bizarre to watch because the player that they see is never the one that kills them, it feels like. It's just, you know, like the thing out. Oh, God, please. It's like bullying. I can't hide this. Something feels wrong. It's just...
Kaquka's currently cradling Zescht. Like, it'll be okay. It will be okay. Just stroking his hair. He's got a little heart on his jumper. He's got a heart on his jumper. How can you be mean to
It'll come back
Zescht?
after the break and it's going to be just like broken. He'll just put some tape on it. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, this is the big dogs, isn't it, really? You're looking at a really different caliber coming out right now, at least on this map. And generally, though, when you talk about, you know, the map, oh, maybe they're just better on this map. It's not just how they're approaching the map, it's how they're approaching it as a team. It just looks solid, and already there's the slow of Azan unable to really capitalize on that early presence we wanted. Therefore, I really like the utility usage that he's kind of bringing in with this Neon. It's kind of using a lot of kind of almost crowd control and the ability to slow down some of these hits, control the tempo. They look like Big wanted to switch up. That's good, though. An isolated pick for once. No instantaneous trade. Aslan at least going to get the first down. Maybe give them a chance.
Yeah, pace slowed as well. There's something that Big have done quite well after getting their initial pick, but the problem with that is it does allow for the reposition of other players on the other side. And actually utility just being in to almost section them off. A sneak through, but it's almost too easy a kill. Nice trade from God B. Now, Shados is still going to be here. However, they forced him back.
Okay, this is good. This is, you know, tick in the box until I see that little chamber creeping up. And Shados will be told all of this. They now know that they vanished from heaven, so they could only have gone towards you. Shados knows more than he should have. Finds God B, and now look at the site. Now, never really broke a sweat. He was still holding it down. I don't think we've seen Big really get a spike plant this game. And Chronicle casually waiting. The game's theirs. This map's theirs for sure.
I feel like if you actually played against Chronicle ever, you would just assume he has wall hacks. Like, I feel like you just report him instantly. Because the timing of him going up the rope to sneak behind them, absolutely perfect. Then going back and just watching the exact angle he just cleared seconds ago, also perfect. Like, the man has the greatest read, I think, of anyone in the game right now. Like, just so good at knowing exactly what his opponents are doing.
It's actually very impressive to watch. If you just sit there and watch a game from that POV almost and just see how he approaches the game. And he's playing a tricky enough role as well, trying to fill the gap. Again, he was kind of, you know, leaning across from middle when required. Shoulder peek comes in and he sticks around for the second peek as well. He knew he still had the timing on it. And it's just... You couple the knowledge, right? The game read that he has with the mechanical ability, and arguably you've got one of the best players in the game. And now on the other side for Big, you're down a player now. You're down Aslan, so that's going to have a little bit of a space maker removed. Shados, perfect timing. Again, reading the investment of the ult so well. They're so aware of what maybe Big are trying to do. And look at this. It's just impossible.
Oh, it's so perfect. Like, every single piece of utility is just leave it. Like, all Casper could do there was just try and run. Like, that was it. It was try and escape. Now Defo's going to get back into the corner and twist it again. Like, we've seen this. He's the lurk. Like, it's not a situation where he's, like, baiting teammates or anything. He's the lurk for the team, but there is no need for a lurk at this point. They are just getting slammed.
Oof. Yeah, Chronicle, Shados, all of them. They're all having a good game. I mean, Nats has barely been called on. Hasn't had to do a great deal. It doesn't matter. They've been playing perfectly. This is one to watch back if you're a Mech fan and you just want to watch, you know, that highlight reel. Just put the entire half on. This entire half is just summarizing what is very good about this team. And for Big. All right, let's just close out map 1. It's 11-1. Let's do what we can. But this is where I want to see this composition shine as well. I want to see how Defo looks on this. Because, I'm going to be honest, I was never really enamored by his jet when we saw it online. When we saw it offline, obviously that was a different deal. But I want to see how he looks now. Maybe on Neon, this could really suit him. And look at the pace on this. Probably going to take so much space. Going to try and create a bit of a problem. But it's all a bit of bait. No one else is here. Oh, nice.
That shot from Aslan, at least, will be able to clear a little bit of extra control. And we are going to see the rotation back. So the bait not really doing exactly what they wanted. Now, they have gained some space into middle, which will at least benefit them a bit. But with 3 players and a 4th potentially already moving over, Big have a very good read.
This has some potential here. They can work for it. Turns the... Oh!
What?
No! 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 Not okay! Thankfully, though, unless Redguard does... Okay, I was about to get worried. I was getting very worried. Thankfully for Big, all that nonsense happened.
Pistol, though.
Shut
just
up,
remember
Tom.
that.
Tom, just stop it. Let me have some hopium.
Oh.
All right? No hopium for you. Oh, God,
Was it the 11-2 curse or something? We're just going to make up a new one.
How silly would you feel if the comeback happens? How silly?
Very silly.
Yeah.
Very, very silly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm not going to because it's not happening.
Not a believer. Got it. Fair enough. Zescht, imagine he's sat there now thinking, maybe there's a chance. They got 1. They can do it again. This could be 2. Defo down already. Gotta be right there by his side. Perfect spam. Gonna find Redgar. Let's trade out Azam for if they can. Flip away. You already get reinforcements here. Obnop's going to fill over towards ramp. 2 break through towards site. Bobby does get over 1 by Nat, so unless anything else goes wrong, though, it should be kind of safe here. No weapons recovered. No potential threats. 2 found, but no spike plant. Nothing else really to be worried about. Big carry on forward with 3 standing.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they almost have to fully invest with the remaining players. Like, I think in a lot of cases you could talk about bonus rounds, whatever you like, but if they play a bonus here, I'll be a little bit worried for their mental
not
sake.
at 11-3.
Nah, it's going to put them in a hole. And they're just trying to work out how to actually do it. And that's the issue, is Mech are going to come in with rifles, utilities basically going to be there across the board. Okay, Defo only has a Spectre, but if you've watched even 2 rounds of how Defo plays, him having a Spectre is fine.
Yeah. Mech just going through the motions, wall down, Defo, the pace in this, I'm loving it. I really am liking this. It reminds me of kind of rolling my mind back to Counter-Strike when you started to see the Brazilian teams, the pace that they were able to find. And if you could do this maybe with Neon, I like the idea. Chronicles just found 2. So the presence from Defo, even if it's just to facilitate that sort of potential from Chronicle, perfect. And that's the lurk that you are having nightmares of. That presence just to catch you in the back. Now that route's unavailable. That's going to at least cut off Twiston as well. Keep that in mind. There it is. Nats finds him. There's no way out. It's smothering watching these guys play. This is the first time, obviously, the Big would have had the rifles coming through. This could have been maybe, the starting blocks to building a respectable scoreline. And, well, Mech just don't really fancy that, do they?
No, and you can even see they're making sure that this last player has no avenue of escaping. Oh my god. I want to know how many hours a day Chronicle DMs. Like, it must be an absurd amount. Like,
I want the daily
I just
routine,
don't
man.
understand.
Like, tell me everything. What does this man do?
I wake up, I have a kebab, like...
I'm ready. I'll live that life. Don't think I won't, Tom.
For science, of course, for no other reason.
Absolutely. It's 12-3. This is map 1, and this was Big's choice. So, well, it looks more like a... It would be...
They got Blade Storm.
Nice.
Blade Storm on Aslan. There you go. There's some hopium.
There it is. Come on, Aslan.
Watch this, Pansy.
All right. The problem is I'm just seeing Chronicle, and I just like his head's just, he's got that like galaxy brain, like, the cogs are turning. He's like putting together all the pieces. And finally, he's down. There's a chance. They've taken away one of the now 4 other potentially round-changing players. They're like, okay. We've looked at A. Didn't like that. How about B? Big strat. I like it.
They've got the little boost into the corner as well. So it's something that in a dream world, maybe they don't check it and Twisten's able to get a couple of kills. You have Godby going for these little like jiggle peeks to almost be like, hey, look at me. There's no one else here, and try and bait in a swing. I'd be a little bit surprised, and he's left blind already. Quick push, and actually Twister manages to catch one.
Yeah, that's not bad. Actually dodging the underhand flash too, but still Redgar. Like a knife in the back and to find two of the players. Godby still on the side, so desperate to buy time for the rotations to come in that were pretty much towards that A site at this point. Outdoes Nats, finds a bit of timing on the smoke, leaving Shados now in a 1v3. Does still have the spike to hand, but 24 seconds. His options are severely limited. What other options are there at this point?
Yeah, probably just going to hold on to the gun. Like, he's got a decent amount of shields behind him as well, so there won't be a massive amount of reinvestment into the round. And I like it. A cheeky little bait setup. That was the plan all along. Managed to delay, find themselves an opener elsewhere on the other side of the map, and they've managed to at least save themselves a point where they'll now have a proper buy round, because that was still like a pistol in the mix. That was obviously having the Blade Storm, which they won't have for the next round. So Big will get a defensive side 4-buy, which it's still bleak, but it's something.
As said, you know, for the VLR statisticians, they'll look back and go, oh, it wasn't well, at least it wasn't a blowout. You know, if you get to like 7 on the board or something, you know what I mean? You can pump up the scoreline a bit, because who needs context? Much easier that way.
Just look at the cast.
Shout out to my homies. Redgar Chronicle ults are ready. The other's actually not far off. Shadows got a little bit of time to play with, and there you go. Speaking of, Chronicle going to pop that and just kind of linger towards that A site, but no hefty lead. I guess this is the biggest investment thus far. And the audio bait, I kind of love it. I kind of like it. And I mean, for Twistin, you have to respect that. You don't have the vision on it, right? So you kind of have to assume that that's potentially real. He's cheating.
Okay. If he shoots a bullet, I'm leaving. Like, he's definitely just watching the edge of the smoke, but still, it looked dodgy. So there's going to be... what's that YouTube channel that goes...
Oh, I remember. I do remember who you mean, but I don't remember the name. He'd have a field day, wouldn't he?
Crisp, clean lock.
Oh, the phrase truly was a godsend. Azan now flashed up. The underhand was good. Does actually get himself out of danger. Now Suppressed going to be struggling to make much more of this. And Defo just sidestepping through that. While all the while, Chronicle has been holding this. There is still a player on the side, that being Casper now, though. There's note 1. And he knows he's got a whole lot more trouble coming his way as the rest of Mech are just flooding the site. Casper does find one, but it's the quick trade out. Casper, not bad from the man, but he's made it feasible until then, really. Chronicle just keeping that presence there, leaving it all in the hands of Twist, and the young gun himself has to do some miracle work here. A 1v2, and Chronicle with a quick denial. It's a 13-4 scoreline, Tom. Oof.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly pretty. It's always the risk when you pick this map in general, is that you then have to go in and start on that attacking side, and especially coming up against a comp like this, a team like this. I've just looked at the scoreboard, and it's the most damning thing when the top 5 players of the map are the top 5 players on one team. You're never going to win that match, in case anybody didn't know.
Yes. For Big, shake it off, map 2 on the horizon. That's all you can say. Sometimes I guess a quick loss is better than a drawn out slugfest where you're going to be, tired and lethargic by map 2. But yeah, it's a brutal loss. I think we put it to that degree. But Mech, beautiful to watch playing. Anyway, we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, the analyst desk. Well, have fun with this one. Yeah, enjoy. We'll leave it at that.
space.
For change, no, I'm not gonna fade. You ain't letting me play. You ain't bringing me down now. I'm the talk of the big town. I'm wearing my crown. I'm making my mark.
Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary. Yeah, I'm legendary.
I'm sad. I'm really sad. But this was at the same time a wonderful game from Mac. It looked amazing. Man, internally I'm screaming, but actually it was really good Valorant that we've just witnessed there. It looked rock solid. That was a brand new comp. You know, Chef Redgar is like, yeah, I've got something cooking up. And hell, that was spicy, Ryan.
It's funny because the last time I held up the Sansei in pain, it was Mech losing. Or actually winning up against Ascend way back when they started playing on. So, yeah, the composition was just out there. And you sort of look at those things, especially when you look at like Liquid running the Neon compositions, and you go, oh, that's cool. But then there seems to be a bit of a downside. There's so much to go over there. But Chronicle, he was the top of the ACS before his game yesterday. Fell down a little bit because he didn't really perform all that much against Na'Vi. It was more Nat's day. I think that kind of scoreline with the ACS has pulled him right back to the top of ACS. 383.
I think the competition is just between those two. It's between Nats and Chronicle, who is going to be performing today. I think that all of Mech were definitely outstanding today. I was really looking forward, you know, I started to take my notes, being like, okay, Chronicle, how much of an A have you watched? What are you going to show us here on Split? Is this going to be just you taking B lobby so many rounds? He was literally everywhere. Like, I would be so annoyed. The round where he just pushed the smokes, gets the kill, and he's out. He's literally, he counts as 2 or 3 players more in your lineup.
It's crazy for me because in very many scenarios, it doesn't seem that the stats represent that he's like overly flashy, overly risky. They are having taken duels that are solid. Always a trade opportunity, but individually they can pop off. And that is the cool part for me about Mac. Great. Zero objective wins. This means that this was basically a slaughterhouse.
Big also, I think when it comes to like statistics as well, pretty poor on the attacking side getting the plant down, but also had a real low amount of retakes. Like granted, yeah, we didn't see that many of their defensive rounds, but yeah, a lot of the win condition I think for Big was to just kill the team, go into a plant, for example, in a 4v1. You clean it out nicely. Or if it's a case of the defense, not letting that plant go down, because I think they have 4 retakes that they've won out of maybe 12, I think, so far in this split. It was always going to look rough for Big. This was a map that we had a lot of questions about, like you said, like the last time that they lost it, it was against Ascend. In that final 5th map, we needed to see a response. I even think to an extent as well, Mech, I wouldn't have shown this. I would have just maybe picked it up at playoffs, because now teams are watching it and they know, okay, they like to play some interesting stuff on Split. We can exploit that maybe, if Mech actually make it.
Okay, listen, how do you counter-strike what Shadows was doing? What Chronicle was doing? By the way, Shadows, I think he died like 3 times or 4 times. He had a KD of 5 because, you know, he's just playing for the team. He knows that everybody else is going to just go on the frags there. But tell me, like, how do you, what Chronicle is doing in the map, what really can you do against that?
It was 12-1 at halftime, Shadows was. Died once.
And that was not even a scoreline. Think about that. So bringing us to a point where we were talking about one player being exceptional, the Hercules, the Behemoth, the Einstein of Chamber. That is Chronicle. And I heard you got something prepared there, Ryan, talking about a few set pieces that Mac gave us right there.
Yeah, so I think the big thing overall, when you're looking at these kind of compositions, is to go, oh, they're playing a Neon, they're playing a Chamber, they're playing all of these strategies. There's no way that it correlates to anything that was played before, which isn't necessarily true. Different agents, but the same style. And I want to talk about what, first of all, makes this composition so strong on the defensive side over for Mech. And it is the fact that they can fight for these spaces in mid. The fact that they can actually be in these spots. And I say they, I mean, of course, the chamber here with Chronicle with the operator, but also like the Neon. The Neon could be in a position like here, just spotting up on Mail, and then rotate all the way around to get here quick as possible, right? That's what Neon provides so well. But of course, with the chamber, as we'll play it, the operator kill comes in, and you could just teleport out to a safe position. The fact is that defenders, you can fight in these spots and then immediately disengage when needed with this utility, with the Neon running away, with the rendezvous for chamber, these kind of things. But also, if we clear up some of these crosses, you have a breach here. You have the chamber utility here. You have a Neon with her stuns here. You have Astra smokes here. You've got the KO supporting. It's a lot of stall. Every agent can stall for time when needed, which is so important on Split because you have these moments where an execute's coming out on A, you can grab well, you can stun with a Neon, you can stun with a breach. It's going to be very difficult for Big, which again, a big win condition for them, is to go for those fast hits to get the plant down. But this is the thing that I wanted to highlight on the attack for the most part. We didn't see that much of this, and everything I mentioned about the comp makes it struggle on attack. But I said this before, right? Usually, you see a Viper, or in the case of Twiston, a Cypher on the attack. And what do they always tend to do? They push these extremities, right? Even with this kind of lineup, you might even see the Viper lineup go up across here, for example. You might even see a Cypher put a smoke here, and then go and follow the white arrow as I've put. This is a chamber for one. It doesn't have that kind of utility, but the trajectory is exactly the same for Chronicle. He's still moving up into these positions. Obviously, Defo is making a lot of space here with the Neon, finding a lot of fights, but look at where Chronicle is. Again, followed that trajectory. I think had a little bit of help from the utility that came out of Nats to smoke this position, perhaps. He didn't really need it in any case, so he can make it up from here. He can get this kill. He can get a kill here. He can get a kill here, and then just teleport all the way back out to safety, which allows the rest of his team to actually make this split happen on the A site. That is something that, yeah, is a bit out there when you look at the chamber, but it works the same way as a Viper using that toxic screen to get up to ramp, a Cypher using those smokes to get up to ramp. Chronicle, the chamber, it's different, but it plays exactly the same. So that's why I'm a bit worried about teams. If we see Mech getting into playoff, they go, okay, this composition, we can break it down to some of its parts. You've got the entry with the Neon, same way that you played a Raze. You've got the Chronicle chamber working for the most part. That's still going to try and lurk up A. There are ways to break this. I don't think this is like the insane composition, but I don't think it's too out there for teams to just fully not understand.
I mean, my Vipers and my Cyphers are not like that, definitely. But yeah, the trajectory is the same. Beautiful stuff that we have seen from Meg. And on the side of Big, I do agree with something that Tom mentioned on the broadcast, and it's, you know, that the Twiston is not on that duelist role. I think that most of the duels, of course, it was Chronicle just going on the hunt, but they were so isolated that, of course, there's no refrag when you're just rendezvousing back. But you have to have a kind of response when you see that agent coming in. You cannot literally just be speechless for an entire half that you know. You need at least 3 or 4 rounds to even think of the comeback on the defense.
It's strange as well. I just wanted to quickly say, like, we saw Big playing up against the Neon comp on Bind, right, with Team Liquid. But God being Big had a really good read on how to deal with that. It just felt that it wasn't necessarily there today. But I do think the Mech is on the next level when it comes to these kind of strategies, in comparison to like Liquid, who I think do try and do the same things, but Mech, this feels very much prepped and fleshed out.
It feels totally different. Let's take a look at those stats from Chronicle, because the difference to a Viper, the difference to a Cypher, is that it's not only a wall or a smoke. This guy can shoot, and I would say he can shoot quite well there, Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. First blood, 31%. I mean, I'm surprised that it's not even more. He was pushing literally everywhere. Doesn't matter if it's the defense, doesn't matter if it's the attack. And of course, it gives you a lot of freedom in the sense of most of the rounds, Mech was starting on a 5v4 situation just because Chronicle is going on the hunt and is never going from the same place. And, you know, on the side of Big, you cannot be safe. You cannot be just taking care of the extremities of the map because you're gonna be hunt down, and you know, having almost 250 damage per round is just insane. I mean, I don't think there's anything else that we can say from Chronicle on this map.
I think Caspe was the one that got the most kills onto Chronicle, which I would imagine came from the side switch, right, where Chronicle's on attack and he's making those lurks, but nobody else really had a response because he's getting those picks, he's teleporting out, there's no trade there whatsoever. But I did want to highlight like Defo's Neon as well. Like, wasn't really up there statistically, but it did its job, it did it well, and that's, I think, where the entry meta's going. For, like, a lot of people giving Tens a lot of crap, right, recently because he's sort of failing at that entry role. But it's changing a lot. It's not just being the Jet and being the upper. It's like we put the upper on the chamber now. You need to be the entry and find that space, which makes it so hard for a lot of players to make that adjustment.
That's a thing we have often seen with Mac anyway, right? They're not having this super flashy entry player in a sense. They're really trying to get that room with those entries and duelists. But this is where we swap away from a horrendous split for Big, a magnificent one for Mac, and this brings us over to Breeze. A victorious battle that we yesterday saw versus Na'Vi, and one that in the past from Big has been looking mostly like overtimes when it comes to exactly this battlefield, Kaquka. It is one of those games where you could be very worried as Big already, but there is a significant weakness we spotted yesterday and time again when it comes to Mac.
Yeah, and we're talking about the attack. It wasn't really there. They tried it against Team Liquid, and it wasn't, let's say, the brightest. But again, yesterday we didn't see that much of a difference. We didn't see anything that it was exceptionally new. Of course, the defense is just something else. Like, there is no way that you can get a round out of them. They will give you the space. They will play with it. And bad news, Chronicle is going to be probably back on the chamber again. So things not looking good for Big. And on their side, the defense is just too weak to go against Mech, even though they're going to decide to go on this side of the map. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, 11 out of 35 rounds that we've seen Big being able to actually win on this defense, which going up against what we saw from Mech's attacking side wasn't that too out there, I suppose, for the most part. More curious on what Big are going to be playing. They played against London United earlier this split, lost it 13-4. Pretty much the same composition, I think, that's coming out for the most part, other than Obnox moving away from the KO.
It's not only that, Twistin has gone on the Jet. That is exactly what Tombez wanted. Aslan has picked up that Viper role, so I think this could work perfectly. I mean, we're kind of almost on a mirror, except for that Cypher and Chamber on the other side. Again, it's unlucky that you're playing against Chronicle today, but I think I really like this adaptation. Maybe I would have, given it a try to Obnox, keeping him on that KO. I think that maybe the result against London was just too devastating for them to try again just on the stage. I like this.
That's the important thing, right? To try. They've got promotions coming up. It's if they can make this map a bit stronger up against a team that Mech is incredibly good at it. There's a lot to take here. I do think it's interesting and kind of highlight what Tom said. It's not that Aslan is a bad Jet. It's just that I like him on Viper as well. He finds a lot of success there. So maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something that Big can bring at least into that promotions tournament playing up against Mech here.
It's going to be super exciting because this is the chance of Mac getting another win or Big fighting back. And I know Pansy and Tombez are very excited for this one, so please take it away.
Well, speaking of chances, this is going to be tough, though, isn't it? Let's be honest. We don't need to sugarcoat the pill here. We don't need to talk around what we just saw. It's probably one of the cleanest first maps any of us have gone to witness, at least at this level, when you're getting towards a higher end of the pro scene. Now, give me some hopium. You know what I mean here, Tom? Give me a little something to work with.
I thought you were the hopium and I was the hard-hitting realist.
Okay, exactly. Give me something for Big. Tell me some silver linings. Give me something to work with.
I've got two things. I got two things.
So, all right, I'm getting my pen out. Here we go. Number one.
Twistin.
Right.
Twistin being on the duelist is great.
Cool.
I think he's someone that can definitely challenge in that sort of role. I think they didn't look great in some of the previous series. I've never really been the biggest fan of Aslan actually moving away from a controller, so that's what makes perfect sense. More so, though, Obnox going back to Sky. We saw him try out the KO in their last matchup. They got absolutely rinsed. So I'm quite happy to see him go back to an agent, which I think personally is his best agent to play on. So I think that out of all of I think the only person in this matchup who may not necessarily have the role they want is Casper, but out of all of their players, it's also the one I don't really mind. He's sort of the up-and-comer trying to learn his way through into the scene. The rest of the players, I think, fit their roles perfectly in this match.
And look, as you rightfully highlighted, I am looking for hopium, but let's find a little bit of that realism here. With all of that said and done, does this still make an impact? Obviously, proof's in the pudding once we get into the game and it goes live, sure. But even with the couple of changes here and there, do you think it really can leverage that much here?
No, since Champions, this has been probably Mech's best map, and I think they're fantastic at it, and especially at the defensive side, which a lot of teams have struggled on in the past.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stronghold, isn't it? What an accolade to have that you're actually probably the most diligent at some of the harder aspects, but already mid-control garnered by Mech, and looking to be the punish on that is again Twistin, though. A bit of chip damage coming through towards Defo. I do want to see how Twistin does, because I was thoroughly impressed by this man. We got to see him kind of unleashed. Oh, God, be not going to find what he wanted at all, and actually just being constructed across the map already. Aslan losing out has opened up a great deal of space. Obnox, that's a shot and a half. Those Shadows there. And Twisted.
He's got lost. He's got lost. It's fine. It's just a pistol, you know? We don't talk about pistol rounds.
Well, that was the only ones that Big was really winning before, so maybe we you know what? No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll have the gun rounds coming in soon. There is a crossfire in place, and usually if you get past one hurdle, you're going to have someone on the other side, and Redgar and Defo going to clean up. But so far, so good for Mech. Not too many problems there. Nothing to particularly write home about. It was just a pistol.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing, though, for Big, and this is what we've talked about in all of their previous matches, is there do still seem to be a lot of moments that are shaky or fumbles. Like, there were opportunities in this round, like Godby with a bit of an awkward fight. We also had the initial swing from Twistin. Like, that was a free kill. That was someone who was looking in the other direction, waiting to die, and you didn't get the kill. Like, those are moments that if you give those to Mech, the round's already done. Like, we could have just left and gone, okay, pistol round was over, but Big need to capitalize on those, especially versus a team of this caliber, because you're not going to get many.
That's very true, and Godby going to make up for the previous little bit of a fumble, I guess you could say, which wasn't very particularly pretty, but Defo instantaneously going to get himself towards the site, and confidence is key with this man. Already going to be putting Godby back to play. Obnox tries to swing in to maybe catch someone on the push-up, not to be the case at all. Shados all too aware, leaving just 3. Aslan. And it's Twistin. Oh, and a tag. If he could have cleanly got a bit more out of that, Aslan could have capitalized, but he still does. That's not bad. And the follow-up could have been perfect, but Shadow still gets to keep his life, leaving Kaquka and Twistin. Make it just Twistin in a 1v3. Now, he had already been noted roughly around middle, so they know where he was. There's a little bit of space to work, but the problem is Nats again. How do you can't cleanly clear this. There's no favorable fight for you on the other side here for Twistin. This is the best shot.
Oh, why? Why?
Oh. Oh. It's not.
Why though? Why? In all the matches to do that in, I'm sorry, but why? Why in a moment where you've just been absolutely battered, you're like, well, I could humiliate him. Like, I've all had to Nats as well.
Just take the shot. You know, just.
Especially in this round, because they'd invested mostly, or at least into 3 Bulldogs. So you take one of those rifles down, that's a huge reinvestment that they're just not going to have. And you get a very easy round to fight off against here. Instead, there's still 3 rifles going into a bonus round. Like, that was not worth it at all.
I get you learn by your mistakes. I think that's one that's going to be frustrating, I'm sure, for Twistin if he watches that back. But, you know, young players want to get in there, do what they can. Already Defo going to be put in a little bit of a tricky position, but it's got to be again to open things up. Good start to the round. Obnox going to follow up. This is good for Big. Shut down on the presence trying to be made through as Shados now. Near on unwinnable. Just the Bulldog. Even though we were a little worried that they could potentially have more impact than seemingly they've had. Well controlled. Obnox looking comfortable thus far, and be it on the sky or not, looking pretty decent.
Yeah, almost got his Seekers online. This will, of course, be the reinvestment now for Mech, so this is where we expect them to do some damage. It is also worth noting that in pretty much all of the matches we've seen from them, their attack sides have not been great. Like, versus Liquid, I think it was 5 rounds. Versus Ascend, it was 3. Crew, even going back to Champions, 4 rounds. Like, it was never really their offensive sides of this map that were good. It was the defense. So even if we look at this as like a 6-6 half, it probably is over. So this really needs to be a solid half out from Big, and it really starts here.
Well, we can keep that as kind of a mark to keep in our minds. This does have to be a favorable half for Big by a fair amount, and that's a perfect start. Defo quick with the trade out, though. If Twistin got to keep his life, that would have been sublime, but not to be. Fair amount of information going to be recovered and received. Godby with a close flash, going to maybe give him the indication that he wanted to go for more, but he decides against it, and probably rightly so.
Oh, I like this from Aslan. He's actually going to cover off the trap, and that means he could just wrap past it without their knowledge. Of course, he loses his poison orb, but it doesn't really matter too much, as now he has a flank and could actually find the spike. Or he's going to go for Chronicle instead.
And that's a problem now. Mech need to clear this back line, and Shados is going to be put on that case. This is his duty now to try and deal with this problem that's the thorn in the side, but he's doing this with a spike in hand, so he has to also be somewhat careful. The gap's being closed, and I don't think Aslan's all that wise to it. Steps down to be heard. And it's destruction. Aslan down. Opnox, though, going to keep control of CT, so still going to keep at least presence towards the back line of sight. Defo does have a fair step towards it himself, however.
30 seconds
Seekers on
left.
both sides going to go down, so information should be kind of free-flowing at this point. They should have the full idea as to where most of these players are, and Defo just securing further space. This man is just paving the way for the spike to go down. And now the 2v2 begins, and it's going to be a post-plant, as I'm pretty sure they can slip away. Yeah, that's a decent post-plant, and tricky to break through now.
Especially with Shadow still having a flash available, they can almost just burst back into the site, go for that quick peek, but they're actually going to try and stick this to half at least. There's the flash though, insta headshot, and not even going to get close to that defusal. Nice work from Mech in the afterplant, and a good recovery because ultimately there were a few decent plays, like the aggressive push down mid from Twiston. It didn't look too bad. Obnox still going strong, but more importantly, Aslan. They've got to be careful of that now.
Yeah, that has to be a little bit of a note made, potentially, that's something to keep now in the back of your mind, because luckily for them, I think it was Shados who cleared it so well anyway, but again, that could have been such a bigger problem if the spike got lost and that round could have been unrecoverable. But at 3-1, Big kind of need to pick this up a little bit here now. I'm looking at them to be the ones to try and do... I kind of want the rest of the rounds to be theirs if they want to go into that second half with a solid chance.
That's bleaker than what I was saying. I just expect them to win everything from here on, you know?
If you're being realistic, they kind of have to, right? Like, it's one of those where it's not a nice outcome, but you kind of need it. And the problem is now the rifles are out. You're going to have the economy starting to get into the right place. The ultimate cycle's almost hitting as well. That's not too far off from looking pretty flush. Twister not far away from the spray, but it's not good enough to do as much damage as required. But you're right. Look at the space. Look at what they've garnered on towards that B site. That spike's to be ferried away by Redgar. He's got no problems on the way through. And for now, it looks like Big haven't quite responded in kind yet. Yes, Gobby's looking that way, but Gobby doesn't even have HP on the UI, so man's a little low.
Maybe Obnox, if he gets a decent timing here, there's a slither of hope, but no. I know, of course
there's
not.
That slither of hope gone.
Nats is just too good with timings, and he doesn't even know what he's just done. He's managed to slip the net. He's going to hold on to mid control. And honestly, from this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Big just save, because your IGL's on 2 HP. Utility-wise, okay, you have a couple of flashes to get back into the site, but you don't even have your Viper anymore. You don't have your wall to use to try and actually section off some of these corners. You also don't have any shock darts, so... I think you'd have to be a little mad to try and go for a retake in this scenario, and Nats, of course, is still on the hunt.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how much they're able to keep with this. Obviously, for Big, keeping 3 rifles would be the dream. Now, Mech's money isn't perfect either, but they decide, if Nats decides even just to check a little bit around this corner and maybe cost them, it could be huge. But it does seem as though for now... they should be able to keep all rifles on deck that we see as is. So yeah, 4-1 scoreline. Mech kind of picking up where they left off. It's not as clean as map 1. Like, this is a better showing from Big, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But again, the problem for Big is that we've seen a couple of games leading into this where they've been able to pick up maps, but it is the closers, right? Not just the rounds, but even the games, even the entire series. It's just close isn't good enough at this level, which is pretty brutal. But it's to be expected.
Yeah, I will say overall, like, we've been quite negative, but at the same time, I think for a first season coming into the VCT for Big, it's not bad. Like, they've taken some maps, they've challenged, like, if I'm looking at the other side and I'm looking at Supermassive Blaze, like, I think they won 1 map and it was in the final series when they're already out. So that's much more of a worry for me, because I'm like, okay, they've been slammed all the way through. I think the best map other than that was the first map they played versus Send, which they lost after being really far in the lead. So it's like, for them, I'm like, oh, it's looking pretty bleak. You've got to sort of improve yourself a lot. Whereas for Big, I'm like, if you could close a few maps here and there, you're safe. You're maybe even challenging for playoffs, but you've got to get over that hurdle first.
No, and I think that's a very realistic take, because we are seeing probably I guess if you look at the group structure as it is, as the results are, it's not the most polarizing, because Mech have had some, shaky results here and there to an extent compared to some of the other teams who had like the clean run through the groups. But if you look at it on, let's say, prestigious results or, you know, whatever, if you want to look beyond just the group stage here, this is probably, you know, top against bottom. So it is always going to be a little bit, you know, polarizing when it comes to that. But I think a fair assessment is that, honestly, Big have a great deal of potential, and that's what everyone's enjoying seeing. Because if you like seeing progress in front of you, you get to, you know, watch your team just kind of work out everything, get better over time. This is the perfect team to look at, but you're getting Chronicle doing that to you. It does take the wind out of yourself, doesn't it? And again, Defo just bodies down Obnox. Now they've just strode through the site. There's no finesse to this one. It's just pure power. They're just playing games with them, man.
It's like whack-a-mole. Like, it just disappears the second you try and get the shot. And the problem I'm having at the moment is that Big are in a constant sort of run of just trying to save weapons. So there's now been like 2-3 rounds in a row where they haven't had a full buy. Like there was a Spectre in this run. Now, okay, I'm not going to pretend like that was the overarching problem. Like Gobby had a rifle. He got caught spamming at the door. Defo runs into the site, kills the second player. It didn't matter what gun they had. They were dead anyway. But it's still just like if you're coming into a round with weaker weapons, you then have to play that round differently. And I want to see them actually come into this with a full buy, because it's getting to the point already where it's almost the point of no return. It sounds ridiculous, but you're up against Mech, and you're up against one of the strongest defensive side Breeze teams. Actually, no, I'll take it back. You're against the strongest defensive-sized Breeze teams in the world. So you're kind of sat there going, okay, well, they're likely gonna have 6. Oh, no, are they still... Okay, they're still sort of buying here.
Yeah,
I want to see a full buy.
I'm with you, because kind of ending up on these scrappy buys constantly, you are putting yourself, you know, at a disadvantage, right? Like just by default. Yeah, I'm a little sad to not see that, but I mean, we have to see if they've got anything in mind, any sort of approach that can change the outcome, right? Because so far, they have been just kind of stepped through. But I kind of like this little switch up coming out. Obnox going to try and get a little bit deeper towards Tube, but again, it is a 3-2 split. Chronicle already finds success towards Aslan, and the site's looking far more dangerous. Defo just takes down Twist, and we haven't seen Twist be able to find that freedom yet. Mecha everywhere at once, and they're just smothering them once again. There's success on both sides of the map, which is ridiculous. Now, Casper does push out. He's going to at least find Chronicles to give them a little bit of a window of opportunity. And there's that other rifle coming in. Obnox with a close flash, not quite deep enough to find Nat. And Shados ready for Casper, expecting that push up, reads him like a book. And now a 1v3 has got beat. This ain't in the wheelhouse for him, as there's so many obstacles to overcome. Just gives Nats a haircut. For time, it's all it is to Mech. They're just buying it second after second. The opportunities become more and more limited. Gobby knows that he's being toyed with here. He's being slowly worked down. The rifle doesn't really scared, but time, he hasn't got it anymore. And Mech can just play the clock and play the player. It's already big. The scoreline's not looking good.
Yeah, I think the main worry for me at this point is that I feel like we're just watching the same round over and over again. Like Chronicle alongside Shados are lurking on one side of the map. They flash through. I don't think they've dogged through over on B short every single round. They've not really found much. Then somebody tries to fight them on B, they die, and then Defo gets a kill on A. And that's been just a round over and over again. And I feel like at that point you go, maybe we aggress somewhere else. Maybe we take some mid control. Because that's the thing. I didn't mind Twiston trying to challenge into mid. And now actually he's got an operator. So maybe that'll work out.
Let's have a look. Let's see what it looks like for the man already. But look at the pace change.
Oh my god.
They've just absolutely switched it up a gear. I like this as well. This is hard to handle. Aslan trying to play between the wall and the site, and Shados finds him. Gobby's at least going to get Shados, but still, at this point, the site's under the Mech banner. Chronicle's going to catch Casper again. And again, it's just this concept that works for Mech, and be it a quicker pace or slower pace, they still find the same similar success. And that op really just didn't have an opportunity at all. There was no chance for it to really come into play apart for this retake, which it really doesn't necessarily suit. Now, yes, they've noted Nats, but to clear him, it's still going to be a nuisance, still going to be a problem. Does find a fight towards CT, and that's Twiston with the win. So maybe this is the first chance we've really seen. Oh.
Hunter's Fury. And also the Tour de Force. They're putting ults into this one, just prepared to try and shut this down. The recon is at least going to give the position away, but you can see Redguard's just waiting. All he needs to do is buy time on the clock. You've also got the peak coming out, and well, they've got to try and escape this one, sticking it at least to half, but Chronicle's still there, and then the final shot through as well. Even when it gets close, even when it seems like there's an opportunity, this man has everything calculated.
There are just layers to mech. It's like I thought, right, that retake's looking so good. That op's come into play. They've beaten that first line of the post plan, right? They get past kind of Nats's position. They clear the site. And then there it is, the next layer to this. The ults they had in their pocket the entire time. An imperfect synergy, perfect combination. It's so difficult because, as I said, if you're against a lesser team, maybe they could have, misplayed the ultimates, maybe not kept them into the, into that round potentially. It could have been a whole different scenario. But mech never looked like they're left without an answer. So once again, we go back in with a new approach coming out from mech this time. So maybe looking over towards that B site, seeing if they can maybe feel out a stack potentially. As already the pace looks quite quick as Defo going to lead the charge. Flash comes in, they know someone's around, and Nat's going to punish Casper for waiting on that close corner.
They're just being bullied. That's what we're watching right now. They're being bullied. Players are being isolated, struggling even when they stack up. Oh, he's completely blind.
Come on.
Bladestorm even thrown into this gets absolutely nothing. We're now seeing ultimates invested into these rounds a bit. Like, even take the previous round. They put a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury, and they got 1 kill from them. This round, they put a Bladestorm into it. They get no kills from it. Like, it's depressing watching Big just get manhandled.
It's such an oppressive way of playing, right? Because it's all the aspects thrown together, right? It's a good approach, good strategic approach across the board. They don't just play the super one-dimensional. Right, we're just gonna take aim fights galore. We're just gonna trade. No, there's layers to mech. Every single aspect of their gameplay is just really goddamn good. Already though, Sneaker's gonna come through. That's going to be sent over to kind of that B side of things. Twiston does at least bring in that op to play, so that's Chronicle now removed, but a quick piece up through middle. Another new look coming out from mech, but it looks like Big are aware, but can they still deal with it? Tag comes in, but it's going to be Big coming out on top. Finally, a bit of stopping power coming through. They have to somehow match mech at this pace, and in this round, they've actually managed it, leaving just Nats in the 1v5. Spike to hand makes it a 1v4. This man can work miracles, but you'd have to be a madman to believe in this one.
He believes.
He is 100% in belief. He is not backing down from this by any means, and he wants to try and take a bit of space back. Flash comes in. Oh, he's found another. He's predicting the player over by the double doors. He's almost too early to be spamming it, but he's not wrong. Oh, the spam comes back. But you saw it. You saw those pieces of the puzzle fitting together. You're like, no way. But still, 3-stand, Big are going to make it to a second round.
That's the thing. The second Nats puts that Viper Spit down, in his head, he goes, I can win this. Yep. And then that means in my head, I go, he can win this.
Man.
Oh, no. They got a second round. There you go. So there's a silver lining. They are 8-2 down, and we know that Mech are better at the defense, but hey, that's something, right? It's not quite as bad as it was before. Maybe it can build something off of it. As said, I think that if Twiston can just gain a little bit more confidence back, start for going these more aggressive plays like it worked out in this round, and he is the star player. He is the player that I'm looking to and have watched in previous teams as well, these mixed teams. But the problem is everyone on Mech is of that level.
Yes. And I want to see if Mech actually not necessarily respect the op, but kind of address it, right? What do they do to try and deal with this? Yes, it had pretty decent success in the prior round, but consistently speaking, I would say Mech is still large and in charge. The second flash, tailor-made to check on his presence as well. Obnox position for one, not the second. And there it is. Twiston, the flash noted that position, but they still tried to progress up through middle, and he's going to do well there to re-peek a little bit. So already we're going to be back down to, a 4v3 favorable this time towards Big at the very least. And Twiston, right place, potentially right time as well, spotting that for the cross, and that's the shot you need from him. We said, can he deliver a caliber this high performance? Well, this is a round that could maybe an indicator say yes, but still 2 more to find. And it's not over yet. It's never over until the final second ticks against Mech.
Yeah, and they'll use all of them, taking their time. They've had a lot of success of managing to find Casp on the other side of the map, so it looks like they're going to go back and challenge. It does seem like, at least for now, Big have a fairly decent read, and with all of the cams still being able to watch on that side, he'll have the information fairly early, so it's still going to be tough for Mech to try and get back in here.
One flash in hand for Shados. The other's going to be up in about 10 seconds if he even gets to that point. Casper there now needs to play his life. Needs to just stay alive, not let the spike go down if he can avoid it. You can't really deny it, and Spike is planted. Now they know where he is. What? Shados, get out of here. That's unbearable. And now they're still trying to find that player. Casper's being such a nuisance. He wants to get rid of him. He can't. Casper played that well, just keeping control of the back of the site to make sure that, well, Mech could get no deeper on it. But man, that danger started to really spiral. But still, 3 on the board. Big is still doing okay. It's a buffer. It's not much, Tom, but it's a buffer.
Round in the half.
The thing I don't understand there is that Shados is getting pinged and then still just swings out and hits the shot as if the opponent's the one getting pinged. Like, it's like he knew where they were, not the other way around. It's mental. And we're getting a pause. Is this going to be... If this is Mech taking a pause, I'm almost going to... Okay, they have, of course. 8 rounds isn't enough.
They need more.
Yeah, well, they're taking things very seriously. I respect that because they are themselves in a spot where if they slip up, they let someone back in, they might not be making it to playoffs, which would be a travesty because imagine a world where both champions finalists don't get through to even the EMEA playoffs.
Why have you said it? Why have you said it? You could bring this into existence. Why have you said that?
I'm not that powerful, you know. The power of the world wanting to upset Hypoc by this being a lightning fast game is far more powerful than my ability to curse.
Very true. Very true. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see, right? But no, you're right. As much as we've looked at this as kind of just like the masterclass from Mech to an extent, and, you know, we look at it from that big perspective of coming into, you know, the tier 1 teams more often, you're not wrong in, you know, highlighting that Mech do need to win this. And cleanly, ideally, as well. Like, if it does come down to the mad scenarios of, like, these ties that could come down, you want clean wins behind your name, right?
The Ryan scenario. We don't comment on those.
We don't talk about what that could be, all right? I don't have those spreadsheets. I can't. My brain doesn't work that deep. But, again, for Mech, this is a must-win. You don't want to be dropping the ball at this point. Obviously, big, for pride's sake, on its own. Of course you want the win, but, as I said, more on the line for Mech in that regard as to what could be beckoning around the corner. Feels like a piece towards that B site now.
As I said, they've been able to make a lot of space on this side of the map, and in terms of retakes, not really been many so far. The afterplants have been incredibly strong, and they're going to get into one with no casualties.
5v5 post plant feels a little strange, but Defo spots his first victim, finds one, rifle now back in hand, spots another, finds another. Just putting them in body bags. Aslan down, 3 more to go. Obnox, Twisted, and Godby. Anything you can do to try and change the outcome of this would be a miracle. And I see what's in hand on that corner there. I see it, Twisted. Don't think I don't. And there it is. Finds its target, finds its victim, and now 3v2. They're trying to work this down, but they need that spike to be at least towards halfway. Twisted doing everything he can. But I think he knows it. We know it. And Mech certainly know it. That one's wrapped up. So 9-3 now is the score.
Yeah, the wonderful take. And that is the main problem that Big have had, is that I don't feel like either they're sort of... I feel like, firstly, Casper on the Sentinel just doesn't look fantastic. Like, I feel like he really struggled to actually just hold on to the site, or even delay. Like, I think it was even in the round where he had all the cam and everything set up in a 2v4, they still get an afterplant and find another kill before he's able to do anything. I think Aslan also on Viper looked a little bit shaky as well. But the problem is, I feel like always judging individual players versus Mech is almost pointless, because if Defo dashes into a site and insta-headshots you, doesn't really matter what your setup was.
Yep. Yeah, there really is that, like, sometimes the simplicity of all the things that make Mech very impressive can just simply outdo someone if they're not on par, right? If you're not in that same realm, what are you meant to do anyway? So again, we have to wait and see with the second half. If anything can really come through, we did know earlier, at least you did, that this is probably the stronghold for Mech when it comes to this map. One of the things that make them very, very dangerous on this. They're highly diligent on this defensive side. Now, Redgar, Defo, all seemingly too aware of this mid presence. I think a flash just got sent through, which did let their attendance be known. And a change of position, potentially, backing away from this.
Yeah, the classic for Big, just almost hunting for that information early. But the problem is, Chronicle is not going to let you get away with that. He's going to go hunting, obviously has the ability to completely reposition whenever he needs to, and to a safe space as well. Got it behind the container, so there's no real risk for him taking these fights. And already spotting players in A main, you can see them start to rotate players back towards this A site, having a pretty decent read at this point.
Yeah, they know what's coming their way. And Chronicle actually going to push into this, gets himself out of danger. He will at least give up the site towards Big for now. Spike going to be going down. I don't think anything's going to deny that particularly. No, Spike now planted. And again, 5v5 post-bar.
Okay, Caspachi going a little bit further forward. They're trying to fight this. They're trying to brawl alongside the players of Mech. Of course, Chronicle, even without his trusty headhunter, is still able to find kills, and they do have to be a little bit careful here. Defo looking to wrap back around, but he's been spotted by God B, and they at least know where these remaining couple of players are, but even still, that might not be enough. With the remaining two sat back, just waiting patiently, Big are going to get themselves a pistol.
Okay. Now, look, we've seen Big win pistols, though, before, and it make no outcome to the scoreline, but hey, it's a good start, right? Like, this could be a big springboard back into the game, right? Like, you win this, you convert the next, da-da-da. It can at least close the scoreline.
Yeah, I will read you the last times that they've played the defense versus other teams, though.
Okay, just
versus
give me the
Liquid,
8-1.
Right. Versus Ascend, 10-2.
Uh-huh.
Versus Crew, 9-0. Versus X10, okay, 7-5. And technically versus Team Spirit, they only got one round, but that was because they got 12 in the first half.
I see. Right. So you've really painted a picture there, and I appreciate that.
They're good at defense.
Quite good. And right now, the best defense sometimes is offense. So they've gone and made a little push of this. Casper now looking a little panicked, but he's fine. Fine, strong word. It's not fine, actually. He's not fine at all. He gets overwhelmed by a frenzy, and Shados is going to at least benefit from that. But now look at the push up from Twisted. I like that. Getting a little deeper, getting a bit more aggressive. But again, you're looking at Mech just trying to disrupt, try and take maybe that Bulldog away. That's actually pretty big to take it out of the weaponry kit that Big would have had.
And now it just comes down to damage, I guess. I'd be interested to see if Shados actually just opts to save this into the next round, just have something going through. Like, at this point, it seems like both Durka and the whole of Mech have proven that the Bulldog is a perfectly fine weapon to be playing with at the moment. So for Defo, though, of course, it's just worth either fighting a kill or dying. No real value in holding onto the pistol and shields, and a relatively clean round coming out of the side of Big, so at least a decent springboard. They did it with some pistols as well, so they might even be able to play this next one as less of a bonus and more of a rifle round.
Okay, 5-9. Let's see what they go for. So Aslan fully upgrading, and looking at Mech, I'm seeing 2 rifles, 3 rifles, Bulldog, Guardian. I mean, it's pretty deadly, isn't it? So a little bit of a unique purchase on either side in that regard, that it's certainly out of the normal trend, but I guess this is crunch time for Big. You somehow convert this, you actually have a pathway back to closing that scoreline in a quite genuine way, so huge amounts of pressure on the team. This is the one that really matters.
You can see already just how aggressively there's a plan to take it. You can see the peak coming through. Twisted, though, actually does manage to get the opener. Defo quickly trading things out, and we'll just look to meet up with the remainder of the team.
I actually really like that. I like they're using kind of Twisted as the tip of the spear. Just throw him in there, and he's looking pretty confident after a bit of a hit and miss first half. He's still doing okay here, but Spike down. And I'm keeping my eye on Twisted. It looks like he's going to hit that mid-rotation, trying to catch those players coming back in from CT, and I really like that. But again, the rest of Big do need to keep buying time. Otherwise, that position is absolutely useless. And speaking of time, Mech are running this pretty late. So this is going to be quite tricky to pull on the way back in. Again, another flash. It's good. Up not to at least isolate Defo. There's that position from Twisted. Noted earlier, good for one. Does eventually get traded on, and we're in a 2v2 now.
And the time is ticking. And you can already see the shock darts being lined up just to try and deny this. The swing initially there, and there's just no time. God B, just by staying alive, will do enough. And there you go. That is them now back in the map. That's a bonus round victory, sure. A couple of extra rifles in there, but I just like the pace coming out from Big. You know that there's going to be pressure elsewhere on the map. You know that Mech, well, they pushed down Tube. They even pushed down B, but that left space elsewhere, and that space was on the A side.
Yeah, that was lovely to watch. So good looks from Big, cutting quite a confidence, the wrong word, but at least with a plan in mind, right? Like they had an execution that, you know, you saw Twiston. I love the fact that he's still willing to take these fights. Him and Obnox, and you rightly highlighted, those are the two players that can be those win conditions or someone who can kind of create that potential space, and they've looked both pretty solid on this. So great to see those roles actually really finding an outcome here, a tangible result. And look at Chronicle going walkabouts. This shouldn't be too much of a dangerous round unless it's Shados who finds position, as Nats does connect. Not the prettiest, but gets a rifle out of it.
Yeah, they've now got a couple. Shadows still having one from prior, and we know, again, these players can pop off. This would have to be fairly ridiculous from Nats. He's going to get triple peak from Big, and again, a dangerous situation that quickly diminishes with just some solid teamwork from Big. So now just down to 2 rounds, but I think this is where things could get a little bit tougher. You've got a lot of ultimates almost being online for Mech, like a single kill could completely turn the round. And also you've got Defo now on his operator, which, especially on this defensive side, you can expect he's going to go walkabouts.
Yeah, my eyes do go towards Defo here. But of course, if you're Big, you're aware of the potential. You can see the money, you know what's potentially on the horizon. Might see Aslan try and implement a little bit of utility to deny that potential. There it is. Actually, well, Defo's just walked through it, had a little bit of a look, decided against sticking around too long. You can already see the pings on the map highlighting that position. So they might have noted a gun barrel or just considered it at this point. I do want to see the approach coming out from Big here. It does look like they've taken somewhat of the map control, you know, through middle, kind of, you know, leaning towards B a touch and then kind of slowly working back towards the A side.
Well, the hunt for information seems to be the big play at the moment for the defensive side. Both the drone and the Tiger going out at the same time. They don't really get anything for it, but I guess the space that is there should give them information elsewhere. All the remaining players are Big, slowly starting to build up towards this A site again, and I imagine the main giveaway is when the screen goes down.
We wait for it. And on the other side, Defo patiently waiting and delivers the first. Casper now gone, you got to look at the rest. It's simplistic from Big at this point, but it should at least facilitate them crossing to the side. The ult comes in. Twiston does find Redgar, so that's rotations now somewhat cut off, but caught in the back. It's Chronicle slowly working his way back from Big and at least deny Twiston's presence. And look at Nats. No one's considering this yet. If he just tries to creep this corner, he's holding a fair amount of pressure on this one as soon as he dips through. You can see Aslan may be expecting a player to try and walk this wall. The flash comes in, all eyes turn, and somehow it's Chronicle to find Obnox. I don't know if he tried to play through the ult. And that's still waiting patiently for this one. Tap on the spike, draws the players in, and there's Nat making that debut, and again finds God B. Oh dear, and I thought Big had a really, really opportune moment then. It looked like the right choice was made, but again, even that lurk coming out from Twiston's like, anything you could do, I can do better, because Chronicle's still behind him anyway. There was a chance there. There was a real chance.
I think also Nats just has like a stopwatch in his pocket, and it always tells him the correct time to push, because it just manages to not only find the first, but then use their own Viper's Pit to kill the second, where Godby's just like, well, I don't even know how he's managed to get there. And it's just he waits for the distraction of his teammates. And the thing is, someone like Chronicle is always going to run in and make that play and just make sure that the others are looking in a different direction. Now, for Big, finances still not in a bad spot. You could even see a weapon bought up here for Twiston, but well, he's going in with a blade storm.
Absolutely is. And speaking of the ult, now Nats did use it against them last time. However, this time at least be his own, and he gets to control basically half of the map. So not bad as Defo expecting Twiston's play. You could see the angle that Defo was holding. Hard to deal with. But it's actually Chronicle. Woo! Quick moves coming out, but Casper barely alive, barely breathing, and Chronicle wants that kill. You can see it. But look who's creeping on the other side. Nats closing in as well. He has no idea. All eyes turn towards Chronicle, and those as a dastardly duo. Every aspect of the map has just been shut down. Mech look unbearably strong in this moment. Defo again, just reigning in dominance. And now just Obnox. Had to watch this team just got shredded to pieces. Does at least get one on the way out. But it's a consolation as Mech are now on 11.
It's almost like you can have mid, and by mid I mean part of mid, because you don't have anything else. So it is just the push and pull of this squad. Like the second one player gets aggressive, the second pushes up to support. A Chronicle, like you look at that from Chronicle's point of view, and it looks mad because he's making so much noise, just running around. But the whole point is to just give Nats the extra space to get the kill, and that is the thing. Like I'm sure if you talk to this team about like, oh, who's the MVP of this tournament, who's the best player on the team, none of them are going to care. In fact, I'm pretty sure they did ask that. And it was Redgar said Shados, which just like I think most people would go like with a Chronicle, with a Nats, but that's just the depth of this team that they don't even know. I'll get out.
No, Defo. Oh, and it's done for. Put a fork in it. This one's done. Oh, Redgar, it's still working. They even helped him out. They gave him a kill. They're like, don't worry, boys, we've got you. Defo's down. We've got it.
Imagine that you dash in, or you go in, you get a no-scope kill while stunned, you escape, you're like, guys, I made it, and then you get hit by your own teammates, Hunter's Fury. Like, come on.
Oh, show me it again. Here we go. This is the one. There's no right. Absolutely no right. And where's Death? There. Oh.
Here.
Brutal. 12-7. And you're right. You think about selfish players in some aspect of how people play. I don't think you could say a single player from Mech ever plays for themselves. It's always this kind of you fight one, you're fighting everyone, right? Like there is no clean 1v1 that you get against them. So for now, Big up against it on the ropes here. This isn't only going to be map point, it will be match point now, staring them down. And Chronicle, well, you thought Defo was a problem. Welcome to Chronicle now having the ability to do the same as well. First pick goes in their way, and the big options are starting to look less and less likely.
It almost seems like the second the operator came out, it was just a completely different defense. Like so much more space being taken, so much more information being grabbed, and just there doesn't seem to be a safe space for Big to really play. And other than mid, and that is because for the majority of the round, Mech don't play mid.
Not really. I mean, there's no sight on middle, so you know, you're fine. For now, though, it does look like it's going to be a little bit of an attempted lurk from Casper. Does actually find Nats, so jobs are good. But by now, they're kind of committed towards this B piece, and there's still players here. Twiston going to have success, and that's good. This is Impact. Well, maybe not, because Redgar just stamps his authority on it. Casper's still trying to fight, but it's all on Defo now. A 1v2 as Casper and Twiston desperately trying to hold on. Spike going to go down, so at least the timing's in their favor.
Yeah, and he has to check all of these angles. That's the issue of Casper playing this lurk, is there's so much for him to check, using all those little pieces of utility just to try and make sure this man isn't still behind him. The fact is they've both gone in to just play this as an afterplant, and Twiston himself is actually just sat within the site, a bit of an obscure spot to try and hold from. Fact is, though, they already have the information of exactly where Defo is, and he's expecting both players to be there. There is absolutely no way that he knows that Twiston is just slowly wrapping around behind him, and this is almost surely going to be around for Big. But either way, a lifeline at least. 8 rounds on the board for Big, and the thing is, it's not really done that much damage to Mech's economy. Like, they've put themselves in a position where they can basically still buy comfortably. Ultimate's not in such a great spot. They used quite a few of them in the last round, and it's only really Defo getting further towards a Blade Storm, which ultimately won't really matter too much. Twiston, though, looking like he wants to try and take a little bit more of an early fight. And in fact, it seems like the whole roster is Mech have had enough of this one and just going to go peeking. And already managed to have themselves a couple of kills.
I have the spike.
Yeah. It's got to be Obnox and Twiston left in the undesirable scenario, aren't you? You've now not made much progress. You just lost 2 players essentially at pretty deep spots, right? Like, you've lost them in elbow and deep middle. You've gained nothing for those losses.
Again, you could just see Big slowing right down. The problem is they don't know what space they've lost. Because as you said, those 2 kills that just came in from such obscure locations that they're almost playing a retake for the majority of this round. Godby, he should actually be able to clear this close corner, never mind. It's actually shot out by his teammate just to make sure that this spot is safe.
Oh, and yeah, and there's Shados, the ace of the sleeve, right, just waiting in the corner. Obnox last one alive. He's doing everything he can, spinning around. He's got players left, right, and center, and it's Redgar to close. But 13-8 overall. I think we have to give credit where it's due. Mech have put up a very impressive performance throughout this. I don't really know what Big could have done.
No, I think it's the undesirable of losing your first 4 matches and then arguably having the toughest one as your last match. And it's similar for what I believe London United are going to have tomorrow. It's like you're looking to try and be one of the teams on 3-2 and have this like horrible like scenario where someone has to do the math. Not us, thankfully.
Thank God.
But realistically, you're coming up against a team that, well, other than their loss to FBX, have looked unbelievable. And it seems the worst thing is they had that loss to FBX, and it's not like everybody else could learn from it. They then got 2 weeks to fix everything that was broken, and it looked, Lauren, it looks fixed. It looks very, very fixed.
They look fine. I don't think we can sit here and overly critique them. They came out with like a kind of weird comp that looked perfect in the way they played it. Regardless, one thing we do need though from you guys at home is the player of the match. Let us know who you think is has stood out to you. I mean, you've got Chronicle, Defo, Shados. I'd go for Chronicle. Tom, who are you fancying today?
During that second map, I really enjoyed a little bit of Defo. And I think going on to a new agent of Neon and using it in a way that maybe wasn't like everyone else. Like he was using the utility to slow, whereas everybody else was just bursting in and being very aggressive. So I'm going to go with Defo today because I feel like Chronicle gets it every other day.
That's a really fair assessment, and I actually like what you bring up about Neon. So, well, that's enough from us, and that's enough from, well, I guess, Mech at this point. They've done enough. Big, a valiant attempt, but you're not going to get it against that one. But Tom, I think you might even be switched out at this point, but it has been a pleasure casting with you.
Quick game.
Yeah, so I do appreciate that. So thank you very much for stepping in.
Have fun, Hypoc. I'm sure this next one will be just as fast.
Why have you done that? All right, we're going to a break. How dare you? We'll see you guys shortly.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. when to let it go, when to make them all fight, when I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind, when I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Solid and clean work that Mech delivered right here over on that Breeze. And that in a fashion that is, let's say, a very weird and odd kind of way considering how Mech plays on Breeze. Because first off, attack Kaquka. It was all looking like that roller coaster ride of Mech was going on, and it's absolutely a stomp that would happen for Big. But at the same time, then it got a little bit turned around, and it was getting a little gnarly for them.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of both, as you were mentioning, but to me, it really felt like the same Mech that we saw on the first map. Congrats to Big, because I think that they're the team that has gone most rounds in attack against Mech, so that is already pretty impressive. I love to see Defo there, because I think that in Mech, he's not the kind of player that we highlight, even though he's the Jet. You know, he's a duelist. I think they have so many star players that we barely talk about him. So really looking forward to what they have to do in playoffs, because I think this lock kind of for them. Maybe there's still a couple of things on the run. We'll see after the day is over, but I'm really liking this performance, and I'm actually kind of sad that Big is leaving us with a 0-5.
Yeah, nothing locked in left, and there's now just 2 games left of this group. Yeah. It's super tight for the most part. I'd say it's a lot better from Mech, what we saw yesterday, but I do think that like one of the things that Na'Vi did against Mech yesterday was how they constrict around the map on defense. That Na'Vi, as we're going to talk about going into this next series anyway, they're very tight with how they play with each other. They tend to trade off these kills and stuff. Big were very spread apart. It's very difficult to defend on bind, but if you're isolating yourselves, Mech really sort of punished that up until that up came out from Twiston. It looked a lot better then, but it's only a couple of rounds they could get in the end on that defense.
But it's exactly what was going on Split. Mech were so lucky in that sense to be going on the hunt for those kills, knowing that it's going to be isolated. Getting a trade in a map as big as Breeze, or even getting the rotations fast enough, is not something that you can count on. So you need to rely on playing extra passive. When we saw them playing for the retake, it didn't work as well. I mean, it kind of was the same way when they started on the attack, and I was actually kind of surprised by the level that we saw there. I really like Twiston on Jet. So I think there's still, a good run. We actually never thought that they were going to win this match.
Before we go further in the sense of seeing what the second half has delivered, because Big was quite solid there, we're taking a look at a little piece that Riot has prepared, because timeouts, last round of the half, you wouldn't give that much gravitas, but at the same time, it was quite crucial.
Yeah, Pansy and Tom memed on it a little bit, but I did really sort of want to answer the question, thought about it quite a lot. And one of the reasons I think that this timeout came in is because of this little gun over in the hands of Twiston, the operator. Not only was it a bit more of a problem, 2 of the 3 rounds that Big were able to get just at the end there were because Twiston had the operator, but also that's where SSK got a lot of those rounds, right? Is because he had that up on the defense. It did a lot of damage. So this timeout came in, and this is the execute that followed, and it's very anti-op, I guess is what I would call it. So the execute's going to come in. The first thing that really comes through is this Trailblazer checking in elbow, mostly to see if the operator's going to be up in this spot, right? To see if it's going to be playing in from mid. But then I kind of want to take this execute. Again, if we just make the minimap just a little bit bigger towards this B site, and we'll play it fairly slow slowly, right, and just sort of talk about each of the bits of utility. First of all, you've got the toxic screen that's coming in. You've got the recon dart that goes to the back site. The Aldrin actually clears in close on the right, but you might have missed it. You have a bit of a flash dash utility coming in where Defo actually jumps into his smoke as the flash comes through, and you know this because he's looking for that camera, right? He just stops for a second, wants to see where Casper is playing from, knowing that he typically plays in this spot. But as you sort of keep paying attention to the minimap, all of these sight lines, if you're playing in from this corner here, you got spotted by the recon dart. If you're playing in more towards tunnel, your sight line is blocked off by the toxic screen, as well as the Aldron pathed all its way through here like so. So if this operator was on the site, you pretty much have to clear it if you're big. So Twiston, if he was over on this B site, he wouldn't have much utility to help him out, really. So again, we'll keep going through with the execute, checking all of these angles, making sure that there's no operator on this site. And by the time that Twiston does rotate over into this position, granted, yes, he is over on the A site initially, the spike has been planted, and it's very difficult to try and go for that retake with that operator. So a simple, straightforward round, but it is one of these key cases where, yeah, sure, when you're in a bit of a lead like you are with Mech there, I think it was important for Eng to go for those calls and basically go, hey, this operator's doing a lot of damage. We need to fix this before we get to playoffs, because SSK had a lot of success with it. Yampi on the chamber had a lot of success with it. We can't let Twiston keep getting away with it, and that was the response.
I think that we've seen Mech, I think that they always do, but it's a very disciplined team in that sense, and especially when the rounds start going on their favor, they know exactly when to use those ultimates. Every single round that is crucial, every single round that the other team is going to have a fall by, they're going to invest at least 2 ultimates if necessary. They play around so well against all the economy that they build, not only in their banks, but also with their ultimates.
It feels a lot like when we quickly take a look at the second half, because we've just been with that timeout, right? When we're talking about Gambit defense, Mac defense, of course, we have to mention one crucial thing. It felt a lot for me like they were still thinking they were playing against a CIS team that is, giving them the space. We can hold everything super passively. That was where it seemed like Big can flourish. Sure, they were a bit isolated to a certain extent, but at the same time, it felt a lot like we were looking at a game that could be turned around. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, you're choking as much as Big. No worries.
I'm sad. I muted myself because I was coughing, but yeah.
No worries. I'm, as a big fan, I know choking sounds. Either way, stepping away from what I want to say, second half is where it gets interesting, because again, quickly getting to that, Big was playing in a way that it seemingly was not expected by Mac. It was really annoying to them for a certain amount of time until they got a little more aggro.
I think they trying to give them a little bit of their own medicine, just going for those isolated duels, is putting that pressure onto mid, and just it got to a point where Mac was like, we're just going to take a step down. We actually know that we can't play every single round for the retake, so just play with the time as much as you want.
And the good part is right now, we have the player of the match ready. And Tombis was hoping for Defo, but I gotta say, I'm sorry, mate, that is not the case. It is Chronicle. Who could have guessed? But considering the split performance, absolutely deserved.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to mention is he had an ACS of 260 on this map, which was the lowest he had in the 3 times that he's played at this split.
Ridiculous.
It's gone down from like 350.
Yeah, he's getting so bad. He's actually
290, 260. So it is on a downward decline. Like, Chronicle, what the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Step it up. But to be honest, it is an absurd ACS, and the impact on the chamber, a lot of teams are leaning towards it, and I'm surprised at how little. I don't know if you agree. NA plays a lot of chamber. EMEA, not so much. It's kind of a bit 50-50.
I think that we're, just because we expand our minds more into the strategical sense, we can stretch those compositions because we do not reach the ceiling so quickly. So we are like, yeah, we still can't play this comp that we feel comfortable in, but we still can bring something new. The problem is with a team like Med that just brings in the changes as well and make it work so fast, the other teams have to be scared.
They have to be scared indeed, but we go on with the story considering the group that we're witnessing. That is Group A, and FPX versus Na'Vi, that is the next matchup we got once more with CIS participation. And the most important part from here, Kaquka, that is FPX coming in, losing their veteran IGL, the man that was pulling the strings the entire time, and still, FPX don't look too weak in that sense.
I mean, against Team Liquid, they didn't look weak at all. We can say that 2-0 pretty clean. Against London, maybe it wasn't the best of the taste. And actually, they felt that way, that, London is a more strategical team, a team that you have to put more investigation onto, if you want to call it that way. But the fact that Batty G has stepped in and, him playing on the controller role, but still is Xiao taking that IGL role and performing the way that he is. He's the Xiao that we all know, getting the kills, getting the frags, being flashy, nice shot there's yada, 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 but he's also performing on the IGL role. So lovely to see from them.
It's a big ask, right? Because initially when we saw Angel at the roster, Xiao coming in as the IGL, the two maps that they picked against Team Liquid were Haven and Ascend. Two maps where you don't really need to call all that much in regards to timing of executes and resets. It's just get a kill, sort of isolate some of that space, go for it. But they're also the two maps that they lost against London United the day after. So Navi are going to be prepped for this for the most part. It's just how much of that map pull are we going to see from FPX? You're going to not want to play Bind, you don't want to play Split, you don't want to play Fractured, despite the fact that they did pick it. Because it is a lot more pressure on Xiao, who has to perform, and also we need to go for the A execute, or bait utility towards A, we're going to go B. That's the thing that, I mean, to be frank, we don't know when Angel's coming back, so this time, like, Xiao needs to step into that position to be as good of an IGL as possible in this period off.
I think that FPX has proved that they are actually the actual team that can't just ban in you know, depending on what the other team wants to play, or sorry, what the other teams is best at. And if they don't want to face them in several maps, they know that I would 100% would go for that Ascend. We saw Navi on there yesterday against Meg, and we saw what Meg did it for them. Yep. So maybe that is one of the things that FPX wants to use into their advantage, knowing that it's a map that they already know how to work around, that they actually had a good performance against Liquid. You said that maybe not the best against London, but they can work from that, and especially what we saw yesterday.
You know, when we highlight a player, it obviously has to be nobody else than Xiao, and we're taking a look at his stats again because, as you've mentioned, he has been picking up that role. His ACS, his average damage, sure, it might be not the highest, but overall, considering his role and considering that he leads, that looks more than decent for me.
Yeah, and he is a player that has been under the tutorship, I suppose, of Angel since the beginning, right? Yeah, he is a player that was the star, right? When he was on Party Pirates with Angel and players like SSK, which, by the way, is on the enemy team in this matchup, so bit of a duel for that kind of thing. Xiao has gone from being that Jet, that entry player, to now going over to the Silver to Flex, to now being the IGL. He's had to perform a lot, and this is probably his biggest test so far, I think. One of the biggest games in his career, not because he has to frag out. He's got Ardis for that now, and Zipan as well. But now he needs to fill in those boots against a very tactically sound Na'Vi. They have to try and get into this position where they're prepping up what they're playing up against.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have a fine. They had their tests on the previous week. Of course, it was you know, a lot of pressure onto them. But now that they've had, you know, a couple more days and a couple more chances to actually watch Na'Vi, I expect great things from them.
You know, expecting great things, I expect great things from an interview with Doombros. And of course, I interviewed him. So let's take a look what the coach from FPX has to say. We'll be talking to Doombros right now, the coach of FPX, and we have to start off with saying massive congrats to the results that you're putting in with Angel being gone. Your main component of leading has unfortunately not been able to participate. Would you have personally expected that it went that smooth so far, the way you performed?
Honestly, a part of me was expecting me, a part of me was obviously not expecting it. We've been doing really well in practice with Batty G, but at the same time, I know our true strength lies in Angel, in officials, so I was a bit worried. But yeah, I think there's a mix of expectations and reality, so going 1-1 in this week was, for me, kind of expected. So we're on a good level, I would say, but it could have gone worse and it could have gone better. So
usually when teams have to swap out players, it kind of goes worse, but you guys have been performing quite decently, and one thing that seems to be working really well is when you have a good read on your opponent, when your preparation seems to be on fire. Versus Liquid, you had them like an open book. Would you say that good preparation, solid prep is like your key recipe to success against somewhat stronger opponents?
Yeah, for sure. We do a lot of prep, a lot of anti-striding. Against Liquid, obviously, it was easier for us because we can watch their games. Obviously, they could watch ours, but we changed our style from week to week to not make it readable, right? But then against London, obviously, they could just watch our games and we had to play them the next day. So it's harder to actually come with something new and surprise your opponents and at the same time counter them. So, but it's a big part of our game plans as always, and that's why Angel for me is so good, because he can take my scouting or take my if I have an analyst or assistant coach scouting, and he can actually implement it into the game in an easy way, you know, and that's hard to do for a new IGL or a IGL like Xiao for now, right? So we're working on making the
scouting and everything much more simpler, and much more straightforward. But yeah, it's a big part of us.
It's very noticeable. One final thing. You are the guys that ruined the dreams of Na'Vi in that closed qualifier number 1. After being down 0-2, you did the reverse sweep. How much are you looking forward to the game you're having right here?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, Na'Vi is the dark horse of this tournament. They're really, really, really good. And just remembering that best of 5, we were 2 maps under and then we won 3. And now it's a best of 3, so we really need to step it up and really need to come out of the gate, strong. So I'm looking forward to it. I like that team.
Yeah, I mean, we're all looking forward to that matchup. Thank you very much for your time, Doombros, and I'm going to see you later.
Thank you so much.
Stepping it up because it's a best of 3. I'm sure not every viewer here, Ryan, knows what this best of 5 reverse sweep thing is about, because those two have faced in the recent past, and that turned out to be a success for FPX.
Yeah, it was the CIS qualifiers for this very challenges, right? It was the first time, so we did see, as Eric just mentioned, Eric, my friend, Doombros, the whole...
You can call him like that, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just so used to it at this point. What I was going to say is, we saw both teams obviously qualifying, hence why they're here, but FPX 2-0 down in the best of 5 managed to reverse sweep it. And the 2 maps that they lost, I think it was Icebox and Bind, right? Yes. I cannot imagine that FPX would want to play those maps considering they don't have Angel, right? It's so strat heavy in mid-round calling. So even then, if you take just those 3 maps, it was the 3 that FPX won.
I mean, to be fair, those first 2 maps were very close, but then they jumped onto Breeze. And it was a complete different thing. We were talking that, Na'Vi is a very KO-driven team, They love how to use it, and they actually use it to the advantage of most of the occasions. But there's a couple of maps that they don't feel comfortable playing it. And those are the two last maps, Breeze and Fracture, and everything's changed for them. We see in the lineup here, of course, we saw them yesterday. I would say that highlights need to keep being Cloud and JD. I'm actually kind of surprised because on the first week, if you remember, Ryan, I think that Dinks had a great performance, and we actually were highlighting him. And yesterday, to me at least, he did not show up.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a surprise, all things considered, because that central role is so pivotal, especially for CIS teams, which I think is why Dinks really came to life. I do feel that you're looking at SSK as well. He had a terrific series yesterday. Despite the fact that they lost against Mech, he was finding a lot of success with the operator, and he has Cloud and JD there to constantly support him. It's just... that's been the play for God knows how long for Na'Vi, and surely FPX know how to deal with that and have a plan for shutting down not only SSK on the operator or the Jet, but also his 2 cronies that are supporting him all the way with the assists.
One thing we have to definitely mention is that loss yesterday versus Mac. I'm, at this point in time, not even too scared or too worried, oh, that was a horrible performance from Na'Vi. I wouldn't even go there because Mac are looking absolutely superb. And this brings us to the point that FPX is beatable, as simple as that sounds, right? But it happened in the past a few times where we've seen them struggle suddenly. And as we just mentioned, preparation could be a thing. Na'Vi looking into this game, that could be that dark horse, as Doombros mentioned.
Yeah, totally. I think that, as you said, FPX is beatable right now, knowing that they don't have Angel. I think that is obviously the major point. But they are one of the teams that most learn from others, and knowing that they have faced Na'Vi this year already, and they know exactly, their thought process throughout the maps, and also had that showing from yesterday. I think that there is a lot of possible outcomes. I think that we dive deeper onto this when we actually see the maps, because until then, I actually don't know what to expect from the teams.
If I'm Na'Vi, I'm thinking of it this way. FPX are going to play a lot faster. They're going to try and be a lot more aggressive because they want to get those early kills and use that to exploit map control. If I'm Na'Vi, I'm slowing the game right down. I'm forcing Xiao to make calls, to make resets. If they have an early default, shut it off to the point where FPX have to change it up, because that's their weakest point, mid to late round, because that's where the calls need to come in and the ideas need to start hitting. It's not a case of Xiao cannot perform that. He did it well against Liquid. He even did it well against London, but those teams know better, and Na'Vi, they've already played up against FPX recently. They know the kind of weaknesses that they have to deal with just with Angel being out the squad. They know how to exploit it.
Yeah, completely. But I also feel like there are different teams in the sense that not only, of course, they've gotten up against bigger names, but of course, Na'Vi having to go on that run again to get until here. They met up against a different FPX. I think that on Haven, they were still playing Omen. They themselves, Na'Vi were not playing KO on Split just yet. And, is when they open all those windows of possibility. And it's something worth mentioning that I think Doombros said on the interview, and is that first time they got the first 2 maps. This is a best of 3.
Exactly. Exactly.
You cannot allow that to happen again. Of course, you know, you're going to jump in into a map that you have to feel extremely comfortable in. But I think it's a good shot that, you know, they know each other, but I think they both have changed during this month.
And usually when we're talking about highlight players, right, it would be the duelist, for example, that we're talking about. But with both parties, there is one highlightable unit in the form of JD as well as in the form from Zipan, because they're not really duelists and it's that far away from it. But both are quite strong performance overall, and they are the ones, Ryan, that usually are so capable of enabling the team and making the frags look so easy.
They've both been like the star players on previous rosters. Well, Zipan has always been on FPX, but before like Ardis came in, he was on that duelist a lot of times. Same with JD when he was on Ninjas in Pajamas. Now they have to be a bit more flexible, and they're the ones that really are the beating heart of both these teams, because individually, yeah, you're looking at them in that capacity, but you've got JD, Cloud, and SSK, and then you've got Ardis, Zipan, and Shao. Those like trifectas, I suppose, of teams is going to be super important, and I think how much success those like trios find across the map is going to be the main thing that gets these teams success here.
Yeah, I think that in the long run, we need to mention that, you know, FPX has been together for the longest, especially if we mention the trifecta. And Navi coming from No Pressure, of course, I think that they have the younger guns in that sense, you know, because they haven't been exploring that deep. And for example, on the long run, as I was mentioning, Zipan would be at least on my top on there, because he can handle the pressure. He's been there. I was talking about that best of 5, and on the last map, playing on Raze, he got a 486 ACS. That's what you get on a 5th map, by the way.
Yeah, casual. I mean, you're playing there for 5 hours, and casually you're popping off such stats. But we're heading into the map veto, and more likely into the map build-up, because we have to talk about it. Ryan, I think you mentioned earlier, there's this unpredictability in map pool. There's this unpredictability in being like, okay, what are we actually experiencing versus FPX? And that brings us to the point is, what would be comfortable for them against Na'Vi?
It's a good question. If we sort of go to some of the previous results when it comes to their bans, I think the main thing is you're looking above these squads when it comes to before and after Angel being in and out of this roster, right? FPX are going to take up maps like Bind. They want to not play stuff like Breeze, I think, and Icebox. So for the side of Na'Vi, it's a center they mostly play. But it's kind of 50-50 right now with FPX, because they won against Liquid, they lost against London. I think that is going to still be the pick that Na'Vi want to take.
I think Na'Vi most likely going to ban that fracture, just because I don't think they like to play it, and FPX has looked amazingly on that map.
Even recently, yeah, they beat London on it.
Yeah. That was something else. That was something else. Yeah, very lovely to see, especially, you know, knowing that they were playing that double control. Remember that I jumped here and I was like, Ryan, you would be so proud of them playing the double control. Yeah, beautiful, because you have Pansy, so of course you want to use them for your advantage. So, you know, in terms of maps, I think that FPX has the upper hand, because they're the ones who are going to decide if they want to see that ascent or not.
You know what? We're going to decide if we're going to see that, and we will see that map veto right here as we head into the free, logical, wonderful, amazing little battlefields that we're about to experience. Ascent, Breeze, Icebox. This is what we're going with. And Ascent has been here picked by Na'Vi, whilst it is Breeze by FPX. And this brings us to the point where it could also be like, okay, how much did FPX did their homework yesterday, Ryan, considering that they've been pretty much beaten up over that map?
Breeze selected by FPX is an interesting one. With everything that I mentioned, and especially about Icebox, like how tough it's going to be to call those rounds, it's going to be a lot more slower. You can't pug it out like Ascent and Haven, which I think is one of the reasons why Na'Vi second banned Haven out of there. But you got to remember, FPX 13-5 was the scoreline on Breeze the last time that they played. So they dispatched Na'Vi very easily, but I have to think of like how Na'Vi played yesterday against Mech. Going into Ascent, however, the big difference between the performance from FPX versus Liquid in London mostly comes down to Zipan. We highlighted him earlier. He had a 120 ACS drop from how successful he was against Liquid to how rough it was for him personally over in that London series. He has to perform knowing well he's going up against JD, who is very comfortable on that KO.
Exactly, and he is the reason why Na'Vi probably is that successful in this map. We're going to see. I don't think that we have any surprises here. Pansy is going to be taken on that Astra, and I think that we do not have any surprises, I would believe. No, we're going to have a mirror matchup is what we expected, probably what the other teams expected of each other. So, of course, the best possible outcome is what we're going to get in terms of preparation.
SSK looked really good yesterday, up against 250 ACS against Mech, and Ardis, I think it was 240 playing up against London despite the loss, right? So that jet diff is going to be incredibly important, getting that operator online, taking that B main control. But I do think that it's the jet and the KO. How well they combine. FPX is defending first. They were very good at taking space against Liquid, not so much against London.
Well, this brings us to the question, right? Is it going to be the ice-cold SSK being superior in this battle, or is it going to be the Crystal Redentor of Liverpool? This is one of those matchups where you really got to figure out. The confidence is surely one of those big words that you're always throwing around. But yesterday, Na'Vi, confidence, it didn't seem to be as present. Sure, you were talking about the good ACS. Sure, you were taking that. But when I take a look at that, and as I remember yesterday, Kaquka, it felt so odd considering to some extent how the change pace was the only thing that sometimes got Mac out of control, but it was only like 3 rounds they got on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I was breaking it down on the pre-show because I think it's very interesting how Mech came prepared onto the map. I feel like Na'Vi learned a lot from yesterday, and that is probably one of the reasons why they're here. Problem is, I know that FPX was watching as well, and they have everything figured out.
Well, if they have it all figured out, we're going to find that one out. As it is, the classic duo of Pansy and Hypoc bringing us the action, so feel free.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we actually have a bit of a slugfest in front of us, but do you know what? Initially, nice of you to come back to work, Mike.
Yeah, it's, well, a little late. I had a lie-in. That's obviously the explanation for the delay, but it's good to be back, right? Pick up on what should be the speediest series, right?
What?
No?
Mike.
No?
So when you're not here, I get a clean 2-0, like this beautiful game from Mech, like, oh, and now you know there's gonna be a tech timeout. I know you bring this with you every time, but let's actually talk about the game because I feel like this is gonna be a bit of a slugfest. You know what I mean? Between these two, I do feel like this is kind of two heavyweights. I don't see those kind of clean map wins here. I think map pool wise, this should be pretty much relatively even to an extent. There are certain conditions that do change that. Obviously, Batty G being in for FPX is going to be a different factor, right? Na'Vi, I mean, they're a deadly side, but they play to a certain pace. Where are you seeing those key conditions here? Like, talk me through them.
It's interesting to start on the scene because I think we have such a contrast between the recent results, right? London United obviously beating FPX here previously, and that performance yesterday from Na'Vi, which I got to say, they got embarrassed on Ascent. Sure. Yes, the scoreline may not, but it was actually more one-sided than the scoreline would almost imply, to be honest with you. So whether or not this is going to be Na'Vi kind of scrambling to recover here on this map, I'm not entirely sure, but both teams coming in from, I guess, a turbulent previous series here.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment, and we do look for that first blood to be drawn, and Batty G does manage to avoid it, but Zipan doesn't, so Deno could be the first one to draw it. An artist, a player I really want to keep my eye on here, and I'm glad they highlighted on the desk that little battle between him and potentially SSK. Could be something that's definitely to note, but I like what Xiao's up to. Taking back a great deal of space that was initially lost and could potentially catch this Killjoy with absolutely no response in mind. Yeah, perfect play. And yeah, bring it back to a 3v3. How essential is that? And now already they're going to have to instantly lean into this because they've lost every other piece of space, Na'Vi. They only really have this site available to them now.
Bolt's going to come out with Cloud already a little further ahead of it. Batty G actually going to find the spike there. And actually, Cloud goes hunting. He'll find Xiao inside the smoke. To a 2v2, even numbers now as SSK try and get the plant down here. Still conscious of another member of FPX here, but really eyes got to stay glued on Cloud right now. He's the impact player in this scenario.
I'm pretty sure Sigetsu's going to be able to cross for free.
Yep.
And the smoke drop, and Cloud seemed a little unawares. He's still able to do some damage, but Batty G's there, and FPX.
What a weird ending.
Yeah, that didn't feel right. I don't know if there was maybe a misread or a cool bit of information was made, because Cloud seemed almost so paranoid of the back that he didn't really support the site plant.
I think they were waiting out the plant for this smoke to drop. It's the only thing I can really think of here to make sure that Cloud can cover the cross, but ultimately there's no way for any comfortable crossfire to be set up by SSK. He's already dropped onto site. At that point, it's really difficult to hold lane and stairs, at least solo, but that's the only thing I can think of. They're waiting for that smoke to drop.
A little curious and probably a little frustrating for Na'Vi. Nice that they know the entire plan though now. That's gonna be a bit of a key one coming out. As Na'Vi
Artist straight away.
Yeah, I mean the man's instantly, and the one thing about Artist that I want to see is confidence and aggression coupled well, almost to a fault. I'm almost happy to see him over-aggress at times because I feel like FPX have good structure to their play, and I think it's nice to sometimes have that kind of little bit of a danger element, which is exactly this man. So that's 1, that's 2, expects to swing from top mid, that's 3, that's the artist that I want to see. This is just Eco Cobra stuff, but it gets you confident, doesn't it? It gets you feeling out the game, but it does get dealt with by SK, and actually the follow-up still dangerous. Xiao here, Xiao in control. 2-0, everything in line so far.
Confidence and aggression, 2 words that are synonymous with OG artists.
Yep.
But it's you know, it's been so fascinating to see him back on this role as well, though. This was the thing that was almost the thing of urban myth, right? Way back, it was like when he was removed from the duelist role and had to make that transition. So nice to see him pop off in a couple of rounds like this. All the way from the Blade Storm as well. So FPX actually in a very good position here in terms of the bonus round. Oh, this is actually going to throw a Vandal in the mix here. Again, he knows he's got that buffer for next round.
Yeah, nice approach to the economy. Why not? Give yourself a little bit more, I guess, danger to this round, right? You can become a little bit more deadly if you can be in the right place, right time. He's walked in the smoke. He actually is bad. The timing, SSK! You are lucky to keep your life, but what a shot from him. Gets the gun back out. He's ready to go. You could see what they're trying to do, get a little cheeky, try and find a moment's timing to exploit that middle presence. And again, this is consistent.
Cloud?
They've done it again. Cloud being caught kind of head in the clouds, no idea what's going on. As SSK, Dano, and Dinks probably a little baffled here, but they've got the full read, but there is still a player tucked into the cubby. That's SSK, 43 HP, sure, but catch a shout. That's perfect. Trade. Oh, it's not perfectly pretty, but it'll do in a 1v2 in what was meant to be a bonus. You take this. This is something. Oh, the spray.
Nearly caught the cross, yeah.
Yeah, that was so close.
Ball's going to be removed, though, so Navi to maybe wrap up towards heaven here. No turret going to be posted up there. So gets it will be noted now. Okay, at this point, I mean, 3 kills. Anything here from a massive bonus for FPX, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, still for me,
it's a good round.
It is. That's a win in my book. Main objective really to be remove the majority of that inventory. SSK does actually have his Blade Storm as well, so
that's true.
Will kind of buffer this purchase a little bit. Actually come out a little bit better than you anticipate, really. Yeah, it will be just the full armor and a shorty for SSK. Only really JD and Dinks that suffer on the back of that.
Heads down, guns up, get deadly.
Get out of my way!
Initial intent to try and take that. A control, work forward and actually try and lean in very early. Almost caught bad EG for a second, but smoke now pop. They do have to respect it a little bit. And you can see Artist chomping at the bit as well, playing towards short, but doesn't overextend. You can already see the ping on the other side as well. Na'Vi were very much expecting presence to be noted on short, but not to be. So hit the brakes a little bit and reassess the rest of the map after that early look towards A.
Na'Vi with 3 still towards top mid. Spike slowly make its way towards short. I imagine Cloud a little more hesitant about this Aldro, but he does have the support this time around.
Did Shao note the player? I don't know if he spotted Dinks then as well.
I think he did.
And that's lovely. Again, good information finding. Yes, a little on both sides, and I don't know how he was still alive. Zipan lucky to keep his life for merely a second. Artist does at least take the head off of 1, but look at the cross now. It's dangerous. It's looking deadly. A barrel note as well. Artist will know that, and the call will be made. So they know the full intent will be this B piece. Spike now trying to be carried on through. Shao still tucked on the spike. Hasn't got noticed quickly. Oh, the spam. It looked like a mouse will jump off the back of that. But it is a 3v3 and it will be a post plant, but all 3 players are on the site itself. What can they do to try and dig their heels in on this? That's still a kill for Artis. Still damage done. Dinks and Cloud back to the wall, tucked towards the site. They've got to try and deal with Sugetsu and Batty G coming their way. Dinks in the boathouse, 1 playing that close wall. Sugetsu has to win that first fight. He does. Dinks brings out lovely play from Dinks in the end, finding Batty G as well, and we're tied up all even.
Down to the wire, and FPX made that interesting. Even Ardis getting ahead of the curve a little bit with the Blade Storm, but goes 1 for 1. You can't really fault him in that scenario. Brings it to an even fight still.
1 enemy remaining.
He gets it just off with that readjustment as well. The reality where he finds both there, but nonetheless, FPX coming to this with Sheriffs. Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available, actually on the other side of things. JD, the bonus ultimate here in terms of this ult cycle. Coming into round 5. Don't expect to see too much of that invested here. Just a good chunk of damage there with the Sheriff Wallbang as well. At the 58 HP.
Yep, shoulder peek. Oh, just gonna note a few. Oh, gets popped. It's like a 3-2 crunch towards the B site. Shouldn't be too much resistance. No, JD powers through. Follow-up found. Check towards DT, no one there yet. One cleared on site. Na'Vi really clean. I like this approach. Not messing around, not faffing about, taking too long. Just gonna clear intent and not really running too many risks. Now, can Zip Handle Baddie G do any sort of damage to this? I'm not too sure. As the spike should be planted any second now. And now it's all a matter of can they do anything to take away some of these weapons.
I mean, a flawless here for Na'Vi would be huge considering how the 2 previous rounds went. So he put them around ahead. A headshot actually comes into 2 SSK, but still 75 HP. JD and Duno will combine. There will be the flawless round here. Interesting to see the null command used there. It's almost no nonsense for Na'Vi on the way. They don't want to take any risk at all there. Respecting the scrappy Sheriff purchase of FPX. And again, you're going to throw it away and convert a flawless round, I'm okay with it. With that lesser purchase, if things come down to, you know, it's a 2v2 in a post-plant scenario, then you kind of, hindsight Harry, you think, well, actually, if we pop this on the way in, you know, maybe there's a chance that we don't lose these bodies.
Hindsight Harry?
Yeah.
Where in solo queue have you learned that?
I've spent too much time on Reddit the last 2 days.
I see.
They really stick with you.
Yeah, doom scrolling.
Poignant opinions on there.
Oh, the best kinds. Shout out to my boys from Reddit. But we look towards what Na'Vi are up to this round, and intentions indicating the A site is the target for now, or at least short.
What?
You're nasty with it, Artist.
No.
You're nasty. You know you are. It's not okay. It's severely not okay.
Well, hello again, Reddit.
Yeah, it's nice to once again see you. How have you been? Oh.
That was disgusting.
And for Na'Vi, well, that's kind of screwed things a little, right? How are you going to get that burst on site now? How are you going to kind of get that first man forward, right? I hate saying a pawn in the game when you talk about Jet. That's not the case, but almost that kind of first stepping stone to taking the site. Because now it's going to be a little rougher, a little bit more invested behind it, and that's that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Just to take the right plant, Flash comes in. It wasn't quite quick enough. JD did find Baddie G in the end. This is all for the spike plant. So I guess that's something. Both ults coming in. We're going to have the Hunter's Fury for 1. What? Just found 2.
And the lockdown. Right. Well then.
Okay. That's 4 alive in a post plant on the retake.
For the post plant, even got comfortable there.
It didn't get settled in at all.
I'm thinking back, who fell to the Hunter's Fury there? Because I know Cloud was tagged up. Obviously, they lost SSK.
On that.
But that was ridiculous. He finds 2 kills and the lockdown.
Where were they as well? So this is the first. Yeah. All right. Damn it.
That's all we see. I mean, I'm okay with that, honestly.
I know. No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense. But damn. Fair play. All right. 3-3. It feels like that round should not have had 4 alive at the end of it for FPX by any means.
I mean, the Cosmic Divider, it kind of cancels out a lot of that engagement on site. With it being a clean spike plant, they're able to at least attempt to reset into that post plant. But like we said, in the blink of an eye, it was flipped right back in FPX's favor.
Ooh. And this is a battle that's going to be raging throughout this entire game. The Jet diff battle. For now, I think I'd say Artist has a slight, maybe one more marker on the tally.
He's got the clip, hasn't he?
The clip, exactly. But SSK, plenty of rounds to be played with still. Double stack towards tree. Wait and see if anyone tries to progress through. A little bit of a rotation coming in as well from Xiao. But again, Na'Vi, they don't play particularly quick rounds. We rarely see it. Excuse me, we did see it at least on their kind of somewhat of an anti-eco. But outside of that, they've been quite methodical. Again, this 3-2 split towards B. This puts a lot of pressure towards Artis, who is depressed, but not so fast. Still going to take Cloud with him. Back away, not looking so safe now. Can he make away with his life? No, he can't. Shady with the punish. Big impact, big pickup. Na'Vi sticking the landing on this B crunch finally.
Zipan is shouting out to try and find anything can. Zipan, see the smoke drops at the last second, catches his own flash and catch an operator shot as well from SSK. Down in this scenario, I mean, okay, I was going to say whether he's even accosted any exits here. It'll just be the one at least here. 3 survive from Na'Vi. Comfortable. It almost seemed like initially at first contact there, Ardis finds the kill, but I'm not even sure how that first kill came through from Market. That information had to have been relayed because Ardis is hightailing it away from there. Shorty in hand, updrafting away from it. So not entirely sure how JD found that kill, but it's just been a lucky swing. Fortunate, I guess, on the timing. FPX will call a timeout here. In other words, it's kind of that slow, progressive push from Na'Vi, and the explosion seems to be in like it's like 3 to 5 seconds at that point where they have a little bit of mid control. They're able to convert it so quickly. That's after conceding the first blood,
which is actually very impressive.
It is,
considering the amount of times that we have seen FPX seeming to be able to get that first pick. No quick trade on it either. Keep that in mind. It's not like an instant.
They had to close the gap.
Quick pickup. Exactly. So credit to Na'Vi to be able to, one, accelerate like that. As you said, it does seem like they take that methodical approach for a fair while. They get what they need, be it B main control, up towards mid sort of thing. They do what's necessary for it to facilitate that push. And then the springboard in is the pace change is pretty shocking, honestly. And it did manage to catch, I think it was Sugetsu as well, who was actually kind of behind Ardis. So again, for those players, this is going to be a rough game if they keep kind of leaning towards us. It's hard to handle. Like, yes, maybe you can get aggressive on the extremities, but you'll still leave middle wide open, which we know that Na'Vi like to explore. It's not an easy answer.
You say that. If Ardis is going to continue to try and pressure here with this operator, as he will.
Yep. He's been red. SSK knows exactly what you're up to now, Ardis, too many times.
This could be a problem that develops, because what do FPX do? They invest in extra body? Flash is perfect. Saw off screen there, but that was perfect for Cloud to find the second.
Take flight.
And this is it now. Na'Vi, I mean, they've identified some kind of weakness here, and they're exploiting it in the very next round.
Yeah, and whether or not they lean same into that B pinch, it doesn't really matter where they go after this fact. They've won that initial fight so cleanly and even got a second. Finding Xiao is critical to success, absolutely. But again, that first pick is perfect. The read's good. And still at least find JD, but it's still massively favorable numbers towards Na'Vi. So Spike should be able to go down. I don't think much can deny it for now. Bad AG walks the smoke. Still going to find another trade comes in. So it's a numbers game that he wants to get to. Who finds a clean kill. Now that could facilitate potentially a bit more damage. Tommy now on the case, forcing SSK to reveal position. However, you can see how quickly he is to watching this. To get to, this is not a pretty scenario, no. Cloud's gonna find you as Na'Vi starting to look comfier. Now, FPX did pull a timeout round before this, I think, or maybe leading into that one. My brain is absolute rubbish, but they do need to find an answer to this, because clearly Na'Vi have identified something they want to do, be it punish Ardis, take mid control. That's part of their checklist, part of the protocols.
That was the flash I was talking about. That was perfect.
Very nice.
But I mean, this is the thing, right? Don't expect the adaptation here in this round, but certainly on the next buy round, do they float Ardis towards short? If he has the opportunity to run the operator again, I don't think the economy is going to support it, but really, what can FPX do other than all-out brawl for mid here? With Na'Vi finding this kind of, I guess, opening to exploit, I think they will continue to do just that. I mean, we're seeing it right here again already. It's JD and SSK once again. Cloud to be the third member here. Both extremities controlled. FPX have to prioritize one lane here.
Yeah, I think that is a clear answer. It's a traditional answer, I guess, is that they have to win one of the fights presented. You can't just allow it to come to you at this point, because you're just losing that. So be it push this side. They know that There's going to be the turret there that they had seen at one point. I think Dinks playing at the back of it for quite some time as well. So again, there are ways that they can identify potentially what the look may be. So I am interested what the adjustment will be from FPX.
The interesting is Na'Vi are making no secrets in the early round. That's the thing. So how do FPX kind of greet them on that front? To be honest, Na'Vi will stack up here. 3 members of FPX on the other side of this, but they're not going to be able to slow things down at all on the way in. Nope.
Oh. He's got an ult, by the way. Just big chillin'. Does lose out to Stefan, but the next layer of Na'Vi are fine. They're comfy. Still substantially outgunning the opponents. So Xiao, last one alive. Sheriff and a Dream. Oh, progress being made nicely by Dinks. And the spike should be on the site, no problem. So,
Spike planted.
checking PC.
If only you knew.
Oh, I'm just catching the edge of that as well. No real surprise where he's currently residing, but you know, not so much fun. And yeah, tagged up. And Tommy.
He's always there
Tommy
for the
wants
assist,
in.
Tommy.
Shout out
Good
to
lad.
Tommy.
Good lad.
Puts in the hard work, does Tommy the
Oh, he
Turret.
does. He does. See here are this Blade Storm available. I think that
I
was,
saw a rifle.
was it 4,500 he had?
Not
Again,
for sure, just
30
I think at
seconds
this
left.
point, really, they just want to get a round on the board. We don't want to ride that out and try and buffer the purchase for the economy. No, for the operator, sorry. Will be rifles across the board. Zipan and Badi do have their ultimates available, so Getsu one away from the lockdown again, but Na'Vi just brimming right now.
And KO is such a nuisance to any opper, anyone trying to get aggressive, any sort of cheeky
Immediately,
little spots. I mean, Artist instantly got noted. He tried to play up on Cat a little bit, had to fall away, had to respect it, and once again the protocol list is being made by FPX. And this is just, I guess, the addition of KO, right? I think a lot of oppers didn't like the addition of it because it will instantaneously put you on such a back foot if you're trying to find these, aggression, be it on any extremity. If you get pinged by that suppress, well, you're noted, right? Like that's pretty much that. Now, Odyssey Sun doesn't have the op necessarily, but if you wanted to try and play something a little bit more aggressive up Cat, maybe try and find a bit of a timing, to hit those players in towards middle. Well, he can't do that now.
This is key though, because Na'Vi have read the adaptation we were waiting for from FPX.
You should run.
He will be the end goal here with the lockdown.
Xiao can't do much about this.
No. We get straight out there.
Respect it. Yep. Now, a little bit of utility to slow down the cross, but the spam still works out. They find Xiao. Zero vision. Zero. And again, this is just dreamy stuff. Na'Vi just slipping into a very good look. This is lovely stuff from them. And we expected a brawl, but they've really manhandled FPX and Artists. Trying to do something with this, but just feeds up towards Zuno. SK watching the cross, and it's a shutdown. It's systematic from Na'Vi. Zipan and Sugetsu, well, Zipan's done for, so it's Sugetsu really, but to what end? What are you going to get out of this at this point?
He'll try and work his way back towards Market Door, but I think at this point he's almost committed to try and find an exit. It'll be through Link or back through B main. It's so interesting to see now. Na'Vi definitely in the driving seat here, and just that reaction to the information early on. Noted this, knows that there's been a little bit of an adjustment in terms of formation on the defense for FPX, and straight away, I mean, they have the pieces of the puzzle, right? Dinks is one away from the lockdown again. It's a clean execute onto B site. That's it now. The FPX repeat the same. They're back on, the Blade Storm here, but it'll be Sheriffs and nothing much else to write home about until that operator comes back out. Again, it's kind of a one and done round, really. Now with it being this late on in the half, you kind of just need Artists to post up again in mid and find one or two, even if he has one in the next round.
All right, all comes Ace. There it is, Unleash. The flash shot.
Well,
They're so prepared.
Yeah.
Cloud not being called out anymore. They hear the flash. They'll hear the ult being popped. They know what's happening. And, SSK was on the back lines watching as well. I love this approach from Na'Vi. Watching them see, just looking very well prepared. There is something about the preparation they brought into this that is extremely good. The adaptation was quick. It was controlled. They read what FPX were doing on their timeout, on their adjustment. This is very impressive work, and it may not look as flashy as, let's say you're watching that last game, right, where you had Mech kind of, you know, putting on that masterclass, running through big. This is something different. These are way closer teams in, I'd say, you know, caliber, and you're seeing Na'Vi really outplay at the moment. Now, this is only the first half. It could absolutely change, but just from this half alone, it's very impressive.
Oh.
Nice shot.
Ali G's found the two most important, and he's got the spike.
Recovering it.
It was FPX, a man advantage here. Got to try and slow things down here. JD already got himself up to heaven. Fine, Zipan. Spike retrieved as well. JD flipping this right back in their favor to get to last man standing. Look at that.
No charges left.
It's just so quick.
No charges left. Last round before the switch.
And I think leading up to this, I've slowly been converted to being quite a Na'Vi fan. I think watching JD play has always been something that's hard to not enjoy, right? Like, the guy is just very talented at what he does. But the more I've watched Na'Vi, the more I've started to really appreciate how they approach the game. So this half has been actually quite interesting to watch. Now, here's the next layer to this. What does Artist do? He's been presented a challenge. He's been read. He's been kind of manhandled here. He's been doing fine. I mean, scoreboard-wise, he's not, you know, particularly doing poorly, but you can see that Na'Vi's approach has completely been tailor-made to deal with him. Now, SSK this time, opting to go into middle, but this is a bit of a different look here.
I think FPX almost anticipating this mid presence once again. Oh, Commander's popped. Actually, Xiao will find Dinks way ahead of this getting going, really. Zipan there to catch SSK.
Yeah, this is a much better approach. A very quick rotation, kind of posting up Artist deep towards B main, allowing the rest of this quick rotation, this quick stack. Deno tries to do some damage, but by then FPX had, what, 4 players present? Yeah. So you could see the difference a bit of earlier information makes, a little bit early contact. Yes, they got that pick in middle, kind of, I guess it was as Xiao was crossing back through CT, he was able to spot that player deep in mid. But again, the right rotation was huge. Taking control of the extremity gave them a bit more buffer. 4-8 is a far more respectable scoreline.
It is. It definitely is. This scenario here, Pistol on round 2, definitely going to get FPX back within reach. Let's see really how they approach this, because I always find it fascinating with some teams, you know, in terms of the manner in which you lose out your first half, how you approach the early rounds here. FPX really, you could argue really with Angel not being present here, the FPX in terms of the pace actually suits them to be a bit quicker. He's almost that grounding factor to really slow things down. Control is the emphasis.
Yeah, I mean, Angel is truly can be the maestro of it, right? But when you're playing without him, you do have to kind of speed up a little, play a little bit freer, play a little bit more individually based, which is a perfectly fair assessment, especially with Baddie G coming in. The guy is mechanically extremely solid.
A catalyst, to say the least.
Absolutely. So why not play to those, you know, elements you've been given, right? You've been handed a different deck of cards at this point, different look. You've got to kind of lean into what that could potentially present you. Now, for this moment, it looks like a play through by Market, and already Na'Vi's crossfire's held quite well here. Now I'm looking to see when you're going to have Xiao join the rest of the two trying to make this cross happen. And there's Cloud going to catch at least one. Zipan does get caught. It's actually by JD in the end to confirm it, but it is going to be a 2v3. Now the HP's not perfect for Na'Vi. Cloud a little low, JD a little low, but Sugetsu going to take a little bit of flak damage there. Spike going to go down as Cloud going to try and do what he can, but the spike plant is right at the back of the site.
Pink's just conscious of a late lurk here. Hold on to the backside of Market for the time being. This is the point now where Na'Vi should look to progress through. Now actually going to find the first. JD will fall. Inks and Cloud both very tagged up now. This is winnable for FPX.
Yeah, spotted one on the site, spotted the other. They now know where both players are. Xiao, lovely play, actually. Really, really patient play from Xiao. I was a little worried he'd be late on the timing, if I'm honest. But no, he arrived perfectly on time. There was no worries with that, and I loved how he approached just sitting deeper in towards watching that B cross. And well, for Na'Vi, it's one of the hardest positions to clear cleanly, right? You never know how it's going to be handled. Unless you have utility to put in towards it, you're always going to be a little stuck. So first round, at least in the second half, does go to FPX.
RV will throw a couple of sheriffs in here. No early progress for SSK either, so something to consider for the round 3 onwards.
With blocking vision.
There's actually a pretty heavy stack towards A here, as immediately it's on the back of that information. JD going to try and rotate and pick up the slack in mid. RV will actually walk out A main here. Oh, the timing.
No way.
Well, it doesn't matter.
I kind of hoped that they'd get maybe one out of that for Na'Vi or something, like a little reward for it, but no. Not to be. FPX doing fine, going through the motions here. No losses. I guess Baddie G's a little lower, so could be caught by a stray bullet or two, but Artist catching the mid push. If he remains patient, he should be rewarded with one. Patience turning not his virtue, getting a little antsy. Does get punished by JD. And that's a weapon to potentially recover, but again, does he get the opportunity to do so?
Baddie G going to come try and cut this off. He's low HP as well. JD, sharp with the second adjustment there, but he gets her in position to punish it. Anything else for SSK to find? Again, timing to close out the round perfect for Sugetsu.
Do they get it back?
Just.
Yes.
Well, they bring across,
No
two Vandals on the Bulldog into this round. It's the worst position to be in for this round 3, but I just love to see it. Baddie G turns his back and Xiao's actually still in position to catch the swing. Because there is like you said, there is a real chance that ultimately they can isolate one kill, recover one weapon. I mean, Baddie G, you've got to usually expect him to be a little bit disconnected on that Astra. Diligence shown in terms of the default there, the setup at least.
No. No. No.
It's not me.
It is you.
Just like everyone to know.
It is you. It's absolutely you.
I mean, my internet seems fine right now. Is my mic still? Is this on? Yeah. No, it's. I don't think it's me. It's weird.
I had a whole game.
Gonna see if I can get hold of Tom real quick.
Yeah, give him a call
if he's still available.
Yeah, just bring him back. He can take my space. It's fine. Oh, gosh. Well, we have a technical pause coming in. Don't know what the actual issue may be, so hopefully we get a heads up on that. Whenever we find out, we'll let you guys know. But let's kind of talk through what we're seeing so far. So, Na'Vi, I mean, in the second half, I feel as though the pistol was won quite handedly. The opportunities weren't particularly presented to them to make much of here. They've been up against, as said, Vandals, Bulldogs, decent investment. This bonus is actually going to be quite hard to get around because, as said, the leftover rifles coming through will be substantial. But this is the best chance they're going to have here to kind of just pick right back off where they kind of left off on that first half.
Yeah, it is, and I think you look back at the previous season, because obviously we talked about the contrast of these recent results here. I think it's really applicable. I mean, Na'Vi didn't really even have a say in the second half of their game against Mech, to be honest with you. Yes, it was 6 rounds in total, but it definitely didn't feel like they able to get a solid footing, or at least an opportunity to have a say in the second half.
Yeah. Still waiting to have a little update as to what the actual issue may be, so we could maybe work out how long this could take, because hopefully it's just like a quick, or maybe client restart, something of the such, but you never know. So you're in the same boat as us. Anything stand out to you though in this game so far? Let's kind of step back. Even we kind of talked about it in the aspect of like first half, second half. Anything overall yet? Because we were kind of talking about the jet battle that was going to be going on between these two. I do feel as though SSK within the collective did a little better in my mind, but I guess individually, Artist was certainly keeping in check.
Hey, to play devil's advocate in that scenario, I think in terms of the support system that was employed behind SSK, he was set up for success way better than Artist, right? There was a few times we saw, an arrow maybe coming out from Xiao, but that was about it, right? We were even commenting on how initially that first contact, it's Artist solo, right? In terms of And I say that from the perspective of there wasn't a ready and available trade set up for if Ardis fell. Didn't really seem to be too, but I don't feel as if he was losing out in those 1vx scenarios too often. But it's when Na'Vi would dig a little deeper beyond that first contact that you could really see the gap in the setup there. We even commented on Na'Vi's ability to exploit that a few rounds. Interestingly enough, I think you talk about kind of the personality side of it coming out of a half like that. Now, do FPX kind of build around him on the attack, right? Is there a much more robust system to bring Ardis online? Because that's something you've got to comment on with SSK on defense. He's going to kind of have that wind in his sails almost, right? Because he's been supported to deliver for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent assessment as to what could be a potential coming to the second half. However, we did get updated. There was just a bit of a ping issue, so hopefully that has now been fixed up. It was for both sides, so it seems as though that's all good to go. They didn't pull a Hypoc and miss a whole first game. It's crazy.
Yeah. Who would do that?
I don't know. I've never seen it before in my life.
Shambolic.
Never seen such scenes. Anyway, we're back on the way. We're going to have FPX, of course, picking back up with a good start here in the second half, making up for what could have been quite the deficit if Na'Vi got the ball rolling here straight away. Wasn't the case, however, Na'Vi's purchase this time will be pretty decent, coming back in with all the rifles, and the bonus is actually pretty tasty for FPX too, though, so this shouldn't be a walk in the park.
Really, it's Sugetsu and Baddy down on Sheriffs, and they're very late round pieces here. Flash from JD looks perfect.
Nice flash.
Rewarded for the second. No way. He actually lined up.
That was so close to being perfect, and actually now just Shao overwhelmed, outnumbered. Na'Vi lock it out, but I've got to say it, that flash was so on the money. I don't know if he even spotted that first player, like just crossing through. I'm pretty sure he did, but prioritizing those other two targets was just so nicely done. 6-9 now.
Should I play some?
But man, what a way to do it.
That will definitely deter any early progress towards short for the next few rounds for FPX, that's for sure. See it here as well, the worst thing was Zipman and Ardis. Completely blind, just have to tuck into the corner, so there's a real chance they line up for those.
That could have been like 4 or something.
Literally could have been a 4-piece there from JD.
Bloody hell.
Early ultimate for JD though, already online here.
We'll see how that gets utilized, if it has the right timing, right moment to bring it into play. Duno going to be playing at the back of top middle. We do see early work from Ardis. Creeping up towards middle. Cloud's going to be the one to check on this, though. A couple of seconds, and speaking of seconds, there it is. Oh, Ardis actually gets it back round in time. Delivers him a little bit of a headshot to get to. The timing works well, and the pinch works perfectly. Cloud super uncomfortable. Has to fall away to the back of the side and use the utility to try and slow the roll. Because FPX are trying to just speed up on this one. Catching push out on short. It looks like Dinks got caught a little out of sorts as Cloud. Gonna find Ardis, and Cloud still alive. 25 HP ain't much, but it's all about time. And suddenly you can't buy any more of it. The flash again. These flashes are so good right now, but Sugetsu still holding his own. Denies Duno, and now just JD. A 1v4. I don't think this is going to be it.
Sharp, but the real test, right? Finds the first. Ooh. I think he thought he caught the second as well, just looking to readjust onto the next target, but FPX will close that out. Interesting to see as well. I think actually Xiao's playing so late there to just find either a kill or something in the lurk, and then he's able to play the Hunter's Fury. So a real kind of safety net in terms of that round for FPX to have him so disconnected. And that's because the entry was, I mean, the initial damage from Ardis, I want to say that the entry was so easy just on that initial contact taken, because straight away SSK is identified in B main, and actually, credit where credit's due. Cloud bought so much time there on backside. He slowed things down, like you said, with the utility, but unfortunately, it really lead into too much for them.
He did the best he could on 25 HP, right?
Well,
like he absolutely milked it for what it was worth. But you're right, no one could really make the best of that scenario he was trying to facilitate. But coming back in, let's look at the purchase coming out from Na'Vi. It's a little bit here and there. We're going to have the Judge. We do have Cloud still, sitting on a rifle at least. So there is that to keep in mind.
Take flight.
I wonder where they try and lean towards. See if they do end up getting Cloud in the right place, or maybe leave him to be kind of the solo player on a site. Leave him a little bit better equipped. Going through the motions, though, FPX not going to overcomplicate things. I will say the one thing about FPX that they will struggle with is potentially adaptation. Will they be able to adapt without that IGL by this side? To know, Ooh, tried to get a little nasty with it, but the site is somewhat under FPX control. Now it is. SSK removed, and the last man to make appearance will be Cloud, but a little out of sorts. Good shot on the first, finding Artist.
Spike planted.
And Shao, you can see that temptation. He wants to try and swing that corner. If he does, he better be ready. He is. Nice work from Shao, well timed. Didn't take too many risks or going too early. And FPX closing in on pretty much the scoreline now, 8-9.
I think really, I mean, you look at this. This is actually crazy. For this first full ultimate cycle here, look at what's available, or nearly available here on both sides. We have the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, and of course, the Cosmic Divide for FPX. JD still with his ultimate, but everybody else now from Na'Vi has caught up. Could be an interesting to watch round. A couple of these players get one kill. That lineup for probably somewhere towards B main. Oh no, don't know. Actually falls from the spam here. Do they read or expect the second? No way, right? SSK's already tagged up though, so he's not going to want a challenge too early.
And it looks like Artist is still looking to find out where he is, but how much like actual attention do you put towards the aspect of someone being here? But what can you also get out of it? For SSK, do you try and maybe slip the net, try and play ahead of this? You can see maybe he's considering it, but FPX aren't leaving this completely unattended. They doubled back. They went to have a second look, just like, okay, we had a flash, maybe someone's still peeking short. 57 seconds. FPX eyeing up that B site.
Ooh, that's going to slow things down. Actually, Batty G just got suppressed there. I'm not sure if anybody else has noted, but
I don't know how many would have gone with that.
Yeah, in terms of the execution, it will slow things down and actually force FPX to reconsider, almost anticipating a rotation on the back of that information from Na'Vi.
But you've got someone like this. This is where the problems begin. They won't expect so. Oh, the turret! No way!
Tommy,
after all
MVP.
that time. Tommy is on the money today. Xiao still going to punish Dinks though, and JD with the trade out towards Artist. So it is down to a 4v3. Numbers still favorable to FPX, the site looking far more available. SSK trying to get here in time, but Suppressed has to kind of respect this to an extent. He can't make the quick play. They go together as the duo. Batty G shuts it down. 10 seconds now. Spike not down either. SSK on the site. 7 seconds. Can he be the problem? Yes, he can. 4. And all he's got to do is play his life. Sit safe. He can't do anything. Oh, the last second. It doesn't matter. The round's over.
Xiao just looking to be such a late round piece once again, and it's interesting to see that because the Hunter's Fury is burnt up early, right? So what's the value in having him so disconnected there? I mean, how Na'Vi turned things around on site there is beyond me, but credit where credit's due. SSK to be the one to really clean things up here.
Spike down.
Batty G, again, look at it. The distance is just too much.
Clutch.
Wow.
Second earlier.
Yep. I mean, the saving grace is that everybody dies, right? But
yeah,
what did we talk about in the previous round? Look what's available now. They have the Blade Storm. That's something they can kind of buffer this purchase a little bit here. Probably will call a timeout just to consider. Look at actually down the FPX economy. It's not actually looking too pretty on the back of that. Xiao can drop one across. Blade Storm available, but so they are really at a point here where they do have to invest back into this round. Be foolish not to.
I didn't actually ask you. Who do you expect to win this map?
I mean, if I'd have had my eyes closed for all of yesterday, I would have said Na'Vi.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough.
But, I mean, like I said, it's such an interesting contrast for these recent results, right? Because the London United one does stick out as well, because then you look a little further back and it's like, wait, Liquid? And then London United? It's weird. It's kind of weird to look at that, but I just, well, I mean, already it's a big tick in the box for me that Na'Vi are massively back on the same page versus yesterday, especially with the benefit of seeing Ascent first.
Yeah, you're right. And 4 players got suppressed from that, so the full information has been garnered. Na'Vi know what the hell is up, but FPX do have the site, so Spike's going to go down, and it's going to be a full-on retake. What do they have to work with? Divide invests as well from Batty G. That goes through. And on the other side, plenty of... again, SSK knows exactly what Artist wants to do, but Artist does get to keep his life, and we do see the ults from both sides, and I did just hear Hunter's Fury get popped.
Everything gets invested here, it sounds like. One lockdown destroyed, that's actually going to be the attacker. The defender will actually tick out here.
And Ding's got... Oh! And Artist got caught at the back of the site.
Standing ahead.
And now 4v2. Just Batty G alive, and it can't deny it. Can't do anything. Has to back away. How many ults just got invested?
I don't know, but I also think Dinks actually finds a kill with a lineup for the Nano Swarm in Wine. And as a Killjoy main, that... Yeah, we'll love to see that.
Deeply excites you?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm begging one of the observers to have had a camera there somewhere, but what a round.
On the replay, I'm curious to see where he was, because I did see that pop up, and I'm like, all right, how did that happen? But I'll watch it back on the VOD. 8 to 11, and with that round...
Look at Navi's ult economy now, though. Literally everything to get them to 11, and FPX actually still have the purchase in this round. The Blade Storm available, so you got to think, really, was that an overinvestment?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Let's see what Artists can make of this one. Already going to try and take side control. Spotted one, made a little contact. I don't think he realizes where Cloud may be residing. No, he doesn't. No idea. And actually says SSK to capitalize as well towards Shao. A quick trade out though. So Getsu still going to hold on to this round with Batty G by the side. It's not over yet. It's a 2v3, but look at the HP on Zipan. It's super low, but Batty G, wow, that cross! He's just got it locked down.
Beautiful.
FPX still answer back. 3 standing, 3 rifles carried on. Artist gets to ride the economy out a little. I mean, not a great deal. He's still going to be, a little worse for wear, but does at least have the rifle out. But still, and the other side, look at the state of it.
I was going to say, that previous round with that investment, I'll leave it at that, investment of ultimates, and it kind of cripples the economy of Na'Vi here. They're back in a position where FPX now get that round in hand. You see, they're going to have a little bit of a cushion behind this purchase. Potentially, I mean, they lose this round here. The FPX go to double digits. It could be a fairly pivotal round here when we look back at the timeline.
It could be. Chip damage done. Artist and Shao on the receiving end. It tries to make a move for it, can't do it. Again, only like a classic bits and pieces, but Cloud, that's sharp, that's tasty. And a position to do more. Maybe gets another hit. No, overwhelm too many targets. Dinks comes in with a frenzy, but a 1v3 is a lot. Not going to happen. Double digits now managed by FPX, kind of keeping it simple on that hit, not overcooking the pot.
Oh, up the pressure, and now in a position to tie things up here. And actually, it's that domino effect here, because I feel like they're winning out on this ultimate cycle once again. You look at what's nearly available here for FPX. They have a real chance at actually stretching ahead here. I mean, for me, I look towards the Lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, and the Null Command. Those are the ones I look towards in this composition, and they're all within touching distance.
Yeah, they can change big round outcomes. Now, I am also looking at this. SSK managing to get the op up into play. So, and he actually has support. Look at this Cloud by his side. So they don't actually note the op yet either. So he can be posted up with that. Unbeknownst, obviously, FPX who just think, your standard everyday rifle. But Sugetsu still got to check on it. Spot's nothing to be too worried about. I'm going to join the rest of the pack. Now, at this point, it is going to be a kind of 4-1 split at this pace. I think Shao obviously being suppressed. I don't know how many of the others may have been considered, but you can see the rotation coming in. Na'Vi are going to be on this side.
Pokemon popped. Find themselves in pretty easily.
Yeah, but Zipan at least find Dinks on the way in. Na'Vi still going to try and dig their heels in on this one. Deno finds Sugetsu. And it's a 3v3. Well, 3v2 standing, should I say. Zipan on the knees as Shao and Artist still going to try and make some work of this one.
They actually pull Zipan away to make the res even harder there.
That's tough. Can Artist find some time into this? I'm pretty sure SSK will be all too aware of the potential contract. Walk that he is. Hyper aware of it. Reading his opposing number. And Shao, undesirable position to be in, but it's 12 for Na'Vi, and that looked kind of on the money for FPX in that round. It didn't look too bad on the burst on the way in.
Match point.
I felt as if they were going to have really good access onto that A site, but I mean, one recon bolt completely alters the course of that round. Only the Null Command invested. They do still have the funds to purchase here. Hunter's Fury still within touching distance here for Shao, and the Lockdown available, but here really if SSK can again kind of benefit from that territory control early on, because that's the whole reason Na'Vi are able to throw an extra body towards A. Is that instant kind of no damage, no risk, kind of Na'Vi obtaining B main control. They know that they can lean heavier elsewhere.
And this is where I do worry about FPX without Angel specifically. Is when you need to adjust, when you need to adapt.
Factor.
Yeah, just having a man live in the game with you who's so adept at doing that, and then missing out on that's going to be a bit of a blow to it. Now, obviously, they'll have concepts, they'll have their own ideas. It's not like they are literally just simpletons that just me go shoot, but it's still, you lose a little bit of that overarching aspect.
You do, and it's that particular set of eyes to kind of have that perspective on the way the game's playing out. FPX will lean pretty heavily towards A lobby here, whether or not this is to obtain the orb. This is another way to get B main control. Xiao will find his Hunter's Fury elsewhere. It's how in tune Na'Vi are really at reading that orb's been retrieved, knowing the Hunter's Fury is online, and how Xiao's played it a couple of previous rounds where it's been that very, very late round piece in mid.
They seem all too aware of this, and the problem is this plays in perfectly to Dinx's plan.
It's on contact from the turret
as well. Yep, so let's wait and see how this one looks. There's the contact, and away we go. Plan now starts to fall into motion. This should deny a lot of presence, and actually unable to do much about it so far. And they're gonna have to respect this or just accept their fate, because Artist is here to maybe take them out of it. Ding still does some damage, but Batty G with a quick trade. Now, no players detained. You can see Cloud slip to the back of the side, but already read by FPX. And it may not be the most gorgeous piece, it may not be perfect, but it's done the job to a decent extent. So he gets a bit of damage. Artist down, doesn't matter. They've got the sight. And the divide goes up as well.
I'm like absolutely sure to get this one on the board. The operator will be held onto it. It's so interesting. That setup looks disgusting when you look at it, by the way. The turret takes contact. I thought straight away that was going to trigger the Odin span, but it didn't. At that point, I mean, FPX almost just waltzed into sight. They had a perfect lineup for the fragment from Zipan as well. Really, really strange to see that, because there was no intent to show any presence towards B main. You thought it was almost fully reliant on that setup. So really the situation as well with the shock darts, whether or not they could have dealt with that lockdown at all. Odd. Very odd to watch that, because I'm going to be honest, I'd never say this, but I was so ready to see the Odin spam. Mitch, I know you're listening, and I hate it, but I was ready to see it. Just because it was a Killjoy setup.
So that makes it okay.
Oh, yeah. Sova, nope. Oh. Cringe Joy, yes. It's a Tommy assist, come on. He's a fan favorite.
Are you the fan?
Yes.
And is he your favorite?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Right, fair enough. At least we're self-aware. Right, we go back in. It's 11-12. It's OT or it's GG, at least on map 1. Na'Vi on the verge, but they have to get across the finish line. They still have a really good purchase coming into this. They have at least 2 ults to play with themselves, not far away from some others, potentially be able to get them online in this go of things. Chao still with his ready to be invested. Noted obviously Sugetsu and Badiji put theirs into the prior round, but now they have to try and dissuade this player. SSK, unmoving, stationary, and he could be integral in this damage.
Disastrous.
I have to see if they walk into the Sugetsu. Go jump peek. He does, but he still gets caught. SSK, quick as lightning, gonna back away from this. Actually, double dips, fancies it again. Punishes Artist on that repeak. Oh, he's looking with a shorty. This could be devastating for FPX. Oh, he's got the Blaze Storm, of course. We noted they were close by, and SSK is unleashing fury. Cloud by his side. Na'Vi want this map under the belt. They want it done. They want it out of the way. As Zipan now in a 1v4. Spike left loose. Everyone knows what the plan was, and 30 seconds to try and do some sort of miracle run back into this.
It's so beautifully played by Na'Vi there, but 70 HP, Zipan did eat one of the Hunter's Fury tags, so he will be noted as well. He's going to try and creep his way in. Shouldn't be much longer for this world, and Cloud will close things out. 13-11 for Na'Vi here on Ascent. Wow, I mean, you can see the complete difference here. We're talking about with FPX defensive setups and how they were a little linear. There wasn't really any support system behind Ardis, and they didn't have that adjustment. Those 2 rounds there, immediately giving up B main control with that complete lack of presence from Na'Vi, and then the adjustment, once again, we come back to, they get it for free. They deal with the turret. That almost draws FPX a little closer to be curious. And it's SSK on the other side of it, an operator this time. Really, really well played. And on the back of that as well, buying enough time for the Hunter's Fury to come through, create a little bit of chaos for him to absolutely seal that round.
Yeah, a lovely first map, but it is what we expected. It's a slugfest between these two heavyweights almost, you could say. It's going to be a long series, almost overtime in map 1. That was Na'Vi's choice, and it was their win at 13-11, but we still have Breeze and potentially, I think, Icebox coming up here. So we're going to go to a break. When we're back, the desk will be with you.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For the love of the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. You ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to make. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my...
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
This map already felt way longer than the previous best of 3 series we had, and this looked like a wonderful duel between two CIS teams. Bada book, exceptional, wonderful, and that was a 13-11 Kaquka that started off with, let's say it like that, a bit of an annoying Na'Vi for FPX, as the freedom we usually see from them, the opportunities they have, an artist flourishing. That was not so much the case for that team.
I think it was a little bit of a back and forth at the beginning, something that we love to see. Something that I don't like to see personally is when it's very like jet heavy and on that, you know, jet base, just going on those duels. But since I think SSK got that operator on the attack, everything changed. He was just going in. I think sometimes it's kind of a desperate move. I don't think in this case it was. You try it once. If it works, it works. If not, you can always go back to a rifle. For SSK, it was amazing on that first half. It was exactly what Na'Vi needed. And he left FPX, you know, with not much to do around that. We see that Shao was, you know, amazing for them, but it was just not enough. Still, we almost make it to overtime. I still think that they got not only Jet diff, but I think KO diffed as well.
It's also the fact that you look at it as well, like FPX pick up the pistols in that first half on their defense, and then they only win 2 over full buy rounds. Yeah. It was an 8-4 half in favor of Na'Vi. So to all of FPX's credit, bringing it that close is a good testament to what they can do on the attack. But it did feel like the calls, the reads, everything Na'Vi was prepped for a lot better than when they played up against Mech yesterday, and they had a good inkling of how to approach this FPX team who looked out of sorts at the best of times.
It kind of tells us the same, like we could have perfectly gone for an overtime. So that means that FPX gets 8 rounds on the attack. So it's kind of given us the same feeling. Now it raises questions, in my head at least, to what can we expect from the second map? Because if this is the best that Na'Vi can give, I mean, we knew that FPX was going to come in prepared, but you know, on the attack, I think they really showed it.
They did very much show it. And, you know, before we go into Breeze, where this entire reverse sweep started the last time around, we still have to mention that this has been starting off with, as mentioned, the lack of freedom for FPX in that first half. The second one looked way more interesting in the sense of that the opportunities of FPX started to get better. We see them, you know, changing up the pace a little bit here and there. But when we still talk about Na'Vi attack, and when we talk about this wonderful and exceptional first little half, as far as I understood, Ryan, you can talk a little bit about Na'Vi attacking, and you caught us a little bit something prepared over there.
So we spoke a lot, about when it comes to like mid-round calling, and I kind of wanted to give some examples of what that would be. What I do know for Na'Vi was able to make some pretty good calls, and a lot of the rounds that Na'Vi were able to put together on their attack had a lot to do with mid controls. So this is the area that we're going to highlight. Hypoc also did a really good job of talking about this on the cast as well. So this is the first round of a few. Oh, sorry, that's the last round of a few. We'll start with this one first. The one thing that I forgot to get right at the start, if we move this back a second, is that there was an alarm bot here for the Killjoy, right on this spot. So usually you see a little Killjoy bit of utility there, just to see if any attackers have actually made their way up to mid, or in a lot of cases, want to try and go from this mid position to sort of go through here, and then also go for the B split at the same time. So that alarm bot on the defensive side is incredibly important. We saw this initially, we can breeze through all of this utility dedicated from Na'Vi. Artist gets a nice first kill, and JD, well, we're going to be talking about him quite a lot, is able to get 2 kills to still open up this execute. So everything I just mentioned, all of that utility cleared and dedicated, this is the following round, right afterwards. Not only do you have a nice little dissipate bait coming in from the defenders, usually you sort of see these spots if we rewind it for a second, just putting a smoke in this spot if you're an attacking team, just to try and actually like create a bit of space, be able to sort of push up mid a little bit more, or even make your way towards short. But this, like I said, is a dissipate. It's a fake smoke that's been put in. SSK is able to punish, and they get the kill onto Artis. Again, if we fast forward this a little bit, they start to scale up towards his mid position. The alarm bot is yet again there in that spot, which gives a good indication for one thing that I really wanted to talk about, which is where this Killjoy is. Over on this B site. If the alarm bot is here, for the most part, they're going to be in this B position, but they could also be over on tree if they want as well. But in this case, now they have to read, they know that the Killjoy is going to be playing from this spot. They break the alarm bot. Some nice set play when it comes to the kills and the flash, as we're going to highlight here, like the flash that comes in from JD again for Cloud to get the kill. And then, one thing that I wanted to talk about with this clip real quick, if we fast forward a little bit, is they then go towards tree. They get the kill, they back out, and they actually go towards the A site. Nice reset again, a mid-round call that comes in from Juno. But this is the thing where it connects it all. And I wanted to talk about this. So we'll sort of scope it forward. Again, serious smoke there this time, not a bait play that's coming in from SSK. Scales up this position, similar utility used from Na'Vi, But we can move this forward a little bit, and what you'll notice is they're looking for another thing in particular. Can you guess what it is? It's that alarm bot again. Check in towards that spot, get very close, and I realize that the Killjoy utility isn't over in mid. So where's it likely to be? Over in tree. And what this allows for Na'Vi is they've been pushing here time and time again going forward, but they know that if the Killjoy utility is over here, it means that the Killjoy is going to be over on this A site. So what does that mean? Well, they have a lockdown. It means that they have a pretty open B site that they can execute towards. So again, that is the plan. It's those mid-round calls, it's the early conditioning, I suppose, from Na'Vi that comes in. They go, there's not an alarm bot mid. It's likely that the Killjoy's over at A, so we're going to go in for the lockdown execute. And it's the small stuff, right? I think it's one of those areas where Na'Vi, they kept doing it over and over again. FPX tried to fight it. They used a lot of utility to try and keep that position. But Na'Vi, with that information, able to make a lot of calls, which I think FPX struggled to adapt to.
Yeah, it's the little things, right? I think that both teams were very driven to work onto mid. We also saw it on FPX attack, where they want to go for those early duels and take that zone of control, even if they don't decide to push further. And of course, you cannot repeat the same utility usage onto mid. You cannot repeat the same picks because you know it's going to be very disputed every single round. The same way, it's, in a sense, it's kind of suicidal to just rush onto a site without having any kind of information. So it's probably why we saw such a slow map, you know, just taking a little bit of control, a little bit of early information, and unless a 0 point is spotting 4 players, nobody's moving a foot.
So we've talked about at the beginning, right? JD versus Sippin, KO versus KO, KO diff, how crucial that is. And we once more got the stats coming up for that, considering this map. Particularly the first half was insanely worrying. JD was up there, rocking the stats, coming in as an attacker and consistently dominating FPX, while Sippin, I think he had at the half like 3-4 kills, something like that. 4. Yeah. That's a disaster, Ryan.
He was 1-4 to begin with as well, so even those rounds that FPX were able to get on the board early were not really down to him. To be fair to him, a lot of the time, because of those mid rounds for Na'Vi, they're working out where the KO is and they go to the opposite site. So a lot of those early rounds for Zipan was him trying to retake on B or A on his lonesome, and so he's not going to get those stats. But when you compare it to JD, who not only performed well with getting the kills in the openings, his utility was on point. I think Hypoc and Pansy constantly mentioned how well his flashes were coming in. You can't really say the same for Zipan, but I feel like that's because Na'Vi purposefully took him out the game a little bit, whereas for them, JD is integral to what they want to do.
Totally. If you relegate Zipan to that position where he's only going to be, you know, working for the retake, it's very complicated for him to actually take advantage or herb artist on something that crazy that he wants to do. And especially, I think there were probably out of timing most of the times that they were trying to execute that retake, and things were not working out for them. Well, all the utility was just falling onto their faces.
So with that map being done, with that being a 13-11, Breeze is coming up next. And we've seen yesterday Na'Vi take a L over on that map, but it has been a while ago that we saw FPX play over on this map. And to be very accurate, Ryan, last time, this map, nail in the coffin #1 when it came down to that best-of-5 series in the qualifier.
Yeah, the last time that FPX played on Breeze, it was against Na'Vi in the qualifiers. FPX not playing it at all this split. In fact, even banning it out a couple of times, if I remember correctly. Didn't want to choose this, and especially with Xiao coming into the squad as the IGL, it's a tough map to make those mid-round calls for. But not only did they have a dominant win last time, like you mentioned, 13-5, clearly they spotted something against the series of Na'Vi versus Mech yesterday that they can maybe exploit for Na'Vi.
Yeah, totally. I'm really wondering what Badiji is going to be playing, because if he picks up the role from Angel, he's going to be playing on that Viper, but we also saw in Fracture him going on the Astra, you know, someone else playing the Viper, so I want to see. They also have tried Chamber in this map, not the latest, but they have tried it, so okay, we can give it a go. I think is, as we know, a huge map to play, and if they decided to go for this, of course, it's not only that they spot the weakness, it's they know that they have shown so little of here that there's still a lot of room to work with.
And you know, when we're talking about the interview we had earlier with Doombros, him saying, you know what, when we have the preparation, we're working fine. When we have the time to take a look at the VOD accurately, this is where they come up out on top. Well, exactly those maps we saw yesterday, Kaquka. And considering Ascent, that didn't work at all. Regarding Breeze, this could be interesting, because now Na'Vi have nothing really to work with in the sense, and this is something where they also suffered maybe yesterday against Mac.
Yeah, but one thing that was present yesterday, and I think that we're seeing again today, is SSK performing to the best of his capability, and the way that he's performing with the operator, knowing that you can anchor just one of the sites and just create all that pressure just with one player is going to mean a lot for them, especially, you know, if they want to take this series 2-0, or maybe we get to see a third map. We'll see.
I also think that we did see a lot of good stuff from Na'Vi yesterday up against Mech. Like, despite them losing the series, they were up at halftime, right? On the defensive side, it's likely because FPX picked this map. True, but I do think that, like, that's something that, like, FPX can suffer from. If they've picked this map, it's likely they're attacking first. So Na'Vi, what they did successfully yesterday, which is, again, buddy systems, playing off of each other, giving up a lot of map space, sure, but they are going to be trying to play in on site, take those fights, and Cloud likely going to be the one on KO this time instead of JD, who typically goes over to the Viper.
All right, so let's witness the action right here as we're heading into Agent Select over on this wonderful map. And last time around, I see already some changes coming onto this map right here.
Yeah, we've got Zipan playing on the KO again. So again, it's how much of a bounce back can he has. Yeah, it's a fine composition, and it has been a few weeks since we've actually seen FPX play on it. No chamber, but really that's it. It's the same composition, minus the Sky, instead the KO this time for Zipan.
Yeah, Na'Vi tried it on the last time that they had an encounter, but it didn't work out right for them. But we'll see, right? Still, we're gonna have the same head-to-head, you know, the Cloud versus Zipan and just SSK going up against Artis. I think that this is going to be extremely evened out. I don't know, FPX really needs to step out on the first half to just have a little room to work with and a little bit of space to actually just take this to a third one.
You need to make sure that SSK can't get that operator online until like round 12, right? And if he does get it online, make sure that it's costly. Keep that economy in check if you're attacking for FPX, because if SSK gets that operator, I'm pretty sure they won like 5 out of the 6 rounds after SSK got the operator when they played up against Mech yesterday. So it's so important. The operator is very good on an open map.
We've seen it time and time again in so many best of threes how crucial the operator is. And you know what? It is time for more technical timeouts. It is time for more overtime. So Pansy, Hypoc, feel free.
Man, why you gotta do us like that?
Where's
huh?
Yinsu, man? Where's Yinsu?
I miss Yinsu. She
would not do us like that. That's for sure.
No, that's cruel. All right, Zescht. I know Big had a rough day today.
He's deflecting.
All right?
He's deflecting. That's it.
He is. And sometimes you know, they say to not internalize your feelings like that, to, you know, maybe express them, but don't take them out on others. However, we do have a good game in front of us now. A lot to be said about this map, actually, which the desk was kind of leaning towards. One of the big points that I think Ryan absolutely nailed is SSK, if he gets that up into play early, how dangerous that could potentially be. But talk to me about your expectations then, because they kind of talked through a couple, you know, some of the prior results leading into this that certainly stood out to them. Is there anything that you're kind of wanting to lead in?
This is an odd one for me, just with that slight role change up, and JD now effectively becoming this kind of pseudo sentinel anchor position, which, don't get me wrong, mechanically I think it suits him down to a T, right? You put him in most 1v2, 1v3 scenarios and he will deliver for Na'Vi. But it's just kind of that slight stylistic adjustment, I think, that's concerning if we look at the front for Na'Vi. But whether or not SSK can counter that, right? If it doesn't even come down to that factor in some of these rounds, and absolutely Operator can be a game changer for SSK. It might not even be something we really shed too much attention on. FPX for me though, they have to start out effectively here, getting a comfortable start on the attack, which isn't an easy order on Breeze at all.
Yeah, easier said than done, but this could certainly help matters. Artist making it look like light work. Already going to find one towards Cloud, as it did seem as though Na'Vi wanted to get a little aggressive, potentially do a little bit of a walk mid, but a quick burst coming in through middle itself. Already contact made. SSK will get one, but a quick trade out for Bad EG, and the site's now looking far more available. Spike to be ferried across to get through, though. Knife in the back towards JD. It's labored, but it works. It's never a pleasant thing to see, but it is going to be just 2 players trying to work back in. Make it just one, as Dinks tries to just do what he can, but has to face the music. Bad EG is there, and FPX off to a good start.
Actually, I think initially was that 4 players from Na'Vi greeting from either tunnel or nest there. JD almost out on an island towards A site, but FPX come out on top in terms of the trades, and a dirty kill with the spy cam in unison as well. Sugetsu. At that point, it's all but wrapped up here. Nothing really Na'Vi can do. Don't expect FPX to overstep the mark on site. Any damage can be done here in round 2. If FPX can keep this clean.
I don't think that they noted SSK on the other side. JD. Maybe a barrel noted there, or just the pistol. But it is a close crossfire, and it's nasty. JD's going to deliver one towards the but Artist. Catches in midair on the way out. Lovely work from Artist. Keeping that in check. Don't want to get that going, too dangerously. Again, Zipan's weapon, you can see it still very much within the eyes, and Artist team going to ping it out, so they know that it hasn't been taken just yet. Unable to be ferried away. You can also now note that Cloud has made a bit of progress. Now, timing is everything. I think Sugetsu did see that. Yep. He's on duty now. Sugetsu going to catch that kind of maybe offhand element that could have changed the outcome here, but it does now somewhat feel like it should go the way we expect.
No, noted, but still actually runs a kill to get to. Retrieve the weapon. If we can do any further, it will be a bonus. We'll find another one. 29 HP though. A 1v2 situation. Artist tagged up. Yeah, we'll swing it. But again, I mean, this was something we actually noted in the previous match. Was it the bonus or the round 2 where there was some real damage done onto FPX? It didn't end up being an issue due to Artist's early progress towards that Blade Storm. Here, it's 2 away. I noted previously it was the 1, right? It was just the orb retrieval that meant they could buffer that purchase. Round 3, but if this is what they settle for, 3 sheriffs and the 2 rifles. Not the most comfortable of starts to the map.
I see that No has not purchased here.
Right. Right.
Good. I actually can't believe this only happens when you join. It's beyond a joke. Are you at least sorry, Mike?
No, I accept absolutely no fault in this scenario.
Good. Right. Well, so much to talk about in these first 2 rounds, obviously.
Yep.
If you could just take me through every technical aspect of what we've seen so far, that'd be wonderful.
So things started off and they went towards B, and then in the round after that, they actually went towards A. So
they did the go B, then go A.
So technically now, by the laws of Valorant, they should be ending up somewhere towards B site here.
You'd imagine B.
Yep.
Right. Okay, well, there's every chance of that. Hopefully, Dino does rejoin us soon. It does seem as though he has been disconnected from the server, so he'll be back whenever he feels like it. Hopefully soon.
Imagine having internet problems on match day.
Shut up.
On match
Shut
day, right?
up. I actually can't deal with you today. Don't laugh, because you got a wonderful text message as well saying, could be some more outages later on.
Could be some more outages. Thanks for that one. Or that was just the late initial notification to the first outage.
Potentially. But the first, that implies there's more.
Yes. Brilliant.
Well, maybe, yes.
Luckily, I don't rely on an internet connection too often for anything.
No, it's take it or leave it with you. Take it or leave it. You don't require that. You got many single players you wanna lean in towards?
No. I'm already lonely enough as it is.
I started playing The Witcher for the first time, actually. Recently. It was quite good.
Okay.
I shouldn't have been surprised, but it's very good. I am seeing Dino actually start to make a bit of a purchase, so he's clearly back in the server. So hopefully...
We do love to see that.
You absolutely love to see it. Hopefully we'll be back underway nice and quick. And yes, the production did just say, get Tom back, and I agree.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
I agree.
Actually,
how about a TriCast?
Oh, can we dabble?
We can dabble with 3. Yes, Mike.
The hatred is mutual, as always.
Yes. Yeah. Just spiteful. No, it does just feel obscene that I had probably the quickest game of the entire season.
I was livid. I was livid watching that.
Were you actually gutted?
Yes, I was.
You were hoping for like OTs, tech pauses,
especially
all
when
this,
it's big.
That,
you think, come on, big. This is when you want big to just drag it out.
Yeah,
make
20-second
make it
executes.
excruciating.
You don't love that Na'Vi style?
Nice.
Yeah, it's good, right?
Nice.
Brand new. Oh, production, how dare you put us back on camera at this point? I'm about to get comfy. I'm about to put this chair back. I've got some new pillows, actually. I might give them a little test in a moment.
I might take another break. Well, it's been a strenuous day for me.
It has been brutal for you. I have heard, though, we will be going to a quick little break just to make sure everything's good to go by the time we jump back in. So as long as we're ready for that production, I think we are. Are we good to go for one? Go for a little break? All right. Well, let's go for that. We'll be back as soon as the players are ready and the game's good to go. So do stick around.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. For the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Amazing. We're in it for 2 rounds, and suddenly we're back here. I love it. This is exactly what I was looking forward to. Welcome back. We have a little technical issue, so no big deal, right? You know, suddenly Hypoc's back, and it is what it is. But you know what? The upside of having Hypoc, his amazing voice. The downside, technical difficulties. You know, you have to make a trade-off from time to time. Either way, first 2 rounds, What is our assessment
yeah,
so far, Kaquka?
I'm going to say, first of all, that this is your fault because you called it. Literally, that was your toss to casters.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Technical pauses, so let's just play 2 rounds and there's to make their servers crash. Thank you, Vincent.
You know what it is?
You're
you know what the issue
You're
is?
just pissed because big lost.
I have a theory. Listen to me. I think everything's working fine if there's a bold man casting. Think about it.
Ryan, how are you feeling? Would you
I'm feeling fine. I'm a bold
would you
man.
like to go?
I mean, me and Dinka take pauses beforehand as well, so I don't think that's... Maybe I need to go full bold, like get the rest of it off. I mean... It is FPX playing up against Na'Vi teams. We said it before, like, what was that overtime game? 22-24? It was up against Forza, wasn't it, right? In stage 3. But I still feel at this series, it's going to be 3 mapper quadruple overtime. No, at this point, so, yeah.
More jinxes. Let's go.
I just heard a collective groan from the cameramen as well. Like, oh.
Bingo, right.
Bingo.
Okay, xilv did it. Xilv, I think he's right now observing,
Can we have them printed? Because
it's the bingo, right? Yeah, very good points.
We need the bingo.
So if you missed it last time around, we had a wonderful bingo where we saw, I think, what was it? There was 9 free curs. He cannot come back with that or something.
There's no way he wins
There's no way he wins this. Then there was obviously overtime, right? Technical issues.
Yes.
Another 5. I forgot about it. It was very good. But I mean, if you have any creative ideas, hashtag VCT EMEA, and you can send us in everything you would like to do, whilst we can go for our little technical difficulty side of things. But talking about actual good content and not us here fumbling around, I heard you got one of the 2 rounds, 50% analyzed over there on the telestrator.
Yeah, I think I was just frankly like trying to grab something to show off. But I did want to sort of talk about this because I did mention it beforehand, and it's something that Na'Vi quite do a lot. I'm turning into you, Zescht, with some of these wordings.
Hey, no worries.
Na'Vi like to play off of each other quite a lot. Like we said, like the sort of combination of SSK, the JDs, the Clouds. And this is, I feel, a bit of an anti-strat, the anatomy of a pistol round that comes in. So we could sort of just play this through a little bit. Again, clustered up players for the majority of this. You have to look at all of the space that Na'Vi are not playing for because they're trying to play off of each other. So this is how FPX deals with this for the most part. So a utility thrown in straight away just to try and make sure that any players that try and come from this position as the attackers come around elbow and through here, they're not going to have the best timing. And also, you got to imagine that these players that are making their way through, all 3 of them, trying to take this spot, are going to take these fights. But Ardis wastes no time to try and push up. But the reason why I think this was a bit of an anti-strat, again, you got to look at the absolute cluster of players that Na'Vi are playing around. The fact that you've not only got Ardis that is trying to up the tempo, be a bit faster than Na'Vi might anticipate, but you also have this scale up that's coming in from these 2 players in mid. And so Soigetsu, well, we'll touch on him in just a second. So this is a full-scale sweep from FPX, taking this mid control, seeing what areas that they could just fight through, again, playing in a group themselves. But they know that one of the things, if we were to look at like heat maps, for example, the amount of positions that Na'Vi get these kills on defense are usually the following. You know, from the back of stairs, from the back of site, maybe towards the front of it. Over on B, you've got these spots. So even though they have site control, it's usually like crossfires, right? It's the whole idea of like holding from here and then a player holding from here, just to make sure that they have it lined down. And again, FPX are very well aware of this. If they're pushing up here and they want to go for a B split, they know that these are the positions that Na'Vi are going to try and take in the retake, certainly when you look at the Viper. JD again tries to make this move. They're expecting this plant to come in. These fights come through, and again, FPX just having the numbers, breaking up the sight line, making sure that people can't stop in these spots. So yeah, the spike is going to get planted. Na'Vi is still quite happy to be in these spots where they can maybe push through here, for example, but you have this toxic screen that was set up mid-round, by the way, that comes in over from Baddie G. But they know the Na'Vi are going to want to try and get into this position as much as possible as well, so that's why we have Soigetsu set up with this camera, looking for this cross, and he's playing just in a little bit of cubby that you have under shoot. So he's watching it, he's preparing for this, and the whole idea I think that we're going to see from FPX, not to give all the whole strategies away, hopefully Na'Vi you're not watching, but it's going to be a lot of FPX, I think, if I was to predict this, going to be trying to keep this control to stop the defenders from rotating around in these positions. If you follow the yellow line, sorry, that's not a yellow line, so ignore that. If you follow the yellow line, they're going to want to try and get into these spots to try and set up crossfires here, set up crossfires from arches where the Silver and the Cypher are playing from. Yeah, I could sort of talk about that for a while. So yeah, it's just one of these things where we have a bit of time. And ultimately, I think that FPX know that Na'Vi want to play up against each other. They know they could separate some of those angles, and we even have the bingo card as well from xilv.
There it is. Thankfully, you've done it. All right.
Oh,
Let's take a look at that. Can we get that in full screen? Can we have that in full screen and take a look at it? Because this is most likely the most amazing thing. So what do we have so far? Let's take a look. Tech pot. Easy peasy.
Wait a second. Why did Hypoc not have internet on the first game? Was it because of stream weather? Only Hypoc can tell us that.
It's Manchester. It's always extreme. So.
Is it?
All right.
I don't know.
I mean, I went to uni there. It was very windy.
It's great. All right. Windy, breeze, perfect. I've actually heard that we're seemingly getting back to the game. This is what I have heard right now. So I'm sorry, but you know, we keep this in mind, right? It's just the start of the evening. We're not even there yet. So things have now happened. Thank you very much for the time. Pansy, Hypoc, let's do this.
I don't know if I want to. We've been bullied, Mike.
I've been exposed. I'm not sure how to feel about it.
I think a twit longer's in
Yes.
it has to happen.
I am due a twit longer, actually. It's been a while.
Aren't we all? I don't know what to say now.
My ult's not ready.
I think it's only the start of things.
Zescht put it best. I think things have happened. Iconic.
Very poignant. A lot to talk about with that.
Maybe more things will happen. Something might be about to happen towards B.
Now, the problem is I was having a Percy pig, if you know what they are.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm working my way out of that. However, Arnis ain't working his way out of that cage. So Dean's going to catch at least the first part of this, and yeah, nothing else coming in.
There's no follow-up there.
No, there was none. Where was the layers to that? I mean, I saw utility put down. I think Cloud was quick to it as well to make sure it was very hard for any of that second spring to find access. At least got that rifle on Paddy B. That's what I'm looking for, and he does find at least some way to put it to work towards JD. So now options are plenty.
And it's interesting because Na'Vi are so quick to greet the, I guess, the back end of that execution or failed execution. Actually, Dano's got ahead of this out drone there, but Zipan's still on red alert. We'll catch Dano. Now, actually, Na'Vi find themselves in a 2v4. FPX will get the spike down on A site.
Okay. 2v3, and none of the rifles that were lost, Zipan and Sugetsu weren't able to get their hands on them, so we'll be working with less, but Paddy G doing really well, being almost proactive in the post plant here, just making sure he is the first person who greets them if they did try and go on that flank. However, it's now Dinks. You can see the player tucked just towards that right side door, and well, he's considered it already. So Paddy G once again gonna have to pick up slack a little here. Sharp angle thing's not gonna happen. Zipan, great work. FPX right back on track, 3-0.
Convert round 3. But Na'Vi right back on pennies. No Blade Storm for SSK either, so nothing really to throw at this other than Sheriffs. Maybe a Guardian in the hands of Dinks if he settles for it. Actually, look at FPX's progress as well. One off the Viper's Pit, one off the Blade Storm, one off the Null Command. All theft all are available here, only really missing the Hunter's Fury. Chow yet to get himself on the board. Na'Vi again going to play pretty aggro towards mid here with this wall. All 5 players seemingly committed.
Yeah. It does give FPX super easy access towards the site. A little bit of a...
What?
He must have just seen the tip of the hat or something, or just spammed the corner of the wall maybe, but perfect beginning for Artists, and Zipan gonna catch Dano on the way out. This site's theirs, man. Like, if they can keep all these rifles as well, dreamy. Really, really dreamy stuff.
Big buff.
Pardon?
Big buff.
Big buff.
The economy. Not so much now. And 114 Cloud will actually find Zipan as well.
Any more decent damage, I guess, on the other side of things, right?
Well, they can, well, I mean, Falcon maybe try and box Zhao in here. SSK is going to swing and find it regardless. Will opt to just fall to the spike. He will keep it a little bit honest, but the concern being here is the ultimates that are available. FPX now have so many tools at their disposal. counter any damage done, really. And, well, you could argue 2 or maybe even 3 rounds in hand in terms of the finances. Na'Vi need a clean one here, especially with that operator now coming in the mix. I think Ryan noted, was it 5 out of the 6 rounds Na'Vi had won? This would be the time to find 5 rounds, if I'm honest, with FPX already 4 ahead.
Yeah, we were waiting to see this look for SSK coming out with the op. Makes me nervous if Xiao's just sat there. I assume he's waiting for timing.
Yeah.
He is indeed doing that. You can see the dart going in. Flash goes in for Zipan, and the first one is born out. He's pretty happy on the first with the trade for Ardis. The fight is going to be under FPX control, but the retake isn't going to be far away. But they have somewhat nullified what that op's actually going to be able to achieve. Cloud, though, lovely reposition on Zipan. Dink's going to find Ardis. The fight barely got down, and they still found 2 kills on the way back in.
Viper's Pit will be deployed on, actually, backside here, going to cut off a lot of the progress towards default here. There's a 3v3, so definitely doable here for Na'Vi. Try and dig one of these FPX players out pretty quickly, though.
Just as he was looking towards that side, down to a 2v2, Xiao and Batty G up against SSK, who gets found, and now Cloud. 1v2, not gonna happen. FPX dig their heels in there. I thought that was looking quite likely for Na'Vi to an extent, and then that ult came up, and you're right, just kind of tucked away a lot of the back of that site, made it inaccessible.
This is the thing. I mean, if things do go wrong in the early round for FPX, they have, like I already said, so many tools to throw out there where they feel a little bit of pressure in terms of maybe losing Zipan. Viper's Pit goes down on site, and it makes it that much more difficult for Na'Vi. And actually, you could argue a good chunk of time already eaten up ahead of that. So really, really difficult for Na'Vi to make anything work here. Scrappy investment in the next here. JD, that's going to fully force here, I guess, in anticipation of a judge in a Viper's Pit in the next round. Let's see, the opener goes in favor of Na'Vi. Ardis will fall off the rip.
Let it rip. Do you like Beyblades?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
more than
yeah,
I'd
we
like
had
to
the
admit.
arena. Yeah.
I had 2 of them. What do you mean?
2, damn. Deploying those battle arenas wherever you went. And 2 players down for FPX. Ardis and Xiao. Out of this one, it's down to Zipan, Batty G, and Sugetsu. Try and make much happen, but look at where the picks actually came through. Relatively deep and early in the progress, so they're going to have to work their way through a substantial amount with only 3 of them. A little bit of contact towards door, but that's about it. The lean towards A is coming in, but it's a 4-play lean on this side. It's already 4 players trying to get past, and, well, SSK not looking as on the money as you'd like.
He's a dirty spot.
Yes, it's not nice, is it, from JD? Sat there waiting, and as soon as the spot came out, the swing came in. Na'Vi do get one on the board.
I do. It's one of my... don't ever quote me on this, but one of my favorite little ratty spots to create with Viper. That wall that cuts across mid there and just makes a little pocket behind box.
Nasty.
One enemy remaining.
Hate to see it. Love to see it, though. Ah, actually, that's the one that you don't really expect Na'Vi to turn around. So on the back of that, SSK actually in a position to purchase the operator. We now have the Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, and Null Command, and we have a tech pause.
That's a joke. Who's done it? Who's done it? Who's pulling this sick joke? Oh, dearie me. Well, no idea what's caused it now.
No.
Mike, was it you? Have you caused this?
No,
you haven't been.
No. At this rate, though, I probably have due an issue or 2.
You need to
Mike will
behave.
probably die or something. The extreme weather in Manchester that Ryan was referring to, it's beckoning.
Yes. It's calling. The
Yes.
howling winds coming in again, are they? Oh, dearie me. Yeah, it is surprising that my internet did have an attempted wobble earlier when I was commentating with Tom, but it held firm. It held firm.
I'm glad. Yes.
Yes, of course. I know you were worried. We haven't said the word triddle yet, though.
No.
I was looking at the bingo card.
Actually, yeah, when the bingo card came up, we did see a couple of triddles actually on Ascent.
We did.
Yeah.
We didn't bring out the phrase, but we knew it was happening.
Even saw a triddle here in the pistol round.
did?
How did we let that one slip?
I don't know, really. I don't know what's happened to us. We've really been slacking. with catchphrases.
Say that as
Okay.
I frantically scroll Discord to see.
You and me both. Don't worry. I'm
what's
seeing
going on this
production
time?
about to let us know what's happening. Don't worry. Again, thank you for your patience at home. I know you guys are about as excited by this as we are, but you know, it's the fun of online broadcast, right? It's the sign of the times. Apparently, still a couple of client issues, so similar to the issues that they had before. So this may be an extended break, but as soon as we know, obviously, we'll give you guys a heads up. But I said it's a bit of a shame that this game's kind of stop and start sort of deal, because it kind of removes momentum a little bit. Like, obviously, no one's happy to see this kind of happen. But yeah, it's one of those things, right? Like, it's just become part and parcel. But I guess I wanted to kind of talk to you about the impact we've seen with that op so far. I don't think we've seen enough time with it yet, if I'm honest, to really sit here and be like, okay, have we seen that value come in yet? It's kind of hard to.
It's always tough,
balance out.
and in this scenario, I think it's especially hard to quantify because it was so apparent last time, right? Whether or not this is really Na'Vi not feeling the comfort to really build around.
Sure.
I mean, FPX actually have shown a little bit of variety here in terms of these rounds and how they approach them. So maybe that's really keeping Na'Vi, I don't want to say hesitant, but Breeze is particularly difficult to control mid, and it's difficult because how much do you justify investing in holding it in the early round here? And really the other side of that is actually it depends much on the opponent as it is how much you want to force the issue there. So for me, it's difficult really to see that instant impact because I think Na'Vi still need to make the adjustments to really get a good grasp on FPX. I don't feel as if they've really, the way these rounds have gone, they haven't particularly learned anything. There's no real facts to take away from them and no real indicators of where FPX are going to be ended up.
Yeah, and I the one thing I've also quite enjoyed with FPX is the pace change, right? They've been able to kind of, kick up a gear every now and then when they need to, decent burst towards the side, which is always tricky for an op to handle as well if they keep hitting them, the adjusted paces. If you're not in the right place, right? Like, it's one beauty of Chamber, you can kind of TP around, but obviously on Jet, not the case. I have been updated that we should be back into game quickly, so no need for no need for a break, so we'll see. It looks like we're good to go. See the game rolling. I'm happy enough. And my eyes are going to go straight towards SSK here. I want to see him be instrumental in this round, be either proactive, get involved in it, because FPX, looking like they're going through the motions, as is. I'm not too surprised by that, but I want to see how he wants to be an instigator in these, because he has to be. It's 1-5 now.
Even here, though, just noting the minimap, SSK's position. Already, FPX have planted the seed, pulled that rotation, immediately do note an extra body committed towards A, now reconsidering it, but FPX have already, they're here so early. They're ready to hit B.
And I hope they stick with this pace, though. And yeah, now you absolutely will. Finding Dinks, who got maybe a little curious because they had all that idea of intention and then no follow-up. This is a lovely fake pulled off by FPX, but honestly, I love the pacing to it. However, SSK leans in a little on that one, does find Zipan, and there's more there towards CT. 3 players. Now, mid hasn't been really worked yet by Na'Vi trying to find their way back through towards this site. This could get a little bit tricky. Again, the crossfire is going to be strong on the hold. Batty G, Artist can make it hard work. There it is, Batty G going to lean out. Oh no, catching to no, absolutely unawares. JD, though, gets to keep his life. I thought there'd be in a swing from Artist, but actually now caught in no man's land. Cloud going to join JD and look for more. Now the final 2. Cloud does not have the ult to work with, but he does have the gun at his side, and that's all they need, apparently.
I'm not even sure there if Duno was still connected. Looked as if he was absent in that round, like you said, seemingly still with his recon bolt out. So if these issues do continue, but it's tough to see a round loss like that. I don't know whether or not that was just unfortunate timing, but
it caught my eye that it was a little weird that they would have just been stood there. So I imagine there is an issue.
And like we were saying, this is the thing. It's so difficult to
honestly, Mike,
especially.
We're just going to go to a break, mate.
Cool.
We're not going to mess around. We want to get these players sorted. We're not going to, pull them either way. We want to make sure everything's ready so we don't have a round like that potentially. So guys, do stick around. Thank you once again for your patience and understanding. We'll be back as soon as the game's ready and the players are good to go.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, yeah. No giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina. Put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bringing is blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up and it's major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong. You already on. Already. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. Right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. Right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. Right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gonna come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Tactics beat firepower.
PC utility delay is very important. It's valuable, right? No artist to dash in. They're just going to walk into the crossfire Nevera. As easy as that. A simple quadra to go as well. Buff up those stats. Team Liquid on 6.
Oh, my genius doesn't stop in the lab.
Here's an opening duel coming in for Guild, and they've got a couple of opportunities. Oh, but Sistal has completely ended any hopes of that. A 4K for this man.
Going in either less, they're choosing to push onto the site first before having to deal with Link, and that could be the downfall. Link shut down. Suddenly, FPX have got the numbers on the side. They go. Nevera finds the first kill. And
no way! You gotta be kidding me right now. This guy's coming in with an ace. I am the hunter.
The absolute scenes of a tragedy. Oh, Goppy's got him. What? You're insane. What? I don't think he's got time. Goppy.
Whoa. That was an absolute travesty of a round 2, but God B, great clutch.
Hey,
fantastic use of utility.
You start the clip from that moment.
Looks like I was the stronger one.
Still thriving. Left all onto safe. I think he needs to ace this. Denies the plant at least for a second. Catches Izzy as well. The 2 remaining players, he has an opportunity, and they can't really go for a plant with him being here. He's still managing to just waste that clock as much as humanly possible. Trying to burn it down, but tagged up down to the 1v1. It's going to be the Blade Storm popped. Potential to just hit those instant headshots goes through the roof, and the time, it may be over. He's got to actually go for the plant, and then it's going to be taken by...
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. No
Sometimes luck is just simply not with us, and this time it is not really with us. So this means you don't have to worry about anything. We're heading into a little longer break, which means you should grab yourself some snacks, something to drink, whatever you need to enjoy the upcoming few hours, and when we're ready, we'll let you know. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back as soon as possible.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Here we go. It's time to show the world. We gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. No. Won't ever let us fall. No. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. No. So high, we will never hit the ground. There's levels to this, and we're taking a crown. We on a level, a whole nother level, it's just us. We going, keep going, it's only one way and it's way up. I won't ever let us fall, no. Won't ever let us fall, no. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall, no.
Yeah. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I got what it take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders, till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a 3. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? You know the game, you're gonna take the pain, make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply, cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gon' be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply, cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Used to have a knife on it. Looking in the mirror, now I got that ice on it. And it's iconic, and it's ironic. I'm getting paid just to put together phonics. Had to keep my focus, had to counter locus. Dreamed about this moment even when I felt the lowest. Now I'm making waves, yeah, I feel like Moses.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Times are tough. You know how it is. From time to time, there is suddenly a little bit of an internet issue, a connection issue, a client issue, whatever kind of issue. This is leaving us with no game for the moment. But with having no game for the moment, this doesn't mean that we don't have a desk, at least for the moment. As usual, Kaquka, Ryan, on my side. We're not too deep into this game, right? So we're going to try to do 50% of this talk on serious mode and 50% on less serious mode. So I'm going to start with 5-0 for FPX.
I won.
No, I mean...
Depends if that round's pulled back. Like, what's going on, Zescht? What can you update?
No, it was 5-0. Then we had this weird situation in mid where they're getting the entry on R this, and that still counted. The 6-1, that might not count.
Yeah.
See?
So, yeah, we're just sort of waiting to hopefully have stuff set up for like another lobby. I will say, though, last time that these guys played on this map was about 37 minutes. So already from the tech issues alone, this map is a lot longer than the last time, which is just a cruel irony of injustice, right? 13-5, it's never going to be that straightforward. Never mind.
I mean, I want to say that, you know, I liked what FPX was doing, how they were, you know, after collecting all those rounds, how they were using the ultimates for the important rounds. I think that everything was, you know, getting calm and collected. Now, the last round, when I saw Duno disconnect in the middle of the round, I wasn't so sure anymore. So I'm going to cut them some slack for the Navi guys here. It's a complicated situation.
I'm surprised you don't have a quiz, to be fair.
I have one.
You have a quiz?
Oh, my God.
Technically, I have one. But it would be...
She always has a quiz.
It is technically based on... It is based on stats that are unfortunately not right now, right here, presently working.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But you know,
we have to start it for tomorrow. Right?
I was thinking about something. I was thinking about doing an agent quiz that is starting off with with statements about the agents. For example, I am from the country where the capital is Manila, right?
Okay.
And then you would have to think about What do you say?
It's Astra, isn't it?
I
just wanted to make a joke about Brits. No, that would be Manila is the capital of the Philippines.
Of course.
Accra is Ghana, and that is Astra. So.
Yeah, I remember the only thing geographically I've been able to do was to name all 50 states of America.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. It was fun at the time. I didn't have much going on. I just finished uni. That's literally all I gained from it.
Why did you learn it?
Naming all 50 states of America.
With the song included?
No, not with the song.
What song?
There's a song. Yeah, of course there's a song. I mean, everybody in the US has to learn them, right? So I think they have a song for
What?
it.
They need to learn that?
Yeah, I think in school. I mean, didn't you do geography tests in school? I think in the US that's what they do.
You know, there's a clear reason why NA Valorant is worse. If that is, eating up your brain. 50 states, all pretty much looking like they're just a square. No, but enough geography hating, right? That's enough for the point. One serious note: 5-0 start, right? I'm getting back to the FPX, easy peasy, cruising on breeze. And then we funny-wise got this weird round where I think it was Artist killed in the middle near the pillar. Then we had another one of those eco frags. FPX was looking fine and dandy, but it's a little weird when when Navi is playing out of the ordinary, and they're like, hold on, this is a force, this is an eco. They're playing weirder than usual, and then they falter.
I mean, I think that it's also kind of FPX is hitting the shots exactly where they're needed. I know that everybody, when we have the interviews, one of the sentences that is most repeated is, yeah, we hope that really today we hit the shots. And I think that's something that FPX is doing in the long run. For Navi is still working towards there, but I think it's still too soon to say.
Yeah, it's definitely to say, isn't it, really? I think everything from watching Navi play is all about how they play off of each other. Like the one round that they did pick up, over on that A site, you've got the little corner, like on doors as you enter, like a little cubby that you can hold from, crossfire set up, and I think the round straight afterwards, bearing in mind that this was the one that Duno DC'd. Before then, it was the early bait and rotate, like all of the stuff heading towards A, and then they instantly execute on B. On one player, where nobody else from Navi is there to set up a crossfire, to trade, right? Those are the kind of plays, again, that FPX giving a game away here for you guys, sorry. I think a lot of it comes down to like trying to isolate these players from Navi with baits, with rotates, with utility that's just going to, like Dinks J is going to be over on that B site, on the Cypher, isolating him to the point that nobody can play off of it. And luckily, at least noticed on the side of FPX, SSK has not been able to afford an operator just yet.
Yeah, he has on this round. I think on round number 7. I mean, we were about to jump, and I was like, oh my god! I think I was telling you, Vincent, on the green room, being like, look, that's the operator on SSK. But maybe this wasn't the round. Of course, we knew that it was going to be a very important part coming into for Navi, but
even better, right? Like if the operator's online, they've pulled it over towards A, and then they go into an open B site, and you have that toxic screen there that goes through arches, through tunnel. It is incredibly difficult to retake over on the B site when you have an operator. We've seen a lot of teams even today just struggle with that alone. So FPX, again, it's working out well. It's just in increments so far.
You know what? I think at this point in time, I will not lie to you. This has been just 7 rounds we have seen, which means I think we have talked enough about 7 rounds, with 6 of them being domination. So I'm just going to skip that topic of FPX. We're going to see them later or not, and we'll just directly talk about something else. We're just going to talk about something different because we have the time.
This might be a good one. So
I had a different idea, but settings is still valid.
So I think
also good.
Overall, I think one thing that we maybe could have spoken about a bit more is that it's quite likely that these two, whoever wins, will make playoffs, and the one that loses, depending on how Mech does tomorrow against London, one of these teams is likely to not make playoffs.
You should be a host.
There is also a potential that we could have 5 teams tied for first place, which would be, I think, if FPX wins this series and London United win theirs tomorrow against Mech, 5 teams tied up. So even at the end of this, in 2030, when we're done with this series, we can then talk about the games tomorrow, and even then, the changes there. FPX need to win a series to secure playoffs is the main thing.
Yeah. Let's quickly actually ask if we can see the standings. If that is right now up for grabs, if we can have it. If not, we don't have it. It's
I think it's still a bit messy because people are going to see, and then of course we have this match, then the one tomorrow, and they're going to be like, but everybody's there, but it's not for us to actually do all those maths. It's guys in production and competition just do all that stuff. We have an Excel, and there's a lot of possibilities of what can be, but that type is very particular.
I think, like I've just mentioned, you had a good point about the standings. I hear no feedback, so I'm starting something different because we can swap around cameras anyway. We have a new patch coming in for playoffs. I think this is something we need to mention, right?
That bad. It's that bad that we're talking about 4.0.
I don't have a quiz, so it's not that bad. We're talking about something you all can relate to. And this raised me the question. I think I'm gonna start with you, Kaquka. If you go for the wildest picks and the wildest ideas, we all know about the controllers most likely changing up. But if you would wildly predict things that will be way more dominant in the upcoming patch, what do you go for?
I mean, I would love to see Tim's, maybe picking up a Yoru. That would be a little bit interesting to see. I mean, we've seen a little bit of Neon, so why not? If you want to have that ace up your sleeve, a wild card if you're playing against a team that is highly dominated onto you, we may be able to see that. I'm really looking forward to see the Brimstones in my case in particular, because it's an agent that I personally really like, but you don't see it that much. And of course, I want to see Mech play it.
We don't even really need to predict it that much because it's kind of happened. We've seen NA play on 4.04 last week, their quarterfinals for playoff start today. So we do get a good sum of it. And I asked Sideshow on Plat Chat, what agents, other than the controllers that have actually been buffed and nerfed, what agents have secondarily gone up, I suppose. And the main one was Breach. A lot of him being used on Haven, for example, just because you don't have the Astra to stall out play, being able to have a Breach to stall in case, but also to set up much faster and more beefy, aggressive stakes.
Yeah.
I think that's the one to look forward to. And considering, you've got Destrian for London United, and most importantly, I guess, Boaster for Fnatic, even Guild running it yesterday in that matchup, a lot of teams have spotted this, and I think a lot of teams are going to lean in that direction going forward. I think Breach across a lot of different maps could be very, very popular.
We're talking about a lot about popularity, which agents are going to come and which agents are going to see with the upcoming patches of playoffs. But what we are going to see is a longer break. So once more, you can lean back, chill out, do whatever you want for another few minutes, and maybe, or maybe not, we'll be back with the action. But we'll definitely let you know, so don't go anywhere.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. I do it for the love. I
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand up. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work and no play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah, yeah, yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. So I never crash. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. Yeah. I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. Try the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can try the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
I got what it take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing.
I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a three. I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. In and out, in and out.
I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, running in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. Start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number one like Zion Williams, say I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man, I've been ballin' since a young gun. They never seen anything like him, he's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready, I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you, I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain, you need a levy now. I need some help getting in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal style. Fans love my style, I make them go out. They can't compete, they ain't like me, coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go, I am not a slouch. Watch me take control, I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Life is not always fair, and when it gives you technical difficulties, you make lemonade or something similar. I do not know at this point. Either way, thank you very much for sticking with us, and we have resolved that we have, unfortunately, no opportunity to play this game tonight. And we actually do not know when we're going to see this game. We will, though, let you know over every single social media platform that we have to offer you when this game will be resumed. So don't you worry, you'll not miss it. This is not gone. This has not vanished into the realms of matchmaking and ranked. This is actually going to happen at one point in time. But till then, we can still talk about something that is existing in the present, and that is our standings, Ryan. Things have turned out to be interesting enough to give us a little break, to give us a little bit of a different kind of view to things. But taking a look at those in a standing, giving it in a second, we're going to figure out that this still has a lot of meaning and a lot of impact for some of the teams, right?
Yeah, I think just naturally that you've got FPX and Na'Vi still wanting to fight out for these spots, but also considering it's both these teams' last game, the more that this goes on, the less they have time to prep for playoffs, right? So, you know, credit to like FPX that have had the worst luck in the world recently, that this is just how they've added into it for the most part. It is that kind of like adaptation. For everybody else, Team Liquid, they're sitting pretty so far. They've got their wins, they've got their games done. It's just a case of how Mech does against London tomorrow, which we know for sure is happening.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the only one in that same situation where they have played all their games is Big. So, you know, yeah, Big not waiting for much. But yeah, Team Liquid, you know, was kind of expecting to see who was going to, you know, fight for those standings. But I guess we'll have to wait. Probably we'll resume the game tomorrow. I cannot wait. I was really excited for this.
Yeah, we were all very excited for that. It was looking fine. It was looking all dandy. But, you know, we're talking a bit about tomorrow maybe. Just a quick heads up, Kaquka. Your expectations for that game between London United and Mech. What would you say if I want to go to sleep tonight and have really nice dreams about about what's going to happen tomorrow, what would you believe? What are we going to see with that best of 3?
I mean, I think it's going to be crazy, the development that we've seen with London and the evolution as a team in their compositions and the way that they've been able to read their opponents. When we were talking about Reg at the beginning of the week, he was telling us, you know, we have so many things prepared and we actually, you know, come with the upper hand because we've been waiting here. And it's true, London maybe did not expect what they have seen these 2 days, but of course, you may have nightmares, but they're going to spend the whole night literally awake just studying for me.
It's going to be tough for London overall. Just that their main pick of Haven, which has been their go-to, is going to get permabanned out instantly. Yeah, it's those kind of aspects that I think London are already struggling, I suppose, when it comes to like consistency. For the most part, they haven't played in quite some time as well. Last time was up against FPX a couple of days ago. Now they've got Mech, who has had to play 3 games in a row, but they seem to go from strength to strength. It's really pleasing to see that they've used that time off well and have come out with not only some improvements to their old strategies, but some brand new stuff as well.
I mean, it feels a lot like if there's one thing that Mac definitely do is they fuel up their tank with a lot of confidence, and it's not even reached max. But either way, tomorrow is going to be the great day where we're about to witness that. If you didn't have enough of the Valorant action, ValorantEsports.com/VODs, you can watch every single map of all of those games. So you can make yourself even a nice evening. If you're right now, hold on, I didn't watch enough Valorant. Go over there, check it out. But till then, it was a pleasure having you guys around. It was a pleasure having you guys around. And this means we're going to see you guys tomorrow for another bit of action. So you better tune in. We're going to keep you posted on that game, and see you guys next time.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
From the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work in the play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
all the way. And tell ESPN, replay me every day. I'm a top 10, top 10, top 10. Jumping out the gym, you